crazy. He is shooting beams right now. Your Call of Duty Warzone champions. Today, you show your opponents they don't stand a chance. We have the best players from around the world under one roof for the ultimate showdown. They are ready to prove themselves once again, so get loud and get ready. What is it now? C10 right into the face. He's got to stay alive. It's by the last skin of his teeth.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series. Today is all about North America, and the returning champs once again take the stage to get that much closer to potentially reclaiming their crown, albeit a bit fractured. We'll get on more of that in just a little bit. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections. I'm joined by Goj and Tiff. Goj, great to see you, man. How you doing?
Shoot, buddy, I'm feeling fantastic. North America is going to be a banger event, and I think just thinking back to EU and how close it was, the margin for error, the room for error was literally less than a kill. Today's going to be a lot of the same, I can assume.
Yeah, what, 0.6 points? Yep. It was incredible. Tiff, you were there casting for the majority of the time. I know it was fast. If you blinked, you missed it.
That's how I like it, though, right? Because I love the action we get with Resurgence. There's not a lot of room for some of those mid-map regains, which makes things super chaotic and fun. At least for us watching, not necessarily if you're in the regain blender free playing.
Sure. That is true. If you're a competitor, sometimes it gets a little tough out there. And speaking of tough, EWC was electric. And it was tough for especially those teams at match point desperately clawing to win that final map. Goj, it was Twisted Minds that got the job done.
Gosh, this was such a cool moment. Dan had a great call for it because it was just pure elation. I mean, look at their reactions as well. Twisted Minds, the reigning champions of EWC here with Resurgence, and this roster was amazing. The team was amazing, but you got to remember there were so many teams on that Call of Duty Warzone match point going into this round. We had gone back and forth so many times. It could have been anybody's game, but they executed perfectly in the final moment. And of course, 2/3 of this roster has remained together. With Aiden moving on and going to a different roster, we could still see a returning champion of Twisted Minds with Shifty in the mix. I mean, this roster is crazy. So I'm pumped about EWC. I'm pumped about everything that's happening, and Twisted Minds still top dogs.
That's right, top dogs. But hey, you've got Gentlemates hot on their heels, second place. They stayed together. They would then go on to the World Series Warzone, also get second place. Right now, Silver Surfers looking to potentially become the champions. We watched them yesterday. They performed well, but of course, Twisted Minds today, we'll see what they can do. Pricey breakdown, $1.2 million guaranteed. And what I love about this format, Tiff, not only do the fans and ourselves get more Resurgence action, but they also get more money as a competitor, $100,000 for the qualifiers.
It's huge cash. I'm saying $30,000 for first place in Birmingham. And the best part about this setup throughout our year as we journey on to EWC this summer is that you get more experience on LAN. Of course, a ton of our competitors are veterans, but if you look at EU yesterday, Spam Goal at 18, this is going to be his first LAN, and he gets to kind of get off the every momentum and take that into EWC before you're competing for $1 million. It's not like it's going to be your first time then.
That's right. I love that. You know, get the LAN experience. It's hugely important because we have so many new faces that enter not only the EU side, but also North America. And plus, for new rosters, getting that LAN experience is going to be invaluable. And they've got 2 chances to do it. It's a long and winding road to get to EWC. Let's take a look at what that road looks like for the competitors to travel down.
Let's break it down. The 2026 Warzone Resurgence Series started with an open qualifier available to all players in North America and Europe. The top 32 teams from the open quals were split into 2 groups of 16 based off of their performance. The top 16 progressed to upper round 1, while the bottom 16 were placed in lower round 1. From there, the top 8 teams from each round moved on, while the bottom 8 teams either fell to lower round 2 or were eliminated if already in the lower bracket. Today, we stand at the Qualifier Finals, where the top 5 teams from each region will book their tickets to the LAN Finals at DreamHack Birmingham, with a chance to make it out to EWC this summer. Desk, take it away.
Thank you, Enigma, for the breakdown. There it is. Again, it's not easy to get to EWC, but becoming a champion never is. This is the most comprehensive qualifiers we've ever had for a Resurgence series, which is a beautiful thing as far as I'm concerned. Let's take a look at our schedule. Yesterday was all about EU. Today is all about North America. Still 16 great trios dropping in 10 private lobbies. If you blink, you miss it. It really does go incredibly fast. And like Tiff said earlier, sometimes you get put into that regain blender, and when you're there, you gotta find a way to get yourself out of it. These games are blistering fast, and you really don't have a lot of chance outside of map 5, right? We go to the halfway point, take a little bit of a break, but aside from that, these 10 private lobbies are crazy. But let's talk yesterday. It was all about Europe. It was all about EU, and it was so fun to watch. T1 dominating the competition. Spam Gola, one of the stat leaders when it comes to eliminations. We had a chance to interview him, and man, did he sound great, fully confident. The fact that he's 18, this is his first competition, and he excelled in it, really speaks volumes about what this EU region can bring to the table, Goj.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, T1 obliterated the competition, by the way. They get first by over 70 points. They take 120 points over the bubble teams over fifth, so there's no question they were making it. Gentlemates a lot of the same, even though they were 70 points behind, there was no question they would make it. But this team on your screen, Authentics there, was able to capture that third place position and really change the game for what an underdog looks like on a grand stage like this. I really liked how the team played. They had some fantastic moments, and the entire event was filled with fantastic moments because we get to the final map. We're playing for top 5, and 5th, 6th, and 7th are all in the final circle as a top 5 team going into the final map. It couldn't have been written better. The scriptwriters are going insane.
They definitely were. T1 as well as Gentlemates Ekio, and that play was phenomenal. But there were some teams, big teams, mind you, that didn't make it, Tiff. Who were they?
I mean, you're talking ninjas in pajamas. We were all talking about them in the end game, like maybe 8th through 10th on the series. You can see 9th place overall, 105.2 points, but not even that. The heartbreaking story, there's always one team that just has to narrowly miss out. And yesterday it was ESC by 0.6 points.
Heartbreaking.
And they won a map, dude. It was so sad. But of course, you look at Parabellum. They were contesting Gentlemates over in Lumbermill. AG Global had a rough go about it. I saw FIFA's tweet today. And honestly, I hope they run it back in the open and things turn around for them.
I hope so. They took a big risk. Scummin also moving overseas, playing in Sheffield at one of the gaming centers, really trying to make it happen. Obviously, they'll compete through open. I am sure of it. And I don't see a way where they don't make it at least back into the finals qualifying for EWC. Tiff, let's go back to you, though. Take a look at our North American rosters. We've got a lot of great names, some big names, and even some teams that announced their org just 30, 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, they definitely did. And I love seeing more organizations come into Warzone to support our amazing competitors. But some names that are going to jump off the page, of course, that Falcons roster, Noobs, Dongy, Soka, looking incredibly great in that upper round. And honestly, a 3.9 average placement throughout upper bracket means that they're consistently getting at least a 1.4x multiplier, which is going to make their kills do the most here, especially if they can maintain that here today. But a huge team, G2 Esports, Scythe Anxiety, Big Man, they got their LAN experience at World Series of Warzone. You know they're going to have multiple opportunities this year if they can lock it in. And we talked about maybe the average kills. They were averaging north of 15 per game, and I want to see that action here today.
Well, we highlighted Twisted Minds when we were looking at EWC last year. Let's talk about them now and hone our magnifying glass onto them because they still are dominant, but this time around they add in Shifty.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, adding in arguably the best player in the game right now, I think most people would say that, maybe besides a couple folks over there in EU, is an incredible value add. No shame to Aiden. Aiden's still competing in this event and has a good chance, but Shifty is a difference maker for this roster. But to briefly talk about the team in general, they crushed it in the upper bracket. They win 3 out of the 8 maps in total in upper bracket. They were nearly alone in Mansion, or at least felt that way, because the Falcons were losing and they were kind of conning each other out in Mansion throughout the course of the other qualifiers and scrims. So Falcons say, all right, we're getting out of here. We're going down to boat. And with that, Twisted Minds could do whatever they wanted on the map. So this team plays so well together as a roster. Their comms are nearly impeccable, but Shifty is such a difference maker for this team. This guy not only top fragged upper bracket, he top fragged the upper bracket by 20 kills as an individual, 71 kills in 8 games, averaging 8.8 kills per game with 3.9 KD. He was unstoppable and continues to be the man in Warzone. A top player, a top earner, and now an opportunity to be a new player and a difference maker for a roster that's already defending a championship.
Shifty knows how to be a champion. In fact, he holds some of the most championships in the entirety of the Warzone scene. He's only going to make this roster better. But we mentioned Aiden was out of that roster. However, he's in this new roster filled with veterans. We're talking Gen G.
Look, I have been locked in for Gen G. An interesting road throughout the upper round for this roster. You're right. Aiden rated Lennon. Guys, Lennon in North America, he wins World Series of Warzone last year, makes a big change, which a lot of them did. They're all on different rosters. But for Resurgence, he jumps on board with NA. Aiden and Rated are both going to reunite, who used to compete in Big Map together. But let's step it back, right? That upper round one, it was not pretty for them, right? 7th overall, their average placement was a 9, and they got 15th or 16th, which means no multi in 3 of their games. You cannot afford a performance like that here today if you want to get into the top 5. However, I'm not scared about it, right? They fixed some things in scrims, and I think they're coming in with a plan. We'll just see where their drop spot is going to land. But we are at the helm with Aiden. You're right. He won EWC last year with Twisted Minds alongside Almond and Z Smith, looking to run it back this year. And honestly, guys, he's just like me for real. First Call of Duty he played, the OG Modern Warfare 2, except, you know, I don't have a LAN championship.
True.
I don't.
Tiff, I still believe in your chances, though. Keep driving, keep pushing. One day you'll get there, okay? Now, hey, a lot of people don't know, Aiden was at once a search and destroy demon. He was playing online, so Call of Duty runs in his blood. I know he's done several games in the past, but Call of Duty, especially Warzone now, he knows this game, okay, like any of them, and he looks to win another championship. He's got a great roster to do it, but speaking of a roster that was just announced about an hour ago, let's talk FaZe Esports, Goj. I love the fact that they're still here competing, and they got a talented group.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're tapped into the scene, this is no surprise to see them under the FaZe Esports banner, but even still, a big congratulations to them for getting picked up by the way, FaZe Esports, and this is according to the announcement, not me, Unk/Coach, all right? That's Swag, so big shout out to Swag here, but a huge shout out to the team in general. This is a fun roster. Vonbot, Thomas, and Prospect, all 3 fantastic individual players. As a roster, I've got to say it, they've gone through their ups and downs. They started in the upper bracket and frankly got slammed a bit. They were 11th overall in upper bracket, mostly because they couldn't really figure out where they wanted to land. They ended up going to kind of that motel area on the south side of Main Street for most of it. They popped up the research briefly, didn't really work out for them, and they just couldn't find the kills or the placement on the map to really net anything home. But in the lower bracket, in lower round 2, this man right here was a difference maker, but the team in general, FaZe Esports, obliterated everybody in the lower bracket round 2, hanging out in Mansion basically by themselves. When they got contested, they crushed everybody. Top Fragger is the man on your screen right now. He had 70 kills total through 8 games. And the second top Fragger, by the way, same team. That's going to be Vonbot also there as the second top fragger from an individual basis in lower round 2. Nobody was even close to them on the scoreboard.
And I believe, Tiff, at Swag as the coach as well. I mean, we know Swag in his competitive history. He's going to guide these boys potentially to a championship. Who knows?
Yeah, you really never know. Honestly, he's one of my favorite people to watch in the 2v2 formats that used to grind back then. Swag would get really crazy in those. Also, when you brought up his answers, I believe his prospect on that screen, what is his favorite Haven's Hollow POI? Anywhere I can win. What's up with these young guns and their confidence? I need to channel some of that, okay? Like, give me some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to be confident. I mean, especially when you're playing against veterans, you've got to feel like you're the best. Spamgola represented that yesterday. Who's going to be the young gun today, right? To kind of, take those reins. And speaking of which, by the way, new game mode alerts. Got to be on the lookout. Iron Gauntlet. This is going to be a lot of fun. We're talking duos. It's going to be fast-paced, but the loot's going to be scarce. There's no free loadout drops. This is going to be a great game mode. And more importantly, I want to emphasize this, okay? When it comes to at least making this game mode better, we want to hear from you. So starting Thursday, March 5th through Monday, March 9th, this game mode is going to be out, and we want to hear feedback of what you think about it so we can make adjustments, or at least the team behind it can be making the adjustments, and you can send your feedback directly on X to Raven Software, at Raven Software. Goja's game mode, it looks great. It looks fun. I'm sure we're going to be landed in whenever it's live.
Yeah, this is like a new version, a new age version of the Iron Trials of the past. So I'll be very curious to see what people think of Iron Gauntlet, especially with like the increased health and increased region time for health. It's kind of going to feel totally different in team fights. And I think there could be like a skill gap raising that could make it really fun for competitive players. So I'm pumped.
Yeah. Well, Tiff, you were talking about confidence. You need it, right? Well, hey, Iron Gauntlet, time to get confident. Let's just it's duos. I don't know. I'll pick between you two. Whoever wants to, or maybe you just duo. I don't know. You two.
I feel like you guys are just going to leave me out. Like, it's totally fine. You were already throwing it to Goj. You're like, yeah, you want to run it? And I was like, all right, I'm already out. It's fine.
Tiff, to be very clear, I have the most faith in you to have the gunny over every single person who's about to be on this desk. Speaking of which, bring in our casters. We got Daniel, we got Enigma, and we know for a fact Enigma's been grinding rank. Tiff, I would still take you over that man. Enigma, how you doing?
Yeah.
Great to see you. You know I love you.
That.
Guys, it's really good to see all of you. Reflections, not so much. Obviously very much so looking forward to some Iron Gauntlet. It's going to be a journey. I think Goj makes an interesting point about how it's going to play out. Looking forward to seeing exactly what that beta brings. But, of course, we've a very different Gauntlet today and can't wait to cover that alongside yourselves. An incredible crew in the back. Going to be a cinema day.
It's going to be a good day for sure. Danjo, great to see you. Obviously, you two are going to have the first 5 maps casting-wise, but I want to hear from you about Falcons, Noob, Zidongi, Hisoka. When I think about this roster on paper anyways, I think they got a lot of firepower. Hisoka has been known to be a dominant IGL who has quite literally led his teams to championships. How's this roster looking throughout the scrims and ultimately today?
This is one of the top 2 in North America, right? If you've been watching scrims, you've been watching any of these events, it's kind of very funny, right? In EU, we had sort of this East-West rivalry with Gentlemates landing at Lumber Mill and T1 landing Train. Flip the map. We're North-South here today in North America because it's Twisted Minds in the north, and towards the south, it is going to be Falcons on that boat. And what's interesting to me is Falcons, I think they're just not afraid to play out of this boat POI. We watched a couple of teams struggle yesterday. They really understand how to play out of here. They're going to try to look to farm a lot of those teams on Main Street. You called it out, right? When you have an IGL like Hisoka, it's really hard to mess up. But what kind of sticks out to me, it's in these final moments, in these really hectic end games, it's Dongi who's getting loud, who's getting vocal. He's primarily been the IGL on his team. He can give some of that over to Hisoka now, and he can focus on being the superstar firepower that we know and love out of him. I think this Falcons roster is going to be really, really fun to watch today. Similar to yesterday in EU, I don't think it's going to be anybody's surprise to see Falcons be one of our 5 teams going across, but there could be maybe some extra stuff that could throw some wrenches into their game plan.
To the point I was talking earlier, by the way, I think it might have been Repulse that said this, and I think most people would agree that are North America fans. One of the best IGLs in the game, Hisoka. One of the best fraggers in the game, Dongi. But one of the best well-rounded players, Shifty. And Shifty is now on the Twisted Minds roster. Very fun to see this map kind of bisected in half north to south rather than east to west like we saw in EU Enigma.
Well, a lot of our conversations are going to factor between these two teams, right? Like, it's where we're going to go. You're right to bring up the map conversation and how essentially what that does is force everybody into the middle of the map and gives them very little room to play around. Be interesting to see if anyone makes any adaptations today on landing spots. But I think a big question, and this is one of those things I'm going to put out into the ether for this coming year, is for me, this year between Shifty and Soka decides who's our greatest player of all time. For me, if Shifty manages to win without Soka or Biffle, that makes him an undisputed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Those two know that. They're going to go swinging at each other and try and claim that all for themselves. So that right there is the big talking point for both of these players, regardless of qualification and everything else. That's their minimum. It's all about legacy for them from here.
Legacy, it's a heavy word, isn't it? And so many teams want that legacy for themselves. Only a handful have it currently, but I'm sure there's more that are going to be developed throughout this Resurgence series. Hey, we've got drops happening all day long. Make sure you have your accounts connected so you can not miss out on the double XP tokens. I know you want double XP. I know you're out there grinding. This just helps you out just a little bit, okay? Get your double XP. I think I have like I probably have more than 300 double XP tokens. I need to get serious and just prestige. I do. Yeah. I just need to hit the prestige button. You know, I'm always getting roasted in these public lobbies. Tiff, let's talk Vitality though. And the reason why I want to bring them up, like the roster, always been a big fan of Skullface throughout the entirety of really Warzone competitive. I just love him as a competitor. Blast as well, Sage. A great roster. Sage, such a beautiful story. But the reason why I want to bring this Vitality roster up is because not only are they competing today, but they're also already competing against T1. They were called out during the interview just yesterday. Spamgola said, we want Vitality because they landed the same spot. How do you think they're going to do today?
Look, if they get Train Station solo here in the finals for the quals, I think they're going to do just fine. We saw that was going to be one of the biggest issues that a lot of our teams in Europe had, is if they didn't have a home at the beginning and they were scrambling at the start. And I'm talking, you're contesting for 5 or 6 minutes in a map that goes by in 15. You cannot be fighting one team for a third of your match. You have to be able to get your resources up for that third round fire sale, and then push off an advanced UAV and set yourself up for endgame to really maximize those multipliers. So that's what I want to see for NA here. I think Vitality's going to do great. I don't care if Spamgola called him out yesterday. Skullface is probably shirtless, just ready to send it. I'm serious.
True.
He probably is.
All right. Well, it looks like we're about to get started for game number 1. If you want to keep the Vitality conversation going, Dandro Enigma, I leave it to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Taylor. It is going to be a really fun drop one. A lot of great teams to talk about here, Enigma, because North America is going to be a movie. It is going to be wild. What do you think about that Vitality roster here in a moment, especially as we start talking about the scoring that we have for today's event?
I think that they're a team that are going to put up plenty of kills. They're not going to really struggle there. My one worry becomes their placement and the ability they're going to do in terms of using that multiplier on the far right-hand side. To clarify, ladies and gentlemen, 1 point per kill. 11 to 16 will get you a 1x. So basically, you fall outside your top 10. You get 10 kills, you'll get yourself 10 points. If you got yourself the same 10 kills but finished first, you would finish with 16 points. You should see the difference that makes. And obviously, the deeper into a map you go, the more kills you're likely to get. And that's why these teams can go on absolute barn burners and pick up huge runs or create massive leads. But talking about that Vitality roster, my friend, I don't know. Sometimes I'm hot on it, sometimes I'm cold on it. I feel like they're a little bit inconsistent. They've got some great minds over there. So do I think that they've come into today with a lot of prep? Yes, and that could be the difference between getting inside that top 5 and not doing so. They've got all the things to prove today.
Well, when you get trained for free, I feel like the game gets a little bit easier. I'm right there alongside you. The drop spot's going to be a heavy point of contention, especially in these couple early games, because we were doing our own research and we know that there's a lot of these teams that are going to be looked to butt heads very early on, right? We're talking about Mansion, Twisted Minds. Heck yeah, you got Mansion, but it's not going to be for free. When we were doing our research, we know that Vonbot had a lot to say after those maybe lower round 2, that new FaZe Esports roster. They are really looking to maybe bring some firepower to Mansion. Dr. Mans might be landing Mansion. We've even seen Falcons land Mansion and talk about it. But at the same time, we also look down at Bo. You also have Falcons, Dr. Mans, Believes roster as well, looking to battle it out. We can see some hot contests very early on. There's a lot of the map that is going uncontested, so we do have some opportunity to regain if you need. But nonetheless, I think it's going to be so important that here in this drop 1, you win your POI, you have some strength, you have some resilience, and you showcase that that is your land.
Absolutely. I mean, Tiff brought it up a bit. He was talking about get yourself down, get yourself looted, get your loadout in, and your advanced. Also very important things, but it's also having a place to put your anchor safely. Have them in a little pocket of protection so that they can let you just continue to come back into the game over and over again. Your Slayers can push out. It's why T1 was so good yesterday. Echo never saw anybody until he decided he wanted to disrupt, and Spam went on the hunt instead. That's what these teams want to do. In terms of the drop spots and the lack of contest, the middle of the map's basically empty as far as we know. Church, Barn, pretty much empty, and Tenix might be getting called for free. If that's the case, and if these teams have done the research that they should be doing coming into today's qualifier finals, I'm expecting a couple of teams to go, you know what, I don't want to fight the Falcons at Bow. I actually want to go and fight Tenix at Cold. That makes much more sense to me.
I'm right there with you. I mean, we were, like you said, we were doing our research. I pulled all my stuff from just VODs from the last couple of rounds. So hopefully our competitors did the exact same thing, which if you did manage to do that, like you mentioned, you're going to see where some of these teams are sitting on. And one of those teams that I think has absolutely done their research and will have an opportunity, I think, to do some really good things today. It's that newly signed Virtus Pro roster. I know you and I are very high on this team of Destroy, Adrian, and Grimy. I really liked what I saw to this team very early on in our season, right? They were starting to come together. We've known Destroy to be on these past teams, but what he's done this year is he's kind of been able to say, hey, I want to bring in some two young guns who can kind of work alongside me, right? Grimy, we've had some criticisms in the past about some of his comms. Well, he's teamed up with two people who have great comms. Adrian is a very, very smart player, and we all know and love Destroy. We all know that he's here. Give him his money, baby. He wants to be able to get that qualification to Birmingham. Virtus Pro, going to be a very fun roster to watch. Let's go ahead. Let's bring the desk back on in. We got a little bit of time to talk a little bit more Warzone. Taylor, Goj, Tiff. I mean, this event is, I think, feeling very, very fun, especially when we talk about some of those teams.
Yeah, you know, EU is great. And look, much respect to EU. I don't want to start a battle here between Enigma, Dandro, anybody else, okay? But North America's got some legendary players for sure, and a lot of veteranship, right? So today is going to be one day that we need to keep a close eye on, and I hope I hope the scores are close, but I really, my heart's going to break for anybody that's 0.6 points away like it was yesterday, because you have so many wonderful, wonderful players that want to go all the way for sure. Now, in terms of EU yesterday to NA today, I don't know, maybe it goes, just could be a fun conversation. Contestants, you know, yesterday boat was pretty much uncontested. Nobody was going there. You were begging for a challenge on boat. Are we going to see more action on boat potentially today? Let's not give anything away, you know, competition-wise. But what are we expecting today, EU versus NA?
Yeah, to be clear, by the way, I didn't say somebody had to contest boat. I said the folks that are uncontested at boat needed to get aggressive and go do something on the map, right? Like, I think that's the key factor.
You called them bored.
No, they were. Okay, listen,
You did.
This is actually a big storyline for the day. Our casters were just talking about it. Boat's going to be contested. I don't think there's any question about that if you look back on the last couple rounds of competition. But today, there will be uncontested drop spots, and I'm not even going to name them necessarily. We've already talked about a couple of them. If they find themselves uncontested, what do you need to do? Your anchor can hang out. Once you got the guns you need, go fly at your opponents, go get kills. This is not normal BR, folks. We know how Resurgence works. We have to get aggressive. We have to get those early kills so that we can then play for late game and our multipliers will actually do something. This is the age-old story in this competition. Fantastic placements don't do everything. You need kills. One way to do that is either win out your POI immediately or be uncontested immediately, and you can go chalk other people that are fighting and you can third party them. It's a great formula for success.
Well, you got to have the formula for success. What's the formula? SpongeBob's crying for it. Let's talk G2, though. G2 is a great org, man. And, you know, honestly, Scythe, big man, anxiety. This team had a lot of buzz about them last year in the qualifier. I'm not getting into the weeds of it, okay? But I'm just saying they had a lot of buzz about them. But I think they really did gain a lot of respect on the EWC stage. They already have that LAN experience, and what was a new roster, new guns, now not veterans, but at least way more experienced than they were just last year. Enigma, we'll start with you. What do we know about this G2 roster? What are they looking to do this year?
I think the experience that you mentioned is incredibly important, because last year the online stages, they looked really hot. They get to LAN, and honestly, we were in the booth upstairs, and you could basically see certain players shaking at the desk with the pressure that they were under. They do a really good job of kind of coming back into this year. They stick together, one of the very few rosters that have, and have built themselves into a formidable force, finishing second in upper round one, tying up in terms of average kills when it came to teams like Twisted Minds. So they've got the slaying ability. The important thing for me here is your landing spot is Lumber Mill. You have to be dominant here, because when we get to the global stage, when we get to LAN, who are you up against? The Gentlemates. So you've got to be perfect. You cannot afford to see cracks at regional level and expect them to not then be a hamstringing situation for you when you get to that LAN.
I think for me, when we talk about teams here, we said, yeah, I think it's really easy to see who, you know, team 1, team 2 is going to be in some format between Twisted Minds and Falcons. I think to me, it's an easy third for G2. I think for a lot of the reasons you just said, Enigma, they're playing at a lumber mill. They have a lot of space for free. Reminder, folks, they won 2 games in that upper round 1 and against some very formidable opponents. A lot of them finding themselves here in this lobby here again today. Winning games is going to be so crucial today to get that 1.6 multiplier backed up with the kills that we know that they can get. I think G2 cannot be overlooked if you're coming into this competition. You have to respect them when it comes to this map.
Well, and also to be very clear as well, they won 2 games. The only teams to win games: Vitality, G2, Twisted Minds, Falcons. Those are the only teams that won games in uppers. So this is one of the top teams today, no question about it.
Well, we're talking about G2, Gen.G, FaZe, Esports, so many different and talented rosters, but there are some unsigned rosters, Tiff, that we also need to keep our eyes out for.
Look, hey, you guys are talking about all these people that are really good at getting kills, and I'm sitting here thinking about Team Knight, Gabe, Clumsy. You look at that team on paper when it comes to Resurgence, and you're like, oh my God, like how are we not chatting about them? They averaged 9.4 kills, or placement, I'm sorry, 11.75 kills in the upper round 1, which means they are just slightly under that average of Twisted Minds, G2, and Vitality. And if they could just get a better placement here in these qualifier finals, that multiplier should get them enough that they need to stay in the top 5. Clumsy was looking phenomenal back when we were on Area 99. You're talking about Knight, who was a Resurgence grinder over on Rebirth. And then you throw Gabe into the mix. Dude, they're going to be crazy good today if we can get some good multis.
So I'm hearing they're just a bunch of slayers, right? And they know how to slay out, but let's see if they can get the wins in the multiplier. That also makes a difference. Let's try it for the second time. Game number 1, Dandro Enigma, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much. I love being able to talk Warzone with some of my favorite people on the planet, Enigma. It's a lot of great conversation through a lot of those teams, right? And I think all the teams we highlighted, definitely our viewers should be keeping their tabs on. We got 10 maps today, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of opportunity to come out with a lead or come surging from behind. Both things that we saw yesterday in EU. But if you're getting ready to drop on into map number 1, Enigma, you are some of these teams. What do you think has to be the utmost importance at the top of your head as you get ready to drop on in?
I think settle any nerves. We saw yesterday teams were very quick to get into gunfights that not necessarily needing to. And we're going to hear some gunfights kind of raging on at the start of drop 1 here. And not a surprise to anybody. That will be a situation for everyone right now. You're trying to warm up, get yourself in through that pre-game lobby. Make sure the shot is feeling very crispy. And, you know, that will help you in the sense of settling the nerves. But I'm looking at the leaders of these teams. I want, you know, my Hisoka, my Almond to reach around and say, guys, we go in, we have a game plan, and we are feeling fantastic. That, for me, would make me ready to run through a brick wall.
I'm right there with you. You got a strong IGL who's helping you call the shots, and you don't even have to think about it. It's just where can you L1, R1? I like what we're being able to see here. Map number 1, all about setting the pace for the day. Come out, win your contest, win your drop, slay out, get to those deeper multipliers. Build some of that confidence that you're always looking for when it comes to Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence, man. This is looking very, very fun. We're getting ready. Players are in the plane. Enigma, let's get ready for map number 1 of the North American qualifiers here. 5 teams going to Birmingham. It is going to be a wild ride.
Important note on zone, by the way, it's going to drag heavily towards this southeastern corner, potentially setting ourselves up for a Southern Bridge play. That's the area between Lumbermill, Boat, and Main Street. So any teams over Lumbermill, of which there are 3, by the way. Gen.G are going to contest over with G2 and Team Dr. Mans. We asked if there was going to be adjustments. We've certainly got them nice and early.
Well, down here at the Boat, this is a battle that we've come to know and love. The Falcons versus J-Tech. Raul Believe. A little bit of trades just going on through between the two. It's actually going to leave Noobs as the only player from Falcons alive. He takes some damage. The plates get ripped off. He's got to go for a swim. And I like what we see from Raul. You have blood in the water. Quite literally. You're just trying to get this kill, but Noobs will answer back in kind. Just long enough for some of the teammates to get back on in. But a shaky start for the Falcons here in map number 1.
And that's the nerves I'm talking about. You want to get out and get aggressive. You want to get instantly into the fight. And it can easily go wrong here on Resurgence. The endless life situation can be something you overestimate in moments like that. Rated will get around the back of Big Man here. That's a kill. And it looks like G2 will lose the majority of the fight here at Lumbermill. Gen.G, we wanted to see them step up. Can you do more? Can you deliver better than you did in upper round 1? Well, certainly off to a far more sure start. We're back to this fight at the Boat, and it looks like Falcons have found themselves a bit more of a presence. And, well, if anything, if Believe goes here, does a wonderful job to find Hisoka, but he will be the last man standing for his squad on the Boat.
Yeah, and you can see Noobs has had to back up all the way to that bridge, so it's just Dongi left alone here. believe lurking down below. I don't know if Dung will be able to sniff him on out. You can see some of the teams starting to lurk, and maybe the rest of the Falcons will come on over and maybe sort of group up here on this boat, try and take this fight to them. So, well, some of these will continue to rage on. Let's take a look over at Main Street, my friend. We were wondering, where's this brand new FaZe Esports roster going to go? Looks like it's going to be towards Main Street. Fight breaking out against Nate Dogg. You're going to be able to take down the captain, but Tappa is there for a trade between these two squads. We've come to know and love this side. Nate Dogg himself having a POI named after him, and it's for a reason. They're going to very understand how to play from this side of the map and how to maybe take some of these fights against some newcomers.
Yeah, certainly going to be aware of every nook and cranny and how to play out various situations. That being said, suffering right now, Prospect, the man who slayed out in lower round 2 to get his team into this position, gonna have to in front of him. The crack comes through, but well, yeah, Vitality all over the, sorry, Gabe's squad all over the top of each other here. As Knight sits atop that bank roof and lets his boys go out on the hunt. The free cam's going to tell us they've cleared this part of Main Street out. Rotate back, set yourselves up for what comes next. An important note, Twisted Minds, they got Mansion completely for free. Quick look at the kill feed, by the way. G2 are answering back on Gen G, finding 2 bloods and hunting down the 3rd quickly.
Oh, this is what we also like to see. Vitality was a team that we are going to keep our eyes on. Similar to what we saw at T1 yesterday, playing out of this train side. They get it for free. They're going to have all of the streaks, loadouts, everything you want at your disposal to try and take some of these fights. You fly on forward. You might lose Knight in the process, but you'll at least be able to make those trades. You can see the player flying in on the roof. Sage, he wants to get active here. He's going to hit the zip. Not going to let you get away here, though, as Gabe tries to sprint on down. A little ex-teammate on ex-teammate love coming on in there between a couple of those players. But what I like what we see more here, it's Vitality. They loot up train, and it's a quick move out of that POI to come on in, and they're going to start to gain control of this Main Street area.
Well, with the zone dragging heavily towards the southwestern corner, it's pulling squads like Vitality in far quicker than normal, and I don't think a lot of the teams are ready for it. They're engaged in their own fights, used to a different tempo entirely, and they're getting run over right now. Knight does well, actually, to hit the buy and get his boys back in before he's cleaned up. He's the anchor. Him now being dead is a big problem for that roster. They've got to find a place to put him and keep him safe. G2, they're going to roam through stacks here. Heartbeat sensor, that's the main meta right now in your tactical slot. It's going to let you know this is all very, very busy. Gen G is sat up in the main building, but there's plenty of company still around.
Yes, these two fights that have been battling each other, just it feels like all game long. I think maybe G2 a little bit surprised to see Gen G landing at their POI. It's been a little bit of a regain where Gen G, they're controlling main. You force G2 to go over towards stacks, but as Vitality has moved on in to this Main Street side, you got a lot of teams around them. Let's do a little bit of a listening with this squad.
My stairs, 2 on my stairs.
I'm nading it.
First, I don't see anything.
In my side room.
Yeah.
Wait, in my comic, I think.
Nothing.
Yeah, my comic, 2 of them. There's seconds over me.
Yeah.
They're above me.
Another one hit our front door. Another one hit our front door. Robot in the front door.
Don't bottomatic.
Yeah, I'm playing up on this. I'm ready for you.
Everything up top.
Can I get this? Nothing.
Up top.
They jumped out.
You gotta try to get this contract done in the back, bro.
There's a guy in the side building. We can bang out to solo.
Yeah, let's go. The team is crossing right now on the tray.
Kill one on Aham's.
I'm going for his teammate.
I'm coming. I'm pitching him.
I'll crack them. Just let it out on me. The different team he's running away. Nice.
One guy's in bank. Team is white.
You gotta play with him.
I'm about to come to you.
Top bank.
He's like on the side of the zip.
Yeah, very top bank.
I got one's on my side building, my corner building. You got me. Bro, let's roll in JTech. There's two in yellow.
Can we try to play for our I'm trying to see if we can play for our loadout then.
And will be Vitality in a spot bother actually by the end of that listening. I thought they were doing a wonderful job, but there's a miscomm. There's a moment where Sage wants to hit a pinch. Skull isn't there just in time, and as such, you end up dropping in numbers. And will be them trying to restabilize inside of Main Street. A very tough task indeed. We look at Twisted Minds. We said they got Mansion for free. They've been able to set themselves out and slowly roll down this map. Going to be set up in Barn, and Shifty stood atop Grandma's right now is going to have to look over all of that chaos at Main Street. One of the boys getting back in will be up in the air, but they'll just be providing a UAV right now. I think that's going to be Allman just letting the boys know, look, this is what our next rotation looks like. Here's how we want to fight it.
Really good call out. A little bit of a look at the map to see where some of these players are setting on up here. You kind of look downstairs that lumber mill side, and I mean, you'll notice team number 7, Gen G, nowhere found on the map. They have been wiped very early on. So exactly like Tiff said in that early part of the show, you're going to be able to find those kills, but if you can't find the multiplier, it may be tough. It is only map 1. We got 10 maps to go, but for Gen G, I liked what we saw early game. Unfortunately, it just looks like the conversions just aren't there. For Twisted Minds, though, they've continued to push on down here. They're trying to take this fight against Team Oreo. Z Smith's going to be able to open up the fight onto Brax. It's a good shots onto the top, and you are starting to put this team in a little bit of a do-si-do. It's easy to get lost in this POI, but you're going to be able to spread on out. If you are Twisted Minds, find some of those kills. And now, if you are Team Oreo, you got to start to back on up and figure out what side of the map do you want to try and play this from.
Yeah, but I've just watched Brax try and land at stacks, and there's 2 different teams fighting over that, so G2 mop him up quickly. Riders in trouble, Braxton as well. Oreo will fall in 11th. FaZe also out very recently as well, so numbers dwindling as this zone quickly drags everyone towards this bottom corner. Nate Dogg's going to return to Nate Dogg and buy his 2 teammates back in. But your problem is you're going to have squad 4. That is the Falcons at the boat. And cross if you dare. Under so much pressure here. And, well, your boys have had to go and land in the water. Colony, though, does get wiped by them. Nate gets knocked, but, well, you've managed to get yourself ever deeper. You want in top 5 for your next multiplier.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to be able to stay alive. Trick already sitting on 6. I think this is maybe the right call for the time being. Stay out in the water if you can, but look down at Lumbermill. Feels like every time we come on over to this POI, there's a new team looking to get into the scuffle. This time it's going to be Twisted Minds. You've lost Z-Smith, and it looks like some type of an engagement against G2, and, well, that's what's going to happen, and unfortunately, it's just not even any of those members. Look who it is. It's G Vela, who's swinging on out. He's just causing some chaos. Popping out when he needs to, getting those shots on in. Finally, Shifty will be able to get on up, clear that out. It's a little bit more space given to you, but Twisted Minds, Enigma, they're in a strong power position right now.
They sure are, and they have sent themselves through the map. I looked over to my right, capital letters Goj put sent, and I was curious about what he meant, but yeah, Twisted Minds managed to go from essentially the far north side of the available map all the way down to this bottom corner. Lumbermill will be where we end, essentially here, and he's decided to put themselves in the best position. Raul, I was a little bit nervous for your reposition for a moment there. You don't have coverage from the teammate. I think Believe has just decided to land on whoever you're trying to engage. But squad 16, Trixie Vibes, Mayhem, and Mayhems will be trying to push themselves across these rooftops. Got to be wary of Falcons, though. They still have that body on boat, and 2 in L. They will control a good spot for this western side.
I mean, Falcons are in such a good position right now that they can just look at these 2 teams battling, and they might be able to sort of clean it on up. Because the second they've done that, they just got to turn their sights over towards Lumbermill. For this team, though, Trixie Vibes, Mayhem, and Mayhems, Young Mayhem, Unk Mayhem, as they like to call each other, they're going to have to sort of play together. Even if you win this fight, even if you take out Team Believe, it's going to be a while to get on over there. Still, here at the Lumbermill, the battle rages on. Anxiety, he'll be able to claim some blood under Dr. Mans.
We'll say, by the way, Twisted Minds, they're gone. They fall outside of your top 5. 8th, 9th, somewhere around there. Won't matter. Same multiplier. G2 have taken control of the main building. We'll have company from Dr. Mans. That is Hoodie Gang and Way alongside him. And that was the squad that actually wiped Twisted. So what a scalp to take here in map 1. No doubt plenty of kills on that Twisted Minds roster, but that is going to be far from a top 5 placing by the end of this one. The XR3 is going to ring out and find plenty of damage on the Falcons players at boat. We are now inside our top 5. Next multiplier, ladies and gentlemen, is for the victory. Watch all these teams now. Next circle is going to tell us where we're pulling. They're going to settle. They're going to figure their route into where we need to go. And it's the north side of Lumber. And 2 teams are scrabbling over it.
No shot that I just see a loadout Ion. I'm getting Signal 50 flashbacks as we speak. G2 doing such a great job of, I feel like, just maintaining this POI. This is their home. They're going to understand how to play around this POI the best as well as they can. And look at this. You're getting some ideas of some teams at distance. Some good shots going on out. And this is maybe why we're starting to see this gun come on out. So while you have Falcons towards the north, the rest of the squads are going to be at your back and to the sides. You can see Falcons are starting to push on forward. You're going to have 10x here. Dong's going to back on down. You let the teammates try and work with you. You saw one, but you might think this is a full roster. You're not fully aware that it could be a solo. Good shots here from Noobs. EGRT in hand. Try and back down a little bit of that G2 player. Peeking their head out of a window. Finding a kill here on the 10x would be huge, but Sukra, he's actually cuts down Dongi in the meantime. So while you do get wiped, that is a huge blow to the Falcons roster.
Certainly is. It's a trade that you would not have wanted to make if you're the Falcons.
You do get that garage building, but it ain't going to protect you from Lumber Mill for much. Scythe gets picked up, though, by Jay Vela, so suddenly your number's down. It's a two, but a full 3 in front of you. This is the ex-Backer team. They're rolling up. They've got themselves control of the best landmass, but that zone pull drags everyone to Cole, and the best team there is Dr. Mans. They're going to try and hold it off from the Falcons.
We saw Jay Vela poked his head out, took some of those Twisted Minds members, but has been able to regain with the rest of the squad as well. Teammate Praise finds Big Man as well. It's one last player from G2, was able to run out into the gas and get the buy. Now Praise has to also do a little bit of the same. You have the teammate from above, but unfortunately for you, it's just too many shots as the Falcons, even though you lost Dongi, it's Soka, it's Noobs. They're playing from this top goal side. They are lighting everyone up. Jay Vela's going to land behind. Clear him on out if you can, but Jay Vela off the drop will be able to find Noobs, and you're getting a little bit of help. Anxiety from the front finds way. Dr. Man's down. It is now a 2v1 here between G2 and Hisoka. He's going to line it on up. M8 in hand. Good shots. Does he make the read? A player's pushing up from his left. If he can catch this with the rev in hand, it could be crazy. Nades going up over the top. Won't manage to get there. G2, play together. You do not want to give this into a series of 1v1s right now. Soka, he's going to calm it down. On the heartbeat, and actually Soka's not going to use it. He's just going to fly, find Scythe. What the hell's he doing? And it turns out he's piloting a bomb drone that does catch Soka flush. It will be G2 that takes map 1. Terrified for a split second, but they had complete control. Managed to fight over and over again for Lumbermill, and as the zone rotated, it felt like they consistently had a man down, but they closed it all out, and let's see exactly how they did it from their point of view with G2's victory moment.
Guys, push this guy, push the guy, push the guy.
Help him. I killed Noobs. Help him.
Kill him. Get load out, Luke, guys. 2v1, 2v1, 2v1.
Just wait, just chill. Just wait for Scythe to help you.
Let up. He's right in front of me, Seth. He's right in front of me. Right in front of me.
Just chill. Just wait inside. Wait. Just wait for Scythe. Yo, you can like just wait him out, bro. Just back up. Then we'll iron now. I'm going in the drone inside. Don't tweet.
No,
you just don't spam us. You can get free one.
It's a long way from your location. Move like you mean it.
On the left. Soka.
He's weak.
Oh. The shit! Fucking goal!
Good shit, bro. Good
Holy
shit,
fuck.
I didn't do shit.
Look at this. It made the fuck out of him. Look at this.
Comms there in those final moments, keeping your teammates in check, making sure they don't make a boneheaded play and throw away that 2v1. Love the camaraderie that we have there. But we can see there from the final moments, how do you even get to that positioning? And it's really right here. It's Anxiety. Basically, he's able to slide on out. You get some cover from this truck bed that's there. Teammate's going to be able to land on in behind with you. That Scythe landing on in behind, and you kind of have this idea. You're hearing some of these shots towards the north, more towards Cole. You're doing some math in your head saying it's got to be a solo. Let me see. Huge for Anxiety to be able to find a way, and it's just as the Falcons take this fight towards this top Cole side, G2, they understand you just got to play this down below. Don't tweak.
Yeah, G2 will be sending some thanks over as well to Jay Vela, who manages to float in from the sky and actually knock Noobs in the process. Otherwise, it's a 2v2 Falcons high ground for this end game fight. And I love the great stuff there out of Big Man. Just tells Anxiety, hang on a minute, slow it down, back up, play the numbers advantage, because he was getting a little bit carried away. We get that look as well. Soka taking a bomb drone directly to the face, and the production team are on it. We're gonna get it like a Michael Bay movie. Glorious stuff. But, well, G2, they answered yet more questions, and it's that, you say camaraderie. That's the word that it seems to be with these three. They were under a lot of pressure last year. They saw themselves through all comers, and this year they've stuck together and they want to make that run again. Great way to get that started.
X3 Ions, bomb drones. I love what this team is doing, and I know that the desk is also going to love that game. Let's go ahead. Let's hear what Taylor, Coach, and Tiff have to say about our first game.
Thank you, Dendro Enigma. If it wasn't for the bomb drone, I think Hisoka actually clutches that up. Falcons take game number 1. But let's give our flowers over to G2, taking a big win. Gosh, they get blessed by zone. Lumber is where they love to go. Lumber is where the zone ends up ending, or just a little bit outside, of course, Cole. But great game number 1. I'm glad we highlighted G2 at the top of the show. Made sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. They're a top 3 team and they're winning map 1. This makes a ton of sense. This is their map to win, frankly. I mean, as we look back on all of the chaos, the one kind of thorn in the side of the caveat about this being their map to win is that they got sent on at the very beginning by Gen G of all teams. Gen G, we were talking about, weren't really sure where they would land. They held all the way down to Lumber and they tried to play spoiler to a couple of the teams over here. We also see Dr. Mans down here, but G2 was in the blender to start things off. However, the resilience, communication, and the experience around that POI means G2 are going to win that at the end of the day.
Gen G, a team that I feel, obviously in this case having Aiden, a roster that might fizzle out a little bit too early, but might be able to get slayability at least at the beginning of the game. I don't know, going back to just last year with Twisted Minds, I felt like they could slay out, but they would fizzle out before the multiplayer. Granted, they did win. I digress. I do want to talk, though, going over towards Twisted Minds, an early exit tiff. I mean, what? They end up getting out, I believe, in like 8th place to Dr. Mans, of all teams.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy when you got some teams that were grinding the lower rounds coming through and just showing out. But I love that they do that in map number 1 because you can get a lot of those nerves out of the way before a 10-game series. And I kind of raised the question yesterday in EU when Gentlemates had the same thing, an early exit in map number 1. They turn around, they won map number 2, and then just carried on for the dominance. So Twisted Minds, a storied team, they should have no issue with the bounce back.
Yeah, and here's that moment, by the way. They full send all the way to Lumber, which I thought was a pretty risky play, but also they're playing for in-game. It makes a lot of sense. There's just too many people there for them to handle.
Bomb drone straight to the face. I don't know. I was feeling it, Tip. Hisoka being last up there. I'm like, he's going to clutch this. At some points, he almost feels invincible. But here's your map 1 winners, Scythe, Anxiety, and Big Man, a team that is on a tear, Tip.
Yeah, you really can't give Soka any ground, especially when he's already got height. And that's where the casters talked about it. We got to hear it in that victory moment, the comms. When you have your player essentially as a duo kind of extending out a bit too far, and Big Man's like, yo, boy, you got to come back. You got to play as a duo because Soka will isolate you out. And I think that bomb drone kind of hunting Soka down allowed them to just kind of hit the knock, finish it out. And now, you know what we do? We just go again because I'm pretty sure that game exceeded their average kills per game from upper round 1, and that's what we like to see here in the finals.
Yeah, 21 kills. That is a massive game number 1. I'm sure we're going to be seeing some meteoric numbers by the end of game number 10. Gosh, FaZe Esports, though, we highlighted them. They were just at least announced about an hour ago. But disappointing game number 1. Doesn't mean a disappointing end result, but finished off in 11th place.
Yeah, as a quick reminder, by the way, we are playing 10 games, so there is a little bit more room for error versus the 8 that we played in some of the other rounds. But as expected, this is something we called out, or at least briefly called out. Or maybe I just was talking to myself about this. I don't really know. I assumed they were going back to Main Street. This is where they played in the upper bracket. It's also where they struggled in the upper bracket. Yeah. So yes, the map is different. Yes, teams are laying in different spots. This is where they seem to be most comfortable. It's just not working, not yet, but we're only 1 game in.
Only 1 game in, plenty to go. We're talking 9 more. So if your team didn't have the best of game 1, that's okay. Still filling it out, still figuring it out. And speaking of which, Gosh, you had a big conversation in our chats, mainly about drops. And you noticed that there were some POIs that were freed up, teams dominating those POIs. Did anything abnormal happen compared to your research before game number 1?
I think the big one obviously is Gen G. They decided to change things up pretty dramatically. I think other than that, the main part that seemingly was pretty wide open and therefore Trixie Vibes decided to go there was that church area around center of the map. But with our zone pulling southeast, it really wasn't like a super valuable place because Twisted Minds had Mansion 4 literally free. There was nobody there at all. Nobody within a country mile, frankly. So because of that, they just said, well, we're just going to hang out here briefly, go slay out around church, and then move on our merry way. And then, of course, they eventually full send. I expect to see Twisted Minds somewhere about halfway up this leaderboard with the amount of kills they were able to pick up.
Well, Tiff, let's find out. What's our leaderboard looking like?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. G2 at the top based off that 21 kill, 1.6x multi, 33.6 with the Falcons, of course, getting second with a 1.4 hot on their tails. Now, Jay Vela in the mix as well in that top 5 situation. Trick, Nate Dogg, and Tappa with an 18. Twisted Minds, maybe not as many kills as Ghost probably thought they had, but I'll take a 13.2 all day considering you have that point sponge at the top. Now, when you look outside the top 5, which is, of course, guys, that's where you want to be if you want to get to the Birmingham LAN. Dr. Mans inside the top 5, getting a 1.4x multi. It's a shame they didn't have a lot more kills to go alongside of it, but of course we are just getting started.
Just getting started indeed. There's your top 5 so far. We look down the list. Granted, this is only after 1 game. Still have 9 games to go. So for those teams that are down there from 11th to 16th, plenty of time to come back. After all, you look at 11th, 8.4 to 5th, 13.2. It's not too crazy just yet, but it might get there after what, 5, 6, 7 more games. Speaking of which, it's time for game number 2. Dandro Enigma, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor. I mean, a great breakdown of everything that we saw there from game number 1, and especially about the drop spots on where some of these teams are now landing and where maybe they struggled there in map number 1. But judging what we saw from map number 1 here at Enigma, I mean, a couple of highlight teams, right? Definitely doing what we thought they would do best, but also a couple of newcomers, mainly Jay Vela. We got to give some credit to the ex-Baka roster that's coming on in here, because not only do they make their way over to Lumbermill, they kind of play spoiler to Twisted Minds, and they make it all the way to the very end.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is one of those teams that sometimes you see make a run to like the finals. They've made it through the lower portion. You're kind of like, all right, you managed to see off some very small fish. How do you look when you step up against the Sharks? Turns out they look bloody good. So hopefully they can continue that, add in yet another storyline to our Bible that is being written in front of us. But yeah, they are this young team with a lot to prove. Obviously, Hector over on the pulse check, so a lot of love in them, a lot of faith in them early on in the season, and has done a great job of bringing them all through. But I mean, you're in there again. Drop 2 will be seconds away. And if you are that team and several others, you're sat, again, calm the nerves, get yourself ready, talk about the game plan, be ready and think it through. The one thing we're going to look for here in the drops, what I really want to kind of pay attention to, we had a very southeastern pulling zone there. I'm very curious to see if teams change it up based on a different zone. Was the Gen G change, for example, just to do with location rather than an ongoing strategy?
It's a great question. I mean, I like what we saw at the Gen G. I mean, if you're going to be able to get aggro very early on over towards Lumbermill, I don't hate it, right? If they think, hey, this is a top squad, if we can get them out early, we now get this power POI, and we're going to feel very, very good about it. I think it's a solid, strategy to be able to have. But like you mentioned, I feel like what we saw in some recent scrims from Gen G, they're kind of just looking at where zone goes and then changing up their POI based upon it. Let's see if maybe here in game number 2 it could be a different story. But a lot of movement happening around our map. A lot of maybe newcomers here finding some success in game number 1. Will we see some more teams strut their way to the top, or will it be the usual suspects finding themselves here in map number 2? And well, look where we are going, Enigma, and I'm looking at that number 7 Gen G. They found their way over to research, and well, team 15, they're now going to be the team trying to take it to G2 at Lumbermill, as it's going to be Hoodie Gang and Way immediately getting dropped. And oh no, not like this, Dr. Mans. Thankfully, oh my god, you don't get picked up out of the sky just like that. But over at the boat, Team Raul already eliminated
in a heartbeat, and we've seen 2 teams potentially wiped here as well. I missed the second if that is the case. 3 squads will land in Research Center, 2 will land in Mini. One of those teams hitting the main building will be Clown. Set themselves up here against Team 14. That is going to be that praise GunX J Vela roster. 1 kill comes through, trade instant, but it comes back in that direction as well. So GunX gonna have to find a corner and lay low for a moment as Gen G try and resurge into the area. And Clown, he's just holding the stairs here, ready for any late pushes or anyone coming in through main lobby.
Yeah, we didn't even get a chance to talk about this team of Clown, Watch Waldo, and Colony 2K. A really solid roster. We've watched Clown and Watch Waldo play together so much. They've kind of become the kings of research in North America, it feels like. They've had so many different rosters kind of rotate on through there and try and land, and they're always the team coming out on top. So no surprise to see here when that zone pulls up to research that they're going to feel very comfortable with that. Back here down towards the main street, we're starting to see this is where Vitality, they make this realization, hey, we got to go across the map if we're going to try and get on in. We flex over towards main street, and unfortunately we see them do get knocked.
Interesting change up there. I think that's actually a counter play from the last map. Team Knight got a little bit surprised by Vitality, almost bamboozled by them, and they go push out instead for it. Let's check back in at Mini. Elito will find Grimy. Big scalp to take here. The 2 remaining players of that roster will be nearby, and they'll back you down with very well placed thermite. Great timing on that. All of a sudden, you kind of back on all over the top of each other, and Elito's just trying to stay alive while teammate reses. Crack comes through.
Nice. Watch over. Good shots. Try and wait for some of that trade. Sucro's going to be able to find that full on to destroy, but it's 2v1 down here at the bottom. You have to be very careful. You get the armor crack onto Adrian, and you are flying forward with this rev. Unfortunately, you run out of bullets. Maybe you get some last-second tags with the M8. It's just not going to be enough. The rest of this Virtus Pro roster, they're going to be able to get their feet underneath them, start pushing on through. So, got to be very, very careful if you are some of this Team 10X roster, because you might get found on out. Over towards Barn, we're starting to finally see Twisted Minds make their way out of Mansion. Still getting it for free, by the way. You might be looking at it saying it's free real estate, and I think they're going to realize that. Start to make their way on over towards houses. An idea that there's got to be somebody nearby. Trixie Vibes brings out some early shots. And now Twisted Minds, they are on the hunt. They're going to be able, at least be able to find one, but Mayhems goes huge. Actually finds Shifty and Z-Smake. Can you get these cleanups? You can. That's both members of Twisted Minds taken on down. A little 2-for-1. You'll take that every day of the week.
Yeah, great work there. The fact that Trixie stays alive for that long just allows Mayhems to position himself over at Mill to look over. He's then able to trade. And Mayhem actually hits the roof and grabs his loadout to play cleanup as well. So great stuff from them. Way to see off what will be a major force through this afternoon. Back in with Knight, and Nate Dogg smokes him inside of back, finds the clean, and that just leaves Clumsy trying to hit a rotation here. He calls in the PEA. If you've actually called that in and that clicked the glass, he'll struggle to get out and away from it. And we'll just about get ahead of it. That was terrifying. Gen G out as well, by the way. FaZe gone. Big names falling early.
Brother, I was watching that kill feed and it felt like there was 10 people that shot up all at once. I'm watching Nate Dogg get deleted as well. This northeastern zone is causing so many fights on the edge that you're just watching these teams get wiped. And this is what you and I talk about all the time. It's like when you have these research zones, you're going to see one of two things happen. It's so many teams getting dropped on rotation, and it's so many other teams just getting stuck at research, and you're getting put in this blender with no opportunity to stay alive. Actually, it doesn't even really work out for the best way, and you leave the opportunity for a lot of these Falcons rosters and other big teams to just kind of mow down the entire rest of the lobby on the outskirts of zone.
Well, the thing is with research is, like, if you do manage to get a hold of it, it's a free win for you with this kind of zone. It's actually getting a hold of it, and no one is achieving that right now. I'll also let you know that Virtus Pro are in big trouble up on the north side of the map because they've lost mini fights to 10X. And Twisted Minds are now struggling to get out of Mansion. Shifty goes down, Almond again. Smith will land back in for the loadout. However, you're under pressure instantly from Vitality, and they smell blood. They're on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, if Vitality can find Z-Smith here towards the top, that's a huge team out. You have this entire north side zone, but I think Z-Smith will be okay as he is towards that roof side. Let's get a little bit of picture here what's happening over on this research area, because it's been about 3 or 4 teams battling it out since the drop. Great shots from Jay Vela. Okay, you're going to back down this player as you are just flying on forward, but you are going to drop, and you do not get the realization that a player is from the other side. Colony, a huge 2-piece for you. You find Jay Vela, you find Praise. At least Praise will get confirmation on 1, but a great way to swing that back into your side.
Let's check in on the Falcons. Haven't seen them for a moment. They're at Cole. We'll have a northern rotation on their hands soon, but got to deal with the threat from G2 first. You've lost Soka in all of this. There's a buy station nearby, and Donkey has a lot of cash, but the resurgence time should still be active. So you get him back in, you're fine. And yeah, you're right. Team Knight rolling up through the backside. PA's actually going to splash and could catch several in the sights. First one's going to be knocked, but does you read Knight is this close? You haven't pulled out your heartbeat in a minute. You might not have the intel.
I think if you're Donkey, you get a little bit blessed there that you only find the one, and you're just going to go ahead and back on up. I'm waiting for Noobs to maybe get an idea that Team Knight has made their way on up. You find Hoodie Yang, who's just trying to maybe tuck himself in a corner, but the knock is there. Semtex from over the top will give you the confirmation. Back over here at G3. Look who's still battling it out. It's Twisted Minds. It's Vitality. Shifty is going to claim first blood into this fight onto Skullface. Brought on down. Blast. A couple of shoulders here. You back Shifty down into 10. Do any of these nades connect up over the top? It doesn't look like it. In Blast, you got to get out of this train car. Look at the positioning from Twisted Minds here. Almond in the back. He's getting those great shots on in, and Shifty will be able to get the buy onto Z-Smith. That's going to be the opportunity right now for Trixie Vibes, Mayhem, and Mayhems to push on forward. Shifty is dropped. Vitality might have just got bailed out.
Almond, by the way, managed to land bridge, and Virtus Pro now going to try to take the fight here at Research. Let's listen in, mug the chaos, and see how they're handling it.
I got needed. Did he run over here? I think so. I don't see him. No, they're all above, so. We got this, boys. Let's go. We're good.
I'm gonna land on you and get my
I'm
loot.
looking above.
I'm in here.
I hear them on the roof up top. That's about it.
One just hit that roof.
Yep.
Money on you. Yeah, there's one height right here.
Right here.
High's about to look over at me, I think.
Yo, big man, trick, and clamp. Okay, 3 teams here.
I
think we're just
landing out close.
I gotta get my loot second. Can you help me?
I'm coming. Yep, here.
On you, I think. Close right.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
You got it, Grim?
Yeah.
I need you guys to
looking
start
at you
getting
from window a
some
second.
kills.
Knocked one down the lane, down the lane. 50
4
down the
teams
lane.
here. I'm playing that with you. Watch above us.
We'll get that up. He's gonna get res. Can we play
I mean,
one
we
floor
should
up?
play above.
Yeah. Go.
I'm going.
Crack, watch out. Absolute.
I'm here.
You ran up.
Take your time.
You ran up.
Yeah,
Yep,
take your time.
I need plays.
I have one play here.
I don't have much. Go. Down low. One's on the stairs. Yo, look at this guy outside. Can we go back?
Grammy, play with him. Grammy, play.
Well, I know it's no surprise to anybody that these comms are mint from those 3. We could see all the chaos, we could see all the action, but you wouldn't guess it from the way Virtus Pro is sounding. Some great jobs there from Adrian to kind of keep his team on a leash, right? They get that crack onto the player, they get a knock onto Shifty, and they want to surge on forward. They want to get those fulls. But Adrian's saying, nope, we have better positioning. We don't need to try and throw our life away to do that. Great ideas coming out of Virtus Pro.
Absolutely love everything about it. This is about to be the most chaotic ending to a map we've seen in some time. We're not even inside top 10 yet, and Dongi just found a couple of players swinging the corner. Does great work to get out, knife out, immediately zips down the corridor. Support coming in. Soka's going to look over, but look at the reposition from Noobs underneath. He's trying to find the jump up, and Soka finds the first.
Great ability to open this on up onto Elito. 2 more left. You can see Noobs trying to pinch from the other side. Can you manage to find them? A little bit of a hop-up regain if you are the Falcons. It's a 3v2, but you do not want to lose a player in this. If you can manage to win this fight, take over mini control, this could be huge, and especially for Noobs, who is kind of coming back on in, getting some of those guns for free. It's a great reset. Do you sniff out the remaining of those players? G2, they've managed to stabilize here on the parking lot, and I think they're A-okay right now, but to just sit here underneath the awning.
Certainly is. The action's going on elsewhere. G2 are going to be comfortable for a while. They're just going to play for positioning. It's been a tough game. They got a couple of points, and they've got a great map one to just sit and bank off of. So these guys are going to be here for a while. They'll be plenty good. It's the chaos that's kicking off everywhere else. The Falcons are going to have finally pushed teams out and away from Mini. Research is going to be cut in half by this next gas circle. So all the teams that exist inside there are going to get ever closer and are going to have to square up. We still have 11 teams in the engagement, and somehow Vitality are still bloody alive. They've rotated in yet again from bridge and find themselves not with 2 players inside Research, one on the north side anchoring.
I mean, just look at all of these teams that are hanging on out here. Almond, he's going to get some great shots going on out through. Had his own drone flying on forward. Unfortunately, will get caught in the back. Destroy. Going to be able to find Shifty and Z-Spit just trying to be able to stay alive, find some of these players left and right. You'd love to be able to slide on out here, go for that res, but you know that you have members of Nate Dogg just on the other side of your wall. And up top, it's Team Oreo holding down that roof side. Twisted Minds just trying to play the stairs. You got Nate Dogg and Tappa ahead of you. So many teams in this vicinity.
Just trying to understand what is happening around you right now. If you are this Twisted Minds duo, Smitty is down to 1 play. Allman gets a lot of intel that med bay is full. Zip's going to be hit, so that actually is going to give them a second to back out, almost passing like ships in the night. Gas, though, starting to move up. You can hear players coughing. VP going to try and find an exit out of this window and on that northern rotation, but there's players waiting.
Yeah, look at this. As they start to move on forward, you're going to see a couple players on the walls. You slide on out. Destroy. Caught by Brack. Grimy. He's going to be able to find the doopies onto Clapp and Braxton. Team Oreo eliminated. But the job isn't done yet. You still got more ahead of you. You got players fighting on the outside, players fighting on the inside. Almond will be able to find Tappa. Clear out some of the staircase, but you have to surge your way on forward. Gas at your back. You got to get out of Research.
Falcons, by the way, have found themselves in the perfect position for this pull and have cut down most of G2. They thought they were safe. They didn't last for very long. Great nade to finish off Grimy. Twisted Minds still have some foot in the fight somehow. Just trying to find any sort of blood right now. Vitality wiped. Not much left of Twisted Minds. Shifty will look on over from the skies, and that's the best you have to offer. Free Cam's going to tell us what we need to know. Scythe tucked inside the awning, but it will be the Falcon setup. And we're in a great place for rotation, but you're actually going to get a knock come through. Res should happen, but Scythe checks this. And my God, the coverage is in just in time.
Yeah, huge play from Noobs there. Look over the team. You clean it on up, and just like that, blink of an eye, we get down into a 3v1. Who is it? It's Shifty. Noobs will claim the final kill. It was absolute chaos to go from one side of the map to the other, but Team Falcons will be able to take game number 2, my friend. We'll have to wait and see how many kills they were able to secure. Well, it was a great rotation from them all the way down from Boat. Let's see how the end of that game played out for the Falcons.
Jumping down there, jump down front, and then land.
Help him on the left. Yeah, jump on the left. Oh my God.
There was a guy on my left. I don't know where he went.
There's a kid in the trash can. Yeah, help him with the left. Ape the left.
Yeah, he's on the orange truck, I think.
Cover the kid.
Is the trash can kid still alive?
Yeah, yes.
Let me crack him. I'm looking.
I'm resing him. Can you hold?
Look at his head. I'm trying. He's swinging it dead.
Nice. 3v1.
One's already in zone.
It's 3v1. Okay. Ape together. Shot together, please.
Yep. Here, I'm gonna run up the steps.
Yeah.
First. Oh, he died.
A fucking shit, boys. Come on.
Fucking go.
Good job. Let's go. Come on. The fuck on, baby.
I can submit it.
We've called him one of the greatest IGLs, arguably the best in the world for a very long time, for good reason. Soka there with incredible comms amongst the chaos. There's a tiny one that just makes so much of a difference in the moment. It's, I'm going to get the res, can you please cover over me here? That allows Noobs to hone in, make sure he picks off the G2 player that's peering over the wall, keeps them up as a full 3. Without that, you never know. Shifty could have landed in on Mini and managed to pick up a 1v1v1 fight. So, beautiful stuff, controlled the entire situation, but you look at that top left, that mini-map, they rotated in so early for this, put themselves in prime position.
It's that fight mini, right? They control it, allows them to play this wall, and you just avoid all of the fighting that you see on the left side of your map there. So many people just trying to get out of research, and you're just not able to. I felt bad. It looked like Smitty there. He slides on out, and he looks left, and guess what? You got a team to your left and a team to your right. It's just a 50-50. You're never going to win. But Falcons able to end that. I think I saw 29 when he pulled up the scoreboard at the end there. An absolutely great map from the Falcons to put them up the leaderboard, my friend. Felt like a lot of our heavy hitters finally made their way towards that end game. We're able to find the kills. Our research poll was absolutely crazy this early on, but I'm kind of glad that we're able to have it, right? Gives a lot of these teams the experience they need if we get that exact same poll later on in today. 10 matches, ladies and gentlemen. We're done and dusted with 2 of them. Let's bring the desk back on in. Help us break it all down.
Thank you very much, Sandro. Enigma. Yeah, dude, I love research endings. How could you not? It's so chaotic and super fun, but there is a constant. Looks like Falcons are on a tear. Second place game number 1, first place game number 2 in 2 different locations. Tiff, this roster could do no wrong.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that. Look, we knew they were going to be incredibly dominant coming into today. Probably one of the teams, barring anything major, we're going to be in the top 5 when it comes to advancing to Birmingham. But you're right. They averaged 3.9 in upper bracket 1. So if you're already kicking things off, consistent with a 1.4x multi, getting a potential 29 kill win here just to start things off in game number 2, I was like, oh, cool. That's going to be the biggest game that we've seen out of our qualifier finals so far. Actually not. T1 got a 30 kill win yesterday, so I'm gonna need our boys to step it up, and you know they're going to do that. But I think kind of starting off, sure, they had to cross the entirety of Haven's Hollow to get to Mansion, Research, but they get there, they take it over, and they do what they do best, Gauche. They clear out a side of a circle aside from G2, and G2 was just remnants of them left over there by the end.
Yeah, Big Man actually did a really good job here to stay alive. I mean, look how scary that was to make sure his teammates got back. But once they did, they just played safe and they tried to play for the end. The Falcons did is, like you mentioned, they wrapped all the way around the outside of the map. Now, playing through south side ended up being a much easier play than playing through Northside, which makes a lot of sense because Research can hold so many dang teams. The Falcons said, well, we start boat, let's just wrap around the south. G2's already cleared out Lumber, and all of a sudden we got a free walk to the finish line. Now, a huge shout out to Twisted Minds, by the way, for still being a top 5 team, even though they literally came from the opposite corner. They came all the way from Mansion, sent all the way through Research, and battled their way through Vitality to be there for a top 5 position. So a big shout out to Twisted Minds. Should still see them as a top 5 team, even though the Falcons just dropped a meteoric banger, like Taylor liked to say. I think that was nearly 47 points, by the way.
Huge. Yeah, meteoric, that's my word of the year. Made it made it I don't know,
it's
a
so
goal
hard to
of
say,
mine
but I like it
for 2026. Yeah, meteoric, you know, it's fun. It was also
Do
a
you have
great
a
Linkin Park
definition?
album. I don't ask me definitions. I'm really bad at them. I can't tell you what the means. Great game from Falcon, seriously. Phenomenal job. You know, Hisoka, again, we highlighted that he is a great IGL. And Gosh, one of the things about good IGL is they could quite literally take anybody, nearly anybody, as long as they can shoot straight. They got the gunny, and of course, with his new teammates, I mean, that's an understatement. They absolutely are the best in the world. But it comes to show you a good IGL can truly make a team probably the best in the world.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I will shout out, by the way, that if other teams, not the Falcons, don't do well today, you got to go get some team passes, Taylor, because you're going to be headed to the Open. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, team passes, they're up and available. They're going to be on sale Friday. Make sure you check it out. We want you all to get involved. I saw when this announcement was released, Repos was checking out on his stream. Repos, shout out to him, man. Yeah, team passes, they're on sale this Friday. We want you all to be involved. Let's take a look at our leaderboard, see what is shaking up and shaking out. So far, Falcons leading the way, no surprise. Second place, game 1. First place, game number 2, G2 still holding on, remnants of what their game number 1 was, but we do have some new teams joining up into the top 5, Tiff.
Yeah, this is really impressive considering Team Clown and Jay Vela both came through from the lower bracket. So seeing them early on stapling into top 5, I want them to remain consistent. When you have some heavy hitters outside in that 11th through 16th place, like Team Vitality, Virtus Pro, Gen G, and FaZe, I'm able to bridge that gap. If we're already in like 50 and 70 points and you're situated with just 10 on the leaderboard, good luck.
Yeah, I do start to worry because, you know, yesterday Ninja Pajamas, that was my team that I really wanted to see get top 5. They just started a little bit too late. They didn't show any life. Now my worry is for FaZe Esports, Gen G, a little bit too far behind, but only 2 games down. We've got 8 more to go. Let's hop into game 3. Dandro, Enigma, what can we expect?
I think that we can expect maybe an Eastern zone, because so far we've gone from Lumber up to Research. I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe we end train cars or something here on this one, Mr. Enigma. But what I do know that we've seen through the first 2 games is that some of our teams are thinking ahead. They're making the right plays, but it feels like they're just losing these key gunfights. And some other players are maybe having a little bit more premonition to put themselves in a better spot.
I mean, big players make big plays in big moments, right? And we're seeing that right now. Whereas others, they're weltering under the pressure. It's a huge day for so many of these competitors. It's an opportunity to write a whole new story into your book. And for some of them, maybe they're getting blinded by those lights a little bit. But we have got a long afternoon still yet to go. Opportunity to build yourself into today. We saw late runs just yesterday. Opportunity for some of those squads to close that gap that is starting to appear. Top teams up, you're going to be feeling great right now. Your Falcons, your G2, you're going to be sitting pretty, and you're going to continue to build on what is a lovely foundation.
That's what we saw yesterday with EU, right? It was this shelf getting created from T1 and Gentlemates, where they were so far ahead, they basically punched their ticket. It felt like by game 6, game 7, right? They were already looking good, and we were kind of focusing more on those bottom 3 spots. I wonder if we will see the same here in North America, because with Falcons coming on in already with 77.2 points, 51 kills through 2 maps, it really feels like maybe they're going to be one of those teams to be able to really start to create that lead and apply some pressure to the teams below them. But we have a long afternoon, like the desk said. We have 8 more games kickstarting here with game number 3, my friend. And I just feel like this is just every game is an opportunity to kind of get yourself back on in for maybe some of these teams who expected to be more up the leaderboard, right? I'm looking at our Twisted Minds, our Team Night, Vitality, Virtus Pro. Some of these teams that are kind of finding themselves in positions they maybe didn't expect to find themselves there.
No, 100%. Couple of teams still need to figure it out. 8 maps to do so. And what you will see in just a second, ladies and gentlemen, is a complete change up on the script that we have set so far. And we wonder whether this will then essentially affect the fortunes of the Bold, because we're getting a western pull on this one. It's still to the south. We're still going to be rotating down towards more like a main street location. But what will this do for your Vitality and Twisted Minds? Can they finally come online?
I'll tell you what it's going to do for the Falcons. It's going to let them continue to absolutely believe JTech, Raul, hot off the press and back into the lobby. I think you spent more time waiting for that lobby to get spun up than you spent in it. Really unfortunate. I think if you're that team, you got to start thinking of maybe a secondary spot you can land, because the Falcons, after coming off that game, you know that their guns are going to be hot and they wipe you off the map. But down at Lumber Mill, it's continuing on a battle between, of course, Squad 15 and G2.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you right now, Believe in Co. Find a different landing spot. It's very simple. Anxiety pushes out a little bit too far. Lolito is, well, done what we saw FLS do a lot of yesterday. He's pushed on down from Cole. Can I third party any of these? Get a couple of easy picks while people are trying to loot or maybe escape fights? Absolutely. We see, by the way, VP under a lot of pressure. Their anchor will be sat up in mini, but they played over towards research and lost the fight. Take a look here at Jay Vela, who's backing up as he loses praise to Braxton. Oreo, they're sat pretty low on the board right now, 9th. How they need a couple of those points to kick things off. And it will be a settling of sorts, actually. A lot of squads have found their footing and now trying to figure out how to rotate from here. Again, a different zone, so require different pathing and decision-making on the way.
Yeah. You got to look at some of these teams and where they want to try and play out of. Look at this. Trick looking down here towards the bottom. He's going to find Vaughn from FaZe Esports, and man, for this FaZe roster, it feels like they cannot get anything started down here on this southern side of the map. Listen, this POI is called Nate Dogg for a reason. It's because this guy owns this area, okay? I've seen it. He has the land deed to it. Posted it on social media. He's not letting anybody come into his house. That is for certain. They'll hold that one on in, and that could be a key piece of the puzzle here. So we know zones are going to start to float down on in, but when it comes to this research side, yeah, you might have got zone pull in that last game. Unfortunately, here, you're going to have to start to make a little bit of a trek.
Grimy answers back on Sucre, and it sends the teammates scrambling as well. And Grimy actually was doing that with ground loot. Has to scoop from the body. Destroy's going to be picked off by Waldo here, by the way. So that's your anchor picked off. And all of a sudden, this VP roster in a bit of a shambles. But Adrian does enough to find a kill inside of White, so that will allow you now to take over Coal Depot. Scary moment for a half second there. Timings go against you, and that is a wipe very early here. We've only had one team out. That is that Believe roster. Vitality trying to set themselves up. Last going to be top fire. Doesn't have any plates to pop in here, so could do with backing off and himself some utility before he starts to look over this engagement.
I think if you are Vitality, you are feeling very good that you're maybe getting a zone that feels a little bit more comfortable for you. You're not going to be forced to really flex on out of it, but you've moved on up and you got Gen G in front of you, and unfortunately Skullface will get caught on out, as does Sage. So I'm looking at where Blast is. He's top this white building closer to that fire station, and well, he's going to be trying to just keep his eyes around him, does not want to get picked off from a different angle, because just as Gen G has flown on over, taking down some of your team members, well, look at Twisted Minds. They're starting to flex on over. It's starting to get a little bit of a party here at Church.
Yeah, Gen G, by the way, get back into the map with about 0.1 seconds left on the Resurgence timer. Very fortunate after they get gunned in the back, but Sage reads Smitty, cuts him down. Now has Shifty up next. How much is riding in those exchanges of blows? Team 14, this is Praise, Gunx, and Jay Veller again. They're just continuing to mop everything up around this whole Bowling to Church region. If you come into that area, they want every piece of the fight. We will lose Dr. Mans, the second team, out of the fight. Sage, he's got to stay up here. Skullface and Blast are still way out, and Gen G, they sniff him out here a little bit too soon, and they will be off the board, but Sage does the right thing, makes the veteran call, and gets his boys back in.
Yeah, really like that he's able to do that. It's a huge play. Dongi from the Falcons still alive here. He's the last one alive. You try and push on up, and he actually gets knocked, but he stays alive just long enough for Hisoka to come in from that Resurgence timer. I want to know what happened to them. You can see it actually looks like maybe you had a team regain boat. That's going to be Team 10X. Maybe pushed off the Falcons. You hate to see it. Z-Smith, he's still alive as well. as he's going to maybe flex on over. You're going to find some of these Vitality members, and it's a bit of a 2v2. Shifty finds Skullface Sage yet again, the last member alive, and well, he's going to have to start to head towards this water as well.
Gen.G saw him come in there. I was curious about if they were going to turn face, but they decided instead to just pay attention to what it is they're trying to hold. A player from Team 11 will land above. That's of Nate Dogg's lineup. In fact, it will be the captain himself. And Sage, yeah, just doing the right thing. It's not particularly pretty Warzone, but it certainly works. Blast will get himself back in. Skullface a couple of seconds off. This zone will continue to shrink. 14 teams still in it. Reminder that a lot of squads here want to set themselves up for that third circle, because that's when the fire sale activates and all the cash you have is so much more valuable. For example, should Soak stay alive here, he's got 10k in the pocket. That is effectively becomes 20 grand if he manages to live to that third circle.
It's a great call out. And unfortunately for you, you're not ready for Trick in the water. Pops his head on up and finds Soka, and you can see Noobs and Dongi. You got pistols to your name. You're trying to make your way back onto the boat. You're getting tagged on up. It's a tough situation for the Falcons. Twisted Minds, we've seen them getting active a little bit on this northern side of the map. They start to maybe try and cut VP down on rotation. Great shots from Shifty. Managed to drop Adrian. Z-Smith catches Grimy. A little bit of help there from the teammate. I like that. No free trades here. And VP, you gotta push on out from research. You got caught a little bit down towards that Cole side, and well, just like that, Adrian, last player alive.
Feels like VP and Twisted Minds have been in a blender for a while, and another team that's just trying to regain right now gonna be Team Clown. Let's listen in, see how they're doing.
He's on the stairs. He's on the stairs out there.
Okay. Is he selfing?
No, he's dead. Floating.
Here we go.
They're popping advanced on bank right now. They're playing me. They're playing me on ulti. They're playing me on ulti.
I heard that. I'm gonna try to get closer.
They're gonna try to. They're in comic.
Okay. Should we all just jump up there?
I don't think so. I don't think we have to, but you could try if you want.
Okay.
You can with him.
I'm trying to make them default away from me. They're trying to climb me with no idea.
Can you look at mud?
They're just trying to climb me.
Yeah, I'm looking at him. I'm looking at
They're on bank now. They're just sitting in bank, Gerd.
Yeah.
Heart beating out the rest. There's a team in Attic.
One top mud.
Okay.
They gotta work in. They have to work in.
Love the comms that we're hearing out of that trio. It's just trying to locate some of those teams. How do you want to try and play it? And I like, they're just saying, hey, we're focused on this team. They're banked. Now they're going ahead. They're going to back on up. And it's just keeping the awareness for you of some of those teams around you. And so while maybe there's a little bit of calm for you on the other side of the map, it is anything but calm. We see Gen.G, they take down Jay Vela, and for G2, they've made their way on here over to Main Street. They find a member of Team Trixie Vibes.
Yeah, a couple of other important things. Falcons did manage to regain. They fought for boat and reclaimed it. VP are in the water, just trying to simply set up for placement and clear everything out in front of them. Can you loot dead bodies as well? Let's take a look at what Twisted Minds are doing. And what they're doing is eliminating Gen.G from the board. Looks like a knock could come through on the opposite of that situation, but it will be a return fire, and Shifty delivers a hammer blow to send that team packing. Twisted Minds feels like they've had a lot of kills through this one. Now about placement, we have 9 squads still left, and what you're hearing there is the return to combat area ping. Now this is because you're basically floating on the outside, and this is the best you can hope for if you're VP. Destroy is going to be the next to go. Should still be some resurgence timer, so for Adrian and Grimy, it's about staying alive. Again, not pretty but effective. Almond's going to get the boys back in as Twisted Minds get knocked yet again. But all the blood and all the engagements, they're setting up around Main Street, and that zone's going to pull everybody nearer to Motel, Bowling, and Bank.
Gotta claim your property now if you want to try and maybe play through this endgame zone, and that's exactly what G2 is trying to do. Can you spread out? Can you manage to claim this landmass? If they peek on out, they could see Cloudwatch, Waldo, and Colony moving on over, and Big Man is going to catch his watch. Waldo jumping on down into the doorstep. And as we come on over, look at that. See? Gonna be Almond. Most wanted on his back. You can tell by that flag. Just trying to maybe get a little bit of extra cash or maybe an insurance policy. If any of his teammates go on down and that most wanted pops, he'll be able to get them back on in. Just playing a little bit ISO right now. No kills to his name. 960 damage, so helping out where he can. But you gotta take out Team Oreo from this bowling building. And it looks like that's gonna be the game plan for Shifty and Z-Smith.
Well, the call comes in to drop back.
Maybe this is, yeah, to hit the buy station. UAVs are going to go up. I wonder if that's enough for an advance. They couldn't make out very quickly down what was the math in the bottom left. But either way, they'll have intel aware that you have company in back. What you're not aware of, I was about to say, yeah, maybe check over towards bowling, but it looks like Z-Smith was already on Overwatch. Shifty trying to figure this out. Gas will allow you to sit here for a moment longer, but I think Shifty wants to get ahead of the curve here and begin to fight for bank. You can tell he's itching for a gunfight.
Oh, yeah, he wants to try and take some of this space, and I'm not going to lie to you. The fact that they just are able to run on over, hit this zip, gain top roof for free is a little insane. Shifty making that realization. He's going to go ahead, activate, gets an idea. You got night anxiety and big man below you, so that gives you the comms. There's at least a squad below us, but look where that zone pulls. Look who's already immediately in the middle of it. It's going to be that squad number 5. That's Virtus Pro. It's been a regame, but they're going to hold this center zone. Falcons starting to cut their way on this outside, though. You find Thomas. Can you find the remaining members of the FaZe Esports roster? Vonbot down. Only prospect left alive. Falcons doing such a great job cutting their way on through. It is going to be insane, but let's go ahead. G2, they're cutting their way on the other side of the map. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I'm going back for a second.
Yeah, go back.
I'm eating gas. Come back. Yo, I think we banged this guy in this house, by the way. No. Just play the corners. We're safe. We're safe. Okay.
You can play here and just chill.
Let them all fight. Top patio, one shot, top patio.
I'm putting them.
Right, we can third this. Yeah, I'm going. I knocked one. Go. On me. All three. One splash. It's a 3-man.
No, back up. Come out. Come out. Play for top 5. Come out.
Yeah.
We're chilling.
They might call it back, bro. They might call it back.
It's fine. The kids are gonna help us.
Oh my god, we got
I'm eating gas.
Hold them out. They're gonna play for you.
I'm not sure who it is usually in those comms, but I want to deep dive them when we get into it. But right now, so much action to unfold first. Big man will find Destroy. Clumsy trays anxiety on his own, just trying to hang out. Top 5 will be secured. That's your best multiplier until we get to the victory. The G2 dead in 5th. Falcons, they have the row. They get the pull, and it will be off towards the bridge, the southern side, but everyone's starting to send in their direction.
Yeah, you got to be so careful here. This is exactly why Team Knight, they understand there's got to be a team moving on out here. They'll slide on out. They find Dongi and they push towards this top bridge side. We've seen this pull time and time again. You know you got to stay on up here. You're going to sniff out noobs in the truck as well. Falcons taking on out. And just like that, the settle will come on through. It is just Twisted Minds. It's just Team Knight. But unfortunately for TM, you hang out in the gas a little bit too long. They'll take second yet again in that map. But for Team Knight, they were waiting for this Western zone pull. They wanted to get those points. Main Street was getting mixy time and time again, but they were able to hold on through. Let's go ahead. Let's hop on in with Team Knight to see how they were feeling in that end game.
Yeah.
We gotta keep on that. They have a TA2.
They're on the bridge. I'm trying to get down here under this lip.
I paid bridge.
Yeah, they're on the bridge.
I paid it.
Below the bridge. Can we get bridge?
Another one deeper on me behind us.
We probably could.
All right, I knocked Dongi to the far right.
Let's go.
I'm on the right. I'm taking me on the bridge.
I'm holding angles to the right now. They're right here, okay?
Inside.
One crossing the street. Knocked one over here on my ping. On the wall.
I'm on the roof. Where?
On the wall. I knocked him right here. Nice.
Come on, boys.
Good regain right there.
Good stuff, bro.
I mean, we had to bag it like credit sponsors because I know, right? You know what sucks about that? I didn't have a single Resurgence crate in there like the entire time, and like even if we got a singular streak right there, we would have been able to get the advance and like work that team so much faster. I know, right? But like,
there's two things about that I love the hell out of. First of all, it's clumsy. I've PA'd that. What that says to everybody else is you're protected. His two teammates, Knight and Gabe, they can run into that hellfire. They won't be affected. What it does for anyone who is holding the bridge sends them scrambling. And so Gabe and Knight are able to profit with the kills and then hold from that location. But I love the immediate breakdown after you've just won a map. Often teams are celebrating in those moments. To hell with that. We're talking about what we did wrong, what could be better, and how they can continue to grow this afternoon.
Brother, we got 7 more maps, okay? You're going to have plenty of time to get excited. They'll probably be excited once they maybe claim that top 5. to go to Birmingham. We got a lot of more Warzone left to play, but this is a great map to put underneath your belt. Get some of those scores up on the leaderboard that you're going to need. We know that's going to be about consistency all the way through today. So for Team Knight, fantastic for them to be able to claim this victory, but also for Twisted Minds. We can see them on that top right side of your screen. And, you know, maybe it was a little bit of a regame blender for them, but at least you can kind of have some of these maps where maybe you don't have as many kills as you would like, but even having 8 to 10 kills and at least getting that 1.4, you're guaranteeing that you're able to solidify maybe a bad game into a salvageable game. Something that is able to go towards, you know, your total overall score, where we've kind of talked about it. You can have bad games here today, but if you're getting a bad game with at least a 1.4 multiplier, you're doing a great job of really kind of culling some of the impact that those bad games can have. Great stuff that we are seeing coming out of there of game 3, man. Everybody is shooting right now. Let's get the desk to break it all on down, because I know they have some great things to say about Team Knight's victory.
Team Knight, get the job done. Tiff, a team that you wanted to highlight at the start of the show.
Look, they needed to get it done in game number 3 because their best finish prior to this was 12th place. And if you literally have 16 points while some of the teams in the top 5 are above 50, yeah, let's get that win. And like they said, bag it like credit sponsors. Like, I've never heard anyone say that, so maybe I need to spend some more time watching Twitch because people get crazy. But this is a good one, Ghosh.
Yeah, it was a really good one. I think there's a couple things we wanted to shout out. You know, that circle, that in circle, it was all FaZe, Falcons, and Knight. Those are the teams that needed to win this map, and we saw several of those teams near the end. I want to shout out FaZe. At least they were able to regain and stay alive till like final 8 at least. I think they may have made top 5. Twisted Minds, though, I think the casters called it like a regame blender and then still able to stabilize, and I think that's totally correct. Saw a lot of kind of what I would call unnecessary deaths for them, but they still made it to top 5 with double-digit kills. So a solid game from Twisted Minds will keep them in the conversation. Look, a bad game turned salvageable is better than half the teams in this lobby. So we'll do whatever it takes to make sure we're okay so that when we do pop off, we'll be a top 5 team, Taylor.
Yeah, Twisted Mind's not worried about them. I mean, they were in 6th place coming into this game. They were just, what, 0.4 points away from breaking into top 5. They are consistent. Not really flashy, right? We're not seeing them get first place. They are having some great placings, but they are consistent. Knight, Gabe Kuhn, Clumsy getting the drop 3 win. This is huge for them because, like Tim said, they were in 10th place. Now they should go on up the list. We take a look at their standings. G2 at the top with 22.4. Scythe Anxiety and Big Man, of course, all unofficial here, and I think this is very unofficial. Regardless, though, for Team Knight, they definitely do a wonderful job. This is actually, I believe, from game number 1, if I'm not mistaken. So G2, Team Falcons, but nice to see at least G2 obviously starting off very strong. And because of that, that's what keeps them at the top of the leaderboard, or at least in the top 5 currently. Ghosh, talk to me more about FaZe, though, because I was pretty excited to see them finally waking up a little bit. And more importantly, too, did this zone benefit them? Because we've had 3 different zones across 3 different games.
Yeah, the zone obviously pulled down to where they're dropping in, which is that south side of Main Street, the same place that Knight is for the most part. Knight tends to land a little bit north of FaZe. We actually seen that FaZe hasn't been able to do much with their maps because of Knight's team. Knight's team hasn't done a lot either, but they've wiped FaZe Esports off rip now almost twice in a row. So this third game, they get into a blender against each other. We do see Knight's team actually rotate a little bit higher up north to the north side of this southern zone, while FaZe goes all the way down to the water and just picks up a bunch of stragglers, regains around the gazebos, G1 and G2, and once they're able to regain there, they're actually able to play for a little while, and it was actually Virtus Pro that was swimming around causing people to get disrupted, losing bodies everywhere. I don't know what they were doing, but they were able to find some salvageable kills.
Tiff, let's take a look at the standings as they currently are. I'm excited to see who's still in front. Actually, Falcons in first. Now, Tiff, what is miraculous about Falcons at 99.6 is if you take EU scores yesterday, Falcons would have already been in the top 10. Already in top 10 after 3 games. We're about to see some honestly, what are we thinking is going to be the threshold to make it in top 5, Tiff?
Look, it's going to be high at that point, but if the Falcons keep point sponging from 4th and 5th, maybe even 3rd, that's going to be the area where it's going to be consistently shifting. I think Falcons and G2 are going to be locked in, similar to what we saw with G1 or T1 and Gentlemates yesterday. But Knight, after that win, they went from 10th place overall on the leaderboard to 6th. They have 40 points. They're in the fight, which is great. This is what you guys get when you get a multiplier. In the first couple games, they didn't even have a multi. So it's crazy what a 1.6 could do.
It does a lot, Tiff. I totally agree. They had a solid amount of kills. They're able to pick up a ton of points, and now they're in contention. You said it perfectly. I want to repeat it because it's so important. This is feeling a lot like EU. Falcons and G2 are pulling away from everyone by a substantial margin. Point sponge means we are going to have a battle of like 8 teams for like 2 spots. It's going to be nuts.
Going to be nuts indeed, man. 2 spots, which is more than we got yesterday, right? We were always just harping on the 5th place. 2 spots are available. That's going to make things a little bit more dramatic, especially towards the end. Falcons, though, great job. I mean, they are just phenomenal. By the way, Coach, did they switch it up? I mean, they were boat at one point. I think it was mentioned by Dandro Enigma. You know, it seems like they're all over the map, but that, of course, that's Hisoka making that play call.
So it was actually less of a switch up. They landed boat. They actually pushed out from boat. Their anchor actually came with them. They get scrambled up a bit, and we see actually as we blink over to them from the production side, we see Noobs alone, prone out on the ground, praying that his teammates get back in time, and then they actually reach out on the regain on boat and take down Teenix's team. Teenix's team gets wiped because they get wiped by the Falcons. Their third gets wiped off map, I believe, by Knight actually over in Main Street. So it was actually just battling back for the boat that gave Falcons a top 5 position.
Well, top 5, there it is. They're currently in first place. They're tearing it up. I mean, they are phenomenal at this point. Let's see how far they can continue to go. 3 maps down, a lot more to go still. We're about to hop into map 4. Dandro Enigma, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Desk Clown, Twisted Minds, and Jay Vela. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, my friend, rounding out our current top 5. But like the desk said, we have a lot more Warzone to play. Let's talk about, if you are one of those 3 teams, Enigma, how are you trying to get this score to maybe ensure that you are going to be going across the pond to DreamHack Birmingham?
Yeah, so it's going to be 1 point per kill, which will surprise absolutely nobody. But if you're recognizing moments when teams potentially slow it down through their maps, that multiplier on the right-hand side is going to be why. We actually heard a call for it during G2's listening. Play for top 5. Why? Because that lifts you from a 1.2 multiplier to a 1.4 multiplier. It makes every single kill, every single point that bit more viable. And we're seeing so much value placed into that multiplier by these squads. It's why there's the ebb and flow that comes with Resurgence. For some of those teams, they're really taking great advantage of it. For example, your Falcons, your G2s, their average placing is ridiculous. Certain teams that aren't, Believe & Co. They have gone out pretty much immediately every map thus far and need to change things up heading to drop 4.
Listen, there's plenty of space on the map. I think there's definitely an area that you can maybe figure out how to play out of that isn't named boat. That is for sure. That is there. I mean, listen, I feel for them because they're 3 very, very talented players, and they've been landing boat against Falcons and scrims through the upper bracket, right? They were doing it and finding at least some success. They just didn't look super crazy, but it feels like today, maybe it isn't your day. You got to figure out somewhere else that you want to go ahead, that you want to land. Well, that's happening at boat not too far away. We're also seeing this sort of contest at Lumber Mill between Dr. Mans and G2. We're also kind of just seeing Gen G doing what we thought they were going to do, which is depending on zone pull, they have different drops for where they want to go. It's had some success so far, but they are currently sitting in 11th, Enigma. I wonder, at what point do you pick a map and you say, hey, we're just picking a drop spot, we're going to bully somebody out from it, and we're just going to play out of here the rest of the day?
Well, Gen G's average placing, if the math is correct, is 13.3. That is the worst out of everybody in this lobby. I can tell you where they are going wrong. 23 kills isn't bad across 3 maps. They have got to find themselves in the later stages. What we're going to take a quick look at here, ladies and gentlemen, as is tradition, is a brand new drop zone. And we're going to get that circle pulling off towards the north. Gen G will head back to Pond. So they've got Vitality off towards Train. And Mansion will be operated by Twisted Minds. So they're stuck between a little bit of a rock and a hard place. But new zone, new opportunity to figure things out.
Yeah, one thing that we didn't get a chance to talk about with this Knight roster, one thing they love to do is just kind of have Knight ISO by himself and then let the other 2 fly on forward. But while at Main Street you have that squad, we're looking at this boat contest with Team Falcons and Believe. Believe will claim first blood onto Doggy. Unfortunately, Noobs is going to be there for the trade. All 3 members of Falcons are up, and Soka's on the hunt. J-Tech gets found out from Noobs as well. Raul is here. You're not looking in the back, and not like this. Second game in a row, we watch Believe. J-Tech Raul gets sent back to the lobby.
I mean, if you're a fan of those three gentlemen, and three lovely gentlemen they are, that is outright depressing. You have made the same mistakes, and you find the opening knock as well, and still go on to lose like that. So they've got to change it up. But Colony finds Thomas. To be fair, Thomas trying to work with a pistol. This FaZe team look to be pretty loosely tooled here. Prospect has found something up in Med Bay, but he'll have to bide his time while his boys get back in.
We saw FaZe. They landed down towards that Main Street side, towards Nate Dogg. Have not found success. This time, they start to go to research. Do they find success? No, they don't. A little bit of a blender for the FaZe Esports roster. And, well, for G2, they're continuing to have this fight against Dr. Mans. But look who's rolling on up. It's Team 10X. They're starting to be a thorn in the side. Sugra finds Big Man. And, well, Anxiety. He's got to go ahead. Duck your side on in because you do not want to get third-partied in this fight.
Yeah, pretty sure Big Man's the anchor as well, by the way. He tries to back off to give space for the fight on the other side with Dr. Mans. You end up dropping. That's the signal to suddenly flee into the buildings. You watch these numbers collapse. Now G2 in a very difficult spot.
Scythe over at Stacks, getting pushed by 2. Are you going to try and play your life? You probably get a little bit of an audio cue, but unfortunately, you get caught around the corner. Scythe dropped. And just like that, Anxiety, gotta stay alive. Drop the plate box. Make sure you have the resources that you need. But you're starting to get surrounded by 3 members of Team Dr. Mans. Hold the line. Are they gonna push out? And this is a cheeky little angle here. Shots go on through. You get the armor crack, but it's not enough. A beautiful swing from Team Dr. Mans.
No, but I'll certainly be saving that jump up spot for right. That looks like a naughty little angle. Doesn't do much good for G2 in the end. Who'll try and recover in water. And honestly, their best bet right now, let these other 2 teams fight. And you look at the kill feed on the left, they have engaged. Team 10X, at least that duo of them, have rolled up to find themselves a third-party win. And will now claim Lumber Mill as well. So they've got so much landmass. Their anchor is actually sat in Cole, and Elito, he's out for more blood yet.
I love this. I love this from this team. We know that they're landing coal. They're getting it for free. Flex on down and just try and maybe clean up as much as you can while your anchor is there. So you know that these 2 teams are getting thrown into a little bit of a mix. Go ahead, take advantage of it. Elsewhere on the map, though, we're starting to see a couple of other teams get thrown into the mix as well. Team Knight holding down that bank side. And for Trixie Vibes, well, you lose Mayhem, so you got to run away here. It's just 1 player remaining.
They're going to flee. Vitality not far away. Genji starting to show interest. There won't have been much on the board for Genji actually in terms of kills yet. They haven't seen any action, but they will start to square up against Vitality. And that's just going to allow Trixie Vibes to get his boys back into the fight. Take a wide shot here at those teams rolling up. But back to Lumber we go. And it's still a square up in G2. They are fighting again. And you will see Dr. Mans and Way go. But 10X, they're still in the engagement. They want to squeeze this.
Alito finds Big Man. You're waiting for Scythe to poke his head on out. One last member of G2 playing on an off angle. And I think maybe just trying to stay alive, but Anxiety gets found out by Hisoka from the Falcons. It's just going to be Scythe for the time being. Gas at your back. You got to make a little bit of a play here. Hit any of these unopened crates. Try and bring down that resurgence time for your team. I mean, a kill is also another way to do it. Actually, as he hops up the window, it's a little bit of sight player below him. Unfortunately for him, you can't make the hop up as Soka from deep. He's going to be able to claim that kill.
Love that. Soka classic. Just something going on over there. Why don't I take a look? Thank you very much for the third party and the 3 points. Big look at the zone here. Twisted Minds have so much space. They're anchoring home and the feet up well and truly. Team 7 is Gen G up on towards this left side. And they've managed to push Vitality into a deep rotation towards Bowling. You will have a couple teams trying to pull out a Main Street, but Research and Cole where all the action currently underway.
Did I miss some type of warning that went out that there's a new allergen here on Haven's Hollow that you can't go near Mansion? Because, like, we pull that up, dude. Nobody is near that POI at all. Nobody wants to play near it. Absolutely insane. And it's pushing all these squads out to the other sides. FaZe, they have to go research. And for them, it is without any reward dropped in 14th. FaZe Esports, you may have got signed earlier, boys, but you got to show me why you got signed here. It has not been your day.
Now, tough day at the office thus far. Not that honeymoon period that you were hoping for. That buff. Gen G, though. They will set themselves up in church. Again, looking to control a lot of this lay of the land. Vitality going to be in a bit of a scramble. It's Nate Dogg that's actually rolling up here. Team 6 as well is going to be Team Knights. Last map victors will be feeling hot. They'll have to be if they want to see anything out of this fight that is positive. Lennon takes the first, cracks back down, needs a second.
I like this. You got to reset as a team, play together. This is such a hard fight to take, and it's exactly for that reason. You hop on out, you get cut on down. Thankfully, Lennon was able to get the kill onto Tappa. Aiden's gonna be able to crawl back through the window, but your fight is not over yet. Team Knight, they hear this shooting going on. They're gonna hop on up. You get the full on to Aiden. Lennon runs out front, gets knocked down to Knight. Rated, he's over by train station, and he is last alive for that roster. Gen G, not expecting Knight to get that active, will get dropped.
Vitality about to roll up behind him as well. Could find the knock. I'm trying to keep an eye on the minimap here in case that is the last of Gen G early again. The respawns come through just in time, but Rated was found, so they're in a mad scramble. Look over here, Adrian trying to find a way out of research. 10x the first. Adrian turns onto Elito. Beautiful work, but it's still a very difficult rotation out. Team sets up on the bridge watching over, and more bodies coming across. This is far from done yet.
Beautiful play there, playing around the door. A little bit of audio cue. You slide on out. Take a breather if you are VP. Figure out how you're going to play on out of this. The Falcons right ahead of you at train car, and they might be your saving grace. You'd love to be able to take out Colony 2K and watch Waldo, who are trying to look down at you. They are trying to gatekeep you from getting on in, getting to that buy station. But the Falcons might cause a little bit of spoiler to that. Look at Clown on top of that water tower. But I think the Falcons, they realize we don't want to get cut outside of zone. We know there's going to be teams at Barn. Let's go ahead. Let's flex on over. Noobs and Dongi pair up together. They take down Trick. Only one player from that team alive, but Knight starting to move back on over. Gabe knocked. Clumsy knocked. It's just going to be Knight in that barn side. The Falcons, they might start to soar. They could take down our map 3 victors.
Knight does get to the buy though, so his boys will come back in from the skies. He's trying to just stay alive for a moment. It's simply delaying the inevitable, and the collapse comes through. There's the cleanup. Barn secured for the Falcons. That rotation in, that decision not to go and push out VP, well rewarded in the end. Look at them. Look at the amount of mass they have right now, all the space. This is VP trying to rotate in. They've got a little bit of company slightly to the north in Team 6. That will be Team Knight trying to regain. But after this, so many squads now trying to figure their way into Mansion, because that is where we will settle our last dance in this one.
Somehow VP stays alive through this. Like I mentioned, you're basically just hoping that Colony, watch Waldo, Clown just leave you alone, and that's exactly what happens. They actually move on over to Mansion, and well, unfortunately for you, that play does not work out. Twisted Minds, the kings of Mansion, this is their estate, and guess what? There's no sale here today, as they will cut you on down. Another team wiped into the top 5.
Twisted Minds now trying to figure out how to defend Mansion. You got to pick essentially one portion of it to hold on to. Trying to do it all at once is asking to be split and isolated. VP is going to get in, destroying the awnings. Weirdly slips straight past one of the members of Team Knight. That'll be Clumsy, found, cleaned up. You will get the pings, the ring out. And, well, the rest of that squad, they're trying to play front Mansion, and they will not last there for very long. Then again, Gabe actually finds a knock onto Allman, so suddenly Twisted Minds going to have to reassess how they play this fight. Allman does get back to his feet. Vitality playing up very close. Got to keep an eye on from where Falcons are going to try and strike here, and VP, they're starting to circle.
Knight and Gabe somehow still alive. While Mansion is a great POI, it has a lot of nooks and crannies. Put some butter on it, throw it in the toaster. Because you have a lot of different areas. People could go ahead and they could just be hanging on out. Next thing you know, you think you have a free rotation, and it's not free at all. We do see Gabe get taken on out by Destroy. And here we see the Falcons starting to push on up from Barn. You got to make this cross here, but it won't be for free. Vitality, they could look on over here and gatekeep you on this position.
We're going to come back to the thing about butter before putting it in the toaster, but it's all right because Dongi, he's shooting the same way he always does, straight and true. And that's going to give you the moment that you were looking for. Great work. Dongi backs Vitality down, allows Noobs and Soka to play in through Courtyard. You're in Mansion, you're playing for the zip, you're hitting the roof. VP, is that a wipe? Certainly looks like it. They're done. Down to our top 4.
Twisted Minds, you've played out of this POI beautifully, but it's going to come down to these final moments. 4 teams remaining. It's a full 3 from Falcons. It's a full 3 from Twisted Minds. And I'm looking at the rest of this lobby. You got 2 from Vitality and 1 more player in Knight alive. Well, speak of the devil, he'll get taken off the map just like that. Twisted Minds claim yet another victim, and they'll continue to do so here at the top. Shifty overheats just a little bit. Fine. Soka, Dongi, and Noobs, they'll play together to cut you on down, but you have that buy station into the back. It's an immediate fly back on in, and it's going to be the same for the Falcons. For Vitality, it's just about staying alive.
3v3v3. Vitality will row in as the full 3. The other 2 will have at least one trying to regain right now. The Shifty's got the roof, so he's immediately back in on his loot, so they'll be set up and sitting pretty. The top side being held then. The second layer being Falcons territory. The outside / lower lobbies being patrolled by Vitality, who blinks first. Still plenty of time on this one. Heartbeats are going to go out to let everybody know where your opponents are. It's about your timing. When do you strike? And how do you close this one out?
All 3 teams, all former teammates. You can't write a script better than this, ladies and gentlemen. Sage backing some players down on the top. Good shot to the MA in hand. Everybody just trying to figure out what side of the zone do they want to play. Blast will open up this fight with a nice pick onto Z-Smith. Unfortunately for you, there's going to be no confirmation on the nades. They're just a little bit too far to the right. Falcons playing down below, and where the zone is starting to pull. Vitality, they want to slide on out, and it's just 3 different layers of mansion right now. All 3 teams picking a different space.
It's this next pull that's huge, and it's actually going to drag in the direction of Vitality. The thing is, any of these teams could also play out through the front, whether off the roof or through mansion. And actually, Soka decide to play up through the top. They want to collapse in through the back. Twisted Minds aren't going to read this. Soka gets the crack and flies forward.
Twisted Minds trying to play this Ivy side. Soka does a great job playing this angle. It's a knock. You don't have to go for the thirst. You will be able to get it, though. Back down the stairs. Twisted Minds go, but they're not going to be so free. And look at this. Donkey. It's a fly off the top into the other side. Blast. He's going to be able to bring down Shifty. Twisted Minds are crumbling. It's just Z-Smith left alive. And look at this in the kill feed. Sage and Skullface. They're cutting down the members of Falcon. Z-Smith gets found on out. It's Skull. It's Blast. It's a 2v1 in the Falcons again. This time it's Noobs, and I don't think he's going to be able to pull it on out. They are encroaching on him. The bees are buzzing Enigma as Skullface. He's just trying to get the Skynade. Blast slides on out. Team Vitality claim map number 4.
Beautiful work from Vitality. They held and were patient, and it rang true. They certainly delivered in this one. Needed to work for plenty. They were unstabilized through the early stages. They managed to reset, regain, go again, and it's their slow roll in through the end. But all the execution on the end bit, why don't we let them tell you how it goes with their victory moment.
Yeah.
Hey, 3 guys just off my wall. 3 guys just off my wall. On me right now. Kill one.
One still 3. One still 3. He's still 3.
One team. On far right now.
On the rock, behind you, gas.
Yeah, I'm close, right here. He's stuck in those corners. He's stuck in those corners, man.
Let's go. Help you.
I'm seeing him. Nice.
Take it slow.
That's how it's done.
13 kills might not be a lot, Enigma, but it's enough with a 1.6 multiplier to start putting you back into the conversation. They were 13th going into that game with 20.4, and that could be the start of the momentum that they're looking for.
Yeah, you've got to think that the lack of kills comes from the trouble they saw early on, largely caused by Gen G. You can see the Vitality are often just trying to press out of various areas, kept getting hauled up at places like Church and Bowling, eventually had to regain in Pond. That gives them the position to get a little bit blessed by zone pull as well. But even then, you're thinking they probably want to get involved just a little more. But you'll take a victory, and as you said, maybe get your afternoon underway right there. Considering how tight the leaderboard is from like 4th back here, maybe even 3rd, that could punch them way up. It will likely put them in bubble conversation, and you've still got plenty of time this afternoon. So it's better than all the previous maps combined, and that will be a reassuring sight for the fans of Vitality. But the same old faces appearing towards the late stages here. The Falcons, of course, they'll be there. They'll finish 2nd. I feel they had a lot of kills. Twisted Minds as well should also have quite a few kills. They'll drop in 3rd. Big names putting up big plays on the day.
Really good stuff from Team Vitality in those final moments. You get a little bit blessed from how Twisted Minds want to play, but I just love the ability for that one player to go ahead. You're finding Z-Smith on the back while the other 2 are just frying out the Falcons at the front. Really good communication. Really good job playing those final moments. Let's get the desk back on in, Enigma, because we are encroaching the halfway point. And like you said, we're starting to see some of the usual suspects top of the leaderboard. Desk, take it away.
Dandro Enigma, wonderful job. Hey, great ending. Dandro said it best. You had 3 teams, previous teammates on each roster fighting in Mansion. And mind you, our 4th fresh ending. We've had 4 unique endings for each map. And I think EU, we were kind of recycling research and a couple of other spots. This time around, everything is fresh, but it's keeping the competitors on their toes. Vitality, for the first time, showing life, Gauge. It feels good because they're a great roster, storied teammates. I wanted to see them at least be competitive today.
Yeah, I mean, that roster is a fantastic team. You know, we've seen that team play together before. They have great personalities. They've got great individuals. They've got a great coach behind them. Shout out teammates. Here's the problem. They've had a bad tourney so far. Let's put it what it is. 20.4 through the first couple, and then they dropped 20.8 on their win. Now, did they play it near flawlessly? Yes. Did they find a lot of kills, though? No. They are not going to be top 5 after a map win, which oftentimes is not the case. So, yes, we're singing their praises. Yes, I thought they played that final fight so patiently and so well. They just didn't do enough in the map to make that multiplier count for what it could have. However, we take the wins that we can. They're going to be within striking distance of top 5 as we're not even halfway through this tourney.
To play devil's advocate, they do land train. Is that correct? They've been landing train pretty consistently. So, you know, you think about game 1 and game 2, research all the way over at Cole. But then again, they did have an opportunity at Main Street. I think they should have had a stronger finish there. Main Street's not that far away from their original POI. Mansion, same concept, but at least they're waking up. Time isn't out just yet. We've got, what, 6 games left. That was only map 4. Wonderful job coming out from them. But Tiff, the Falcons, man. Falcons, Twisted Minds have been so highly consistent. Granted, got to get the edge to Falcons. Twisted Minds have definitely been in the conversation top 5 when it comes to placing, but those 2 rosters are head and shoulders above. They reminded me of Team 1 and Gentlemates from EU.
Yeah, that's 100% what they are. Throw G2 in the mix and you've just got a really good time. Twisted Minds prior to this was still just inside the top 5 with 46.8 points. So they need every kill that they can get and being consistent inside that 1.4x. Falcons can basically do whatever they want. This entire map is them learning and just kind of trying to work on what they're going to take to Birmingham at this point. But Vitality needed this just as bad as Team Knight did in the prior game. So I'm okay with their 13 kills, Goj, because they only had, I believe, 19 prior to this, and their best finish was a 7th place, which means they weren't getting any multipliers. So very same story that we saw with Team Knight.
Still very helpful, 100%. I'm so glad you mentioned Team Knight, by the way. We can't forget they also were a top 5 team again in that map. They're going to be inside the top 5 when we take a look at this leaderboard. They're playing very, very well from Main Street. They've been very flexible. I will tip my hat one more time to the Falcons, though, because they are fighting for their lives at POIs they shouldn't be at. I was ready to queue up Lizzo, all right? I was about to say it's about dang time for Twisted Minds because they finally got the zone pull that they wanted. But the problem is they can't win. They're trying to fight the Falcons. Vitality plays the patient game and wins the third party. So big shout out to Vitality, but Falcons are doing the dirty work.
No, shout out Peggy for a Lizzo guy. I'm learning new things after so many years of working with you.
Yeah, I listen to good music, okay?
Good music. Lizzo with Goj, butter on toast before you put it in the toaster. That one was a little bit weird for me. The justification was there
before the toaster. Sorry.
Yeah, Tiff, I just don't know about it. I just don't know about it, but who knows, man. Dandro, he's got his own system. We all do. Great games so far. Like I said, 4 different endings, which is pretty spectacular. It's truly challenging the rosters, which again makes it even I think it makes it even stronger for the Falcons' sake and the Twisted Mind's sake, right? Pineapple on pizza, by the way, hot conversation that, of course, we've been looking at throughout the days, including EU. Let's bring it up. Why not? This is, I believe, NA, if I'm not mistaken. We had EU yesterday. Yeah, overwhelmingly no on this, Tiff.
That's respectable. Hey, that's respectable.
It is. It's very respectable. Hawaii. By the way, did you guys know Hawaiian pizza comes from Canada?
No, but I guess now I do. Wow, the more you learn here on a
I swear to you, I'm not lying. That's not true. I'm dead serious. I just found it out and I said, well, why is it called Hawaiian pizza if Hawaii is a part of the USA?
There's pineapples.
But then again, pineapples over there. Dole Plantation, the best pineapple ice cream you can get. Visit Hawaii.
Is that a
Get
pass
your
to me?
tickets now for Hawaii.
Do you want us to break that down? Should we break it down, Ghost? Like,
Speaking of pineapples on pizza, Enigma makes a good point from outside the wings here. He said there was more people saying yes to it in NA than there were in EU. So let's take a look at the scores, because that's way more important as we are hanging out talking about it. We knew who would probably be top 5. We do see Team Knight push their way into the top 5, but it's razor thin margin still. It's only a 4-point spread. It is very, very tight around that bubble, and we do have Team Falcons pulling away from the pack. G2 finally has a slow game, which means we don't have a top 2 that's pulled away from everybody else, just top 1. That is a 50.4 spread from first to second. The Falcons are in to LAN. Don't worry about them. Let's worry about everybody else, Taylor.
Yeah, got to worry about the bubbles, right? And it is getting pretty tight towards 6th, 7th, 5th place. You know, I definitely think 5th is going to be up for grabs. 4th, watch Waldo, and them actually might kind of take off if they continue to remain consistent as they have been. So Knights, I'm putting them on alert. For the other teams, though, I mean, Tiff, we've been highlighting them a lot. FaZe, they have yet to wake up. They are in the blender at this point in time. They just got signed today, or at least it was public today. We expected a lot from them. Genji also on the struggle bus. Vitality finally wakes up, but is it a one-off? I don't know, Tiff.
I hope it's not a one-off, so let's just go ahead and see, right?
Let's find out. Well, that's 4 maps down, about to hop into map 5 for a halfway point. Dandro Enigma, up to you.
Woo! Hi, man. I mean, we're about to be through the first 5 maps here at Enigma. I wish we had our own little halftime show. Maybe we can get Taylor to sing some Lizzo for us or something that's there to be able to make it happen. But map number 5, this is such an important map for so many of our teams, right? Because this is truly where you kind of have that make or break moment before you do take a break. You either are walking into the second half of the maps feeling very, very confident about your team and where you're sitting on the leaderboard, or you're on the outside looking in, realizing you have such a mountain to climb ahead of you.
Yeah, you don't want to go into that half feeling dejected. That's going to make the second half feel like a massive mountain to climb. You definitely want to be in the position where you feel on the up and up. That's going to reinvigorate you. That's going to do major things for your chances at qualification. So this map 5, very important to a lot of teams, especially those in the bottom half of standing so far today. Again, continuing to look down, there are some big names that need to come online. There was a better showing, it felt, from Genji initially. They win a lot of the opening fights against Vitality, but very quickly then put into a blender. I'm looking for them to stabilize and show us the veterancy, the leadership. This is world champions on this roster. I gotta start to understand exactly why they have those titles in their pockets. But drop 5, as we said, big one for several teams, and Des brought it up. That bubble is tiny, so they got to get moving if you want to make sure you get yourself to LAN.
I mean, Enigma, roughly 10 points is what separates 5th from 10th. And that's where we then have that gap on down to the bottom here. So while, yes, we have teams like Falcons and G2 that are starting to run away with it, it is still anybody's game for this 5th place spot. If Team Cloud can keep doing what they're doing, they're feeling pretty comfortable in 4th. Twisted Minds, they're right hot on the heels of G2 in 2nd there. So I really want to try and sort of focus on some of these teams that are in this 5th through 10th slot. Because when I look at the list, right, it's Knight, Jvela, Eulane, Virtus Pro, Vitality, Trick, Nate Dogg, and Tappa. We've seen signs of greatness from every single one of those 5 rosters through these first 5 maps.
We certainly have, but they'll have to show us more than the signs. Consistency has to come in through this back half. Skull, by the way, immediately lands on an AR, and Sage will get himself an LMG instantly out of the crate. And those are ranked grinders out there. You know how that feels. You're running over everybody else who's going to be poorly tooled. VP have decided to fly over this side of the map, and that's because we've got a very western pulling circle. They did not want to make that rotation for Mini, but I don't know if it's done much to spare your blushes, because Vitality, this is their home, and they're making it look that way.
Hey, you said it. You wanted to see some moments of greatness. Well, you get a zone pull and you're getting free points, it feels like. Coming on here. Other side of the map. Very outside of zone. G2 continuing to farm Team Dr. Mans. Getting some free points of their own, it feels like, over these last couple of maps. I liked the battle between these two teams, but it feels like this has just been G2 kind of all the way through on their side. Back on over towards Train, though. Vitality, they're going to continue to just kind of find some of these members of VP.
Take away from them. Just evicting their opponents. And now starting to do the dance of get your loot together, grab your loadout. Recontron's going to go up here from Sage just to check over things, let us know the lay of the land. When you've had a lot of engagements, you're worried, okay, have we missed something? Have we been too tunnel visioned? Has a different team started to roll up through the back of us? And you can see the blast here trying to reposition for that very thing. Sage actually going to be back down. I think caught by surprise. Destroy decides to fly, but you're not going to be well tooled. And as such, you lose the engagement yet again. VP continuing to struggle.
Good ideas. You know, you got Adrian at range. I'm watching this kill feed, and it's just a lot of the same players getting knocked time and time again. I will say we did see Team Believe still alive here, so not going to be the first team out just yet. But Team Vitality continuing to hold train. I'm a little bit worried here, Nimit, because I'm looking at out of that water side, and you do have VP kind of make their way on up, but I wonder, are you just trying to do that to survive, or is there a game plan brewing?
For me, VP have got to go and fight somewhere else. One player will get their boots to ground nearer towards Church. It likes to be inside of Red. And, well, I don't know if you're going to survive there much longer either, because Vitality will come a hunting. But G2, they have claimed all the land over towards Lumbermill. Looking great. Research was free for Watch Waldo, Main Street. A couple of bodies starting to figure out a rotation here, and they're going to clash over towards White. Jay Veller and Co, they're looking good, finding themselves a few blood.
Moving on over. Trying to hunt on down. You know you got some players down below on the stairs. Gabe, it's a shimmy, it's a shake. You find Jay Vella, and well, Praise also gets dropped in that meantime. Teammates not too far away. Can you slide on out? And yep, there you go. You pops that self-res, gets back on up, and immediately drops. Team Knight getting gifted a couple of kills, but fight's not over as Oreo look to maybe start to engage this or just try and gain some ground.
And we pan away from Vitality for a couple of moments. And all the good that we'd said about them, well, never mind, let me take it back, because Skullface is currently fighting in the water.
Oh, no.
Sage has just about managed to get himself involved as well.
No.
Skull's actually going to be knocked, so Blast has probably got to go and find somewhere else to call home for a brief moment. And honestly, for me here, the open spot on the map, weirdly, is going to be Mansion. Squad 16 wiped, Trixie Vibes and Co. They're done. Believe go out first again. Their average placing is probably something like 15th at this point. It's been a torrid afternoon. Vitality, you get a map win last time out. It lifted you to 9th on the board in bubble conversation, but you drop early here, and that feeling going into halftime is going to be strongly in the negative column.
Yeah, I mean, you finally get a zone that goes your way, and you're taken out very, very early. Not fully just yet, but still just enough to kind of throw you into the blender. Clown finding Shifty, though, here on this outside. This is going to be a very fun watching him, as a lot of these teams who normally we see at Research and Lumbermill and G2, they now finally have to start to make some moves. So how do they feel maybe playing out of a POI that they're not as comfortable with?
That's the thing, right? You're trying to fight a team basically in their backyard. It's just not nice. Anytime that you are in what you think is a 50-50, you're disadvantaged because you have a less intimate understanding of the area. FaZe wiped next. Again, struggling. They were sat in 14th coming into this map. An average placing of 12.5. It won't get any better, dropping in 14th for this one. Gen G, you're going to see a trade battle go on. That's up towards Pond House. That's the cabin on the north side of Pond. They're just claiming that because Circle's dragging hard in this direction. And so they're looking great for now. Team Knight gonna have company in Nate Dogg, and Clumsy's just trying to find a route out of here.
Gotta be able to stay alive here. I like the play call. Go ahead, back on up with your teammate. You don't gotta take this 2v1 fight. You don't gotta be a hero just yet. You're outside his zone. You gotta figure out how to make your way on through. Starting to look at some of this mini map, and a great flyover gives us an idea of where some of our heavy hitter teams are moving. The Falcons, they have flown on over from boat. You find Brax, you know there's one more. Clap goes down, and Riyadh, he's just across the street. If you catch a look that there's a player over there, you might full send, but for Noobs up in the tower, he's going to take some damage from range. Let's watch Waldo and White, and well, he's going to have to go ahead and back on up. The Falcons, they're going to gain control of this center zone.
Yeah, I don't think Noobs actually knew where that damage was coming from, because he actually PA's his teammate rather than the red building further back. So, moment there just to set yourself up, understand the lay of the land. Yeah, maybe to just cover what you think was a push. Dongy's so many players potentially out in the water here. He's going to find a couple of free points with a kill onto Sukra. And there's yet more out there. Twisted Minds, though, they've got company in barn. They're fighting G2.
Scythe knocked from Z-Smith. Great catch there on the stairs as well, but you still have a couple of other players. Recon drone from the sky will give you the info that you're looking for. Z-Smith, unfortunately, not going to be able to win the fight. G2, they find 2 members of Twisted Minds. It's just going to be Almond. He's still over by Mansion, but for G2, a team that lands on the complete opposite side of the map, this is probably the best that you could hope for right here. Cut your way through Barn, start throwing Twisted Minds into a little bit of a blender, and your rotation into zone is looking pretty free and clear, minus a couple of these teams at Church.
Yeah, reminder, G2, they're coming all the way over from Lumber, so they've punched through several teams and POIs in defensive positions and do not look out of breath or even close. Watch Waldo, who made a ridiculous rotation, by the way, all the way from Research to Church, pretty much directly, have now found a place to call home for just a brief moment. Circle's going to continue to pull towards Pond, so teams now trying to posture into different positions and find out how they're going to punch a ticket there. Gunx trying to find his boys back into the map. There's a buy station slightly north to him should he need it, although Resurgence will be active thus far, so if he can just find his time, lay low. But G2, you can see what they're looking at here. When are Twisted Minds going to try and strike back, and how do we stop them doing so? If you win that fight, you've got control over the entire north side of the map and a pretty free rotation off towards Pond.
And when we kind of look at the zone, that's exactly what this is feeling like, right? It's feeling like a pull that's going to go up to that pond house where Gen G is laying in wait. So here we go. G2 slowly on the outside of zone, pushing on 4. Can they manage to find any of these kills? You got a number of squads, Team Knight, Team Oreo, inside Church, playing on different sides. Anxiety, gonna throw out some early warning shots. Could back down Team Knight directly into Oreo, but the wait and see. Look at this slide on out. You get the good shots onto Clap. You get the armor crack, but right above you, Team Knight, they're gonna answer on back. But those shots going in at the bottom, they know that there's nobody down there from their squad, so there's gotta be somebody below them, and that's exactly what happens. They fly on down, they take down Clap.
4 different teams in the water, by the way, and a couple starting to push up towards the shoreline to see what they can hunt. Sage just gonna find a little bit of damage, back off, has the Raiden, puts it to great effect in the iron sight, won't slow him down. Ways knocked next. Church being contested by Knight and by G2, and honestly for me here, Knight in the worst position. Gas starting to push up behind you, limited room to operate in.
You're getting smothered from G2 right now. My only worry, though, Enigma, look not too far away. Clown's also doing the same thing, but here at the pond, it's getting mixy as Gen G, they're getting taken to by Twisted Minds here. Rated, has to stay alive. You got one knocked. You know the live pings are coming on out here. Most wanted on the side of Almond. He's going to be able to find Lennon, and just like that, you're going to have another player flying on in. And while that fight is happening down here at the Church, we see G2 finally get eliminated from Team Knight.
Yeah, I was talking about how Team Knight didn't have the best positioning in that engagement, but it's a spoiler by Watch Waldo, actually. They pressed up from the backside, forced G2 into the engagement at a moment that doesn't suit them, and you are dropped. Incredible work by Omen, by the way, at the pond house. Gen G should have had that all wrapped up, and he just stays alive, shimmy, shakes, finds the first knocks, force rated into the engagement, and it will give Twisted Minds complete control over WinCon. Vitality now, just trying to clean up and get a couple of extra points on the water side. Still 7 teams here, so watch everybody slow down. Now make it 6. You find this knock here, and that's top 5. You have yourself that extra multiplier, and for now, for Vitality, maybe a case of rotating back to buy station, see if you can get your full squad in the fight. But Falcons, they have complete control of train, so everyone's gonna have to punch a ticket through them.
Yeah, Falcons are in a good control right now. They could kind of swing on out and take down Vitality, but I'm starting to see some flex on Team Knight. You got to get on out of this house. You got to get into zone. And, well, you find a knock on Soka, and that's the opening that you're looking for. But it's a couple of shots at range. It's a PA from Almond. Cuts down Team Knight. And that will wipe them off the map. Twisted Minds, Vitality, and Falcons yet again find themselves as the 3 teams remaining. Noobs, you've lost Doggy in the process, but you are reaping Vitality. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a couple of nades up over the top. Noobs, the only player remaining from the Falcons. What are you going to do here if you are Twisted Minds?
3v1v1, what you're going to do is toy with your food for a half second and then slaughter everything in front of you. Twisted Minds make it look ridiculously simple. We're talking about when they would come online. They've hung in the fight for a little bit now. But this is the moment where they strike the irons, come out swinging. They claim that pond house from Gen G, and then they don't wait for everybody else to come to them. Get incredibly active on the front foot and mop out everything to take the map.
Really good stuff from Twisted Minds there all the way towards the end. Let's go ahead. Let's catch those POVs at the end of game number 5.
That team train is playing the duo right now. They're trying to play to get the duo out.
Hey,
I'm gonna prepay bathrooms in a second. I'm prepaying bathrooms in a second.
You got it? Okay.
I prepaid bathrooms now. I prepaid bathrooms if they go to it.
I'm trying to take
Keep
left.
taking space. Keep taking that space.
I'm walking up left. I'm walking up left.
Yep. Knock one on train. Knock one on the back left bathroom.
I got the full. I don't have bangs.
They're in the back.
On the wall. On the wall.
On my right. Right one.
In the truck. In the truck. Weak. In my truck. Last one. Nice.
Shit. $15 kills, 1.6 Enigma. It's a great way for Twisted Minds to continue to climb their way up the leaderboard. You heard in some of those comms, it was about pushing forward. It's about taking space. And that was the exact play they needed to secure that win.
Yeah, it's a confidence booster as well. It was a case of, you know, you've started today a little bit slowly. Maybe you just wait, play around, and secure a comfortable first place with a 1.6. Like, no, we want all the extra points. We're chasing the Falcons. We're chasing first place. We don't just want to qualify. That is the minimum standard for a World Championship roster. And so they get aggressive, and it's just glorious. I mean, we talked about the PA, we talked about all the work, but there's so much on the front foot. There is not a single soul from this man on the wall until the pond house. That's how much space they've cleared out at this point. The entire area belonged to them.
It was really, really fascinating to watch, and I think they make that same realization, right? Almond, he's pre-PAing the bathroom, trying to flush anybody out that's in there, and it's just, I think when they realize how much space they can take, they go, wait, all these shots are happening on this far side. This is where these last two teams are remaining, and unfortunately, it's just two solos, Skullface and Noobs from Vitality, from Falcons respectively, taken on down. But the same three teams, Enigma, they find their way towards the end of that game number 5, except this time it is a new victor. Twisted Minds doing a great job of being able to take that game. We're through our first 5 maps, my friend. How are we feeling as we get ready to go into the halftime?
Those three are the most consistent, or a clear level above right now. For everyone else, it is waging war over 2 remaining spots. I don't think that we're opening this conversation back up. Obviously, stranger things have happened, but I'd be so surprised with the form that they look. I'm very glad, by the way, that through those end moments, you mentioned Almond. I think he just had a nuclear map. Go back to that moment where he claimed Pond. I think that him coming out and doing stuff like that, when your IGL can make those moments happen, that's going to fire up Shifty and Z-Smith. And I think Twisted Mind's going to be very dangerous through this back half, not only because he's able to do things like that, but the clean comms at the end, that is the Ben that we know, the Ben that is a world champion.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. The first 5 maps have delivered nothing but electricity. Will the back half match the same level of intensity? We're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, the second half of the North American qualifiers will continue.
Lock in, load up, and let's make history.
Doggy from above, the shots are firing.
Fights coming thick and fast and furious. Today is about legacy.
Guess what? You thought you were safe? Everyone who's falling into this guy's sights is dying.
Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end! It was patience all the way through!
Okay, Aaron.
I'm sorry, bud. The Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series is coming to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. 32 teams, $1 million on the line. Tickets are on sale now. Get yours. Get to Riyadh this summer and watch the greatest rise above. Welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined this time by Dandro and Enigma. First off, great cast, boys. Sounded awesome. We've reached our halfway point. 5 maps completed. It's been a unique zone every single map, and it's been a lot of fun. But one thing is consistent. Dandro, Lizzo continues to play, and our top 3 teams, or at least 3 of our org teams, continue to score at the top.
Yeah, hey, Falcons get their get back, right, against Vitality. Coach had a great moment there, you know, sort of towards the end where he kind of mentioned, like, basically it's the exact same fight as that last game, except this time it's basically Falcons and Vitality battling it out first, and that was what allows Twisted Minds to be able to push on forward and engage in that third party, just play spoiler to it, and be able to clean it on up. And it kind of all started here, right, was when we got down to the Final Four, it's Team Knight up here on white. They're trying to push across. Unfortunately, the Falcons, they just make too good of a read, and so do Twisted Minds, because you're kind of getting shot from 2 different directions.
Oh gosh, look at that, just lighting up red as Team Falcons get the cleanups. Overall, though, great game. Obviously, we get to our top 3. It's Vitality, it's Falcons, and naturally Twisted Minds. Enigma, they battle very hard towards the very end, but when do Twisted Minds finally have the confidence to say enough is enough, let's win our first game?
I think it's when you get that setup from Ormond and he's just kind of like, okay, this is the situation there, this is the situation there, this is the situation there. When someone like Shifty and Z Smith have basically a roaming UAV of the map, they know how to go and execute around that. And everyone else as well, they felt like if you were, I don't know, Vitality, for example, you're looking to pick off kills in the water. They weren't looking to win that map. There was only one team with that on their mind, and it was Twisted Minds. And it's the difference between a great team and a world champion squad is whether or not you're trying to maximize every moment, and they certainly were being very aggressive on that front foot.
What, 15 total kills, I think, at 24 points coming out for the Twisted Minds side. Dandro, I felt like it's been a long time coming. Second place here, top 5 here. Twisted Minds just could not get a first place, but let's give them credit. They've been highly consistent today.
And that's really what it all comes down to. Yeah, map wins are nice, but if you're consistently getting to that 1.4 with, you know, basically anywhere from 15 to 20 plus kills, you're doing everything you can to ensure that you are going to be in that top 5. And that's exactly the type of Warzone I want to be seeing played in an event like this. Because reminder, folks, when we get to LAN, it's match point finals. You can play 6 games, you can play 15 games, and your ability to be consistent across a 10 map set will really set you up beautifully when we get to that LAN.
Well, all 3 of those teams we just mentioned, top 3, know exactly what match point is all about. Let's take a look at our standings after a halfway point. 5 more maps to go. Enigma, you know, we've been watching, obviously, Falcons G2 at the top, and it is still going to be Falcons, Twisted Minds G2, but it's Clown and Knight sneaking into top 5 for the first time.
Certainly will be, but them 2 squads will be looking over their shoulders very much so, because the gap is small and Vitality are on the rise. Because like not long ago we were talking about them being around the 10th position. Now they're right there on the cusp, 1.5 points back basically from booking their tickets to LAN. Further back from that, you may be looking at someone like a Virtus Pro to go and have a big map, but otherwise everyone else is kind of flittering. They've been on the map, I guess, but it's not been enough for anyone else in the conversation. Genji all the way down there, 37.4. That average placing still not good enough to make them a part of the topic at all.
And I think if you're one of those lower teams, you have to be keeping it in mind, because we mentioned it, but going into that, it was basically 5th down to 11th. There was a 10-point difference. After that game, it's only 5th through 9th. So as we get more and more through these games, that gap is going to continue to close.
You know, I gotta say, though, I'm really worried at this point. Same thing from yesterday. Ninja in Pajamas, FaZe just have not yet to wake up. Gen G, a talented roster we know for sure, filled with veterans. You got Aiden on there, who wants to, of course, reclaim his throne as the champion of EWC, but in 11th place. And they, I mean, what, just nearly halfway to top 5. Things are definitely getting scary for them. But as far as individual performance goes, we take a look at it. Hisoka at the top at 39. Look, Enigma, you've got a guy that can IGL, who can nearly win 1v2s against G2 in map 1, and also outslay quite literally everybody, including Z Dongi, who is typically the guy slaying everybody.
I mean, look, we have wondered for a long time, what would Soka look like? What would his performance over tournaments look like if he wasn't that great mind, that IGL that everyone else puts their faith into? Well, I mean, 39 when he is doing that should give you a pretty terrifying idea of what he could go out and make happen. The fact that all top 3 are Falcons should be a surprise to nobody. They have 108 kills so far between them. The next closest team, 68, just to show you the gap that exists out there on the map.
That is pretty insane, to say the least. So Vitality, they're on the come up, Dandro. Okay, let's talk cats or dog. Who likes cats or dogs, Dandro? Let's talk about it, man, and just really see what's out there. Dogs overwhelmingly positive for the side of Americans. Are you a dog guy?
Brother, I'm a cat guy through and through. I got a nice little 20-pound black cat named Bagheera.
20 pounds?
He's my best friend. Hey, we don't shame. We don't
Hey, that's the cat that likes to butter on toast before you put it in the toaster. Am I right?
All I'm gonna say is I want to make this point yesterday, and that you know what my thing is I like the people who are cats or both people. Because if you ask a cat or a both person, like, hey, which do you like more? They're like, yeah, I just prefer cats. But hey, you do you, man. You ask dog people, are they cats or dog person? They're like, I am only a dog person. I could never be anything else ever again in my life. And they're so aggressive about it for no reason. So everybody who voted for cats or both, you're my friends. If you voted dogs only, I'm sorry, I can't be your friend.
Andrew, who hurt you? That was so much rage.
A dog person.
Like visceral rage coming out. Enigma, you got to get a hold of your duo, man. He's losing full.
Don't pin this on me. First of all, I'm a both guy. Cats and dogs, wonderful. All right, the puppies and the kittens, they're wonderful. But I don't know what all that was about, Dan. We need to go and have a therapy session after this or something. Real. Jesus Christ.
Get my energy back.
Yeah, anyone who didn't, at least this time, we didn't have anybody who voted no, which happened in Europe, and I'm very disappointed about my region for that.
All right, well, let's bring our casters in. You should know and love them. It's Spider Tiffits. Ghost, welcome back to the desk lot earlier than I was expecting. I wanted to ask a question, though, both to Dandro and Enigma real quick, if you don't mind, because I was curious about Vitality. So they are in 6th place, but I've noticed the 2 games that they got the most points on were where the zones were on their side, right towards Train, whether it be Train or Mansion. Is this a team that struggles when the zone shifts over towards Research, maybe Coal, Lumber? Do you think this is a roster that if the zone does go over towards the east, we don't see them getting a top 5 performance? Dandro, Enigma, either one can take it.
I'll be real quick. I think they just have to be faster. I think they're finding the fights, they're winning the fights, but it's just they're lagging behind a little bit too much and they're getting gate kept. I think they need to take a page out of that Shifty book that we saw where he just cut directly from Mansion down into Lumber Mill. Do a little bit of that, I think, if you're Team Vitality, and you'll find a lot more success.
Yeah, I do worry about them because I really want to I want to see them in top 5, but the zones just have not been too good to them. At least when you go to the east, they definitely start to struggle a little bit. Goj, what about you?
I think they're just heating up, all right? I think Dan's correct. I think they need to move a little bit quicker if the zones are on the far side. But a reminder, the first 3 games, they scored a total of 20.4 points. Then in the 4th game, they drop a 20.8, and then they again go back into a top 5 position and drop sizable scores, and now they're within striking distance of top 5. I'm not worried about Vitality at all. They're warmed up. They're ready to rock. Second half is going to treat them well.
What about our number 4 team, Enigma? How are they looking?
This Team Clown roster are very surprising right now. I think our top 3, anyone here would have made good money putting the Falcons, Twisted Minds, and G2 up there. I think we'd all have had them in our top 5 without a shadow of a doubt. This Team Clown roster, honestly, I had them nowhere near. They get here by scraping through in 8th place of upper round 1. Their performance, their placing was all right. It was pretty solid, but their kills were woeful. They're having a great time right now. They have only 4 kills less than G2. Placing's been really good. They're making it work out there. So yeah, hats off to them. I think they're the surprise factor of the day.
Is it more of a surprise than Swizen, Enigma? You know, Swizen getting 3rd place in EU yesterday. You know, we're looking at Watch Waldo, Knight in 4th and 5th. Is the surprise similar from the EU side to the NA?
I'd say it's more surprising because I feel like Clown & Co, they were almost a known quantity coming into this. We've known about them for a long time. For Swizen & Co, they're almost new. We did get Swizen at World Series last year, but other than that, we don't really know those players, so we don't know their ceiling. I think for Waldo & Co, this is evolving almost late into your career, and we don't see that happen often.
That is true, actually, because normally you would maybe slow down, start fizzling out just a little bit. We take a look at Swizen naturally from just yesterday. He was a very talented player. This is a roster, or at least a player that moves forward into the top 5 conversation for the EU side of things. Obviously, phenomenal performance. And Tiff, Swizzin and them were one of our biggest surprises yesterday.
Yeah, their win where they kind of lobbed the grenade and banked it and smacked it straight down on that was disgusting. Like, then they got 2 wins on the total of the 10-game series, which we were talking about yesterday. That 1.6x multi was absolutely critical for you to stack that and get your points on the board, which is exactly what we need to see for some of our teams today. With Vitality coming online just a couple of games in 4th and 5th, that's great, right? But we still have 5 more games. In our prior brackets, it was an 8-game series. You have 2 more to work with, so we can go ahead and throw those early games out. But you've got to lock in from here till the end.
Yeah, locking in is critical at this point because, again, we have some very talented rosters who are just not performing well. Oreo, for example, Gen G, been highlighting them, at least personally. FaZe, we're constantly talking about them, but only at the top of game where they're getting absolutely wiped out. FaZe... Yeah. Esports, a team that, we would expect to be tearing it up today. Given their performance in the previous qualifiers, they're just not showing up, and it is what it is. Let's go back in time, though. Drop 1, and it was a fun drop to watch. Goj, the first opportunity really to see what these teams were all about, but more importantly, the ending was exciting. It was G2 who gets the job done, but Hisoka nearly wins the 1v2.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this first map, and I think one of the things that we were so interested to watch out for is the drop spots of some of these teams that were maybe a little bit, I don't know, question marks on where they might land. And Gen G starting down in Lumber was certainly a surprise for G2. So the fact that G2 is able to do what they're able to do on this map, even with some contests they weren't expecting, is even more props to them. But then on the opposite side of the coin, we have FaZe, and we're like, okay, where's FaZe going to land? They're going to go back to where they landed during upper bracket, and it's the same story of what happened in the upper bracket with FaZe. Big question mark for me is how do you turn your tournament around when all of your plans aren't working?
True. You know what was crazy to me, Dandro? I was watching Dr. Man's White Twisted Minds. I thought we were going to have a Dr. Man's narrative all day today.
I was right there with you. They drop 8 kills. They come in 3rd overall. 11.2, not too bad. But I'm going to give you a little fun stat line. That team died 18 times in that game. Game number 1. They got thrown into the blender.
The regain is good.
The regain. Listen, I'm all props. Your regaining is insane. But I think I'm right there with you. I was like, wow, this is a team we didn't really know what their strategy was. We didn't know what their drop was. Game 1 started off hot for them, and unfortunately, it's just kind of fizzled throughout the day that's there. I'd love to be able to see them in this back half get a little bit back more in the form that we saw very early on here today.
Yeah, you would hope so. This was getting towards the end, Tiff, and again, it was Hisoka who was doing everything in his power to win, but the bomb drone straight to the face can't avoid it.
Yeah, you really can't. I mean, the finishing touch right there, it was very interesting to see G2, but I'm glad they kicked this off strong because they did get contested by Gen G in game number 1 at Lumbermill. We saw what happened with Gentlemates and Parabellum yesterday when they kept that contest going in Lumber, but to change things up, to survive, to rotate into endgame, and to walk away with some 21 kills, I'll take it.
21 kills. It was a Lumber ending, but we go to drop 3, and then we head over towards a Main Street ending. Again, a new, fresh zone ending that we hadn't seen, at least up until this point. It was Team Knight who gets first place. It was business as usual for some rosters, including G2, of course, starting off strong. Twisted Minds getting second. And by the way, this would be back-to-back second places, Enigma.
It would, and Twisted Minds, this was one of those moments where it's kind of like, okay, we talk often about the ceiling of teams and how high you can peak in your big games. It was lifting your floor, and that's what Twisted Minds were doing a good job of early. They weren't necessarily having their bangers, their pop-offs. 14 kills in the second place, though. That's putting themselves in a solid spot, even if you're not taking over the map. So even though early on the tournament wasn't really theirs, it's far better than many others could talk about in the day.
And it was also Falcon showing consistency too, Dandro.
Yeah, it was a lot. And just real quick, I wanted to show this game was where we started to see a lot of just the formulation of some of these top teams really come on through because the scores were so close. It was 24 for Knight, 22.4 for the Falcons. G2 grabbed 22.4 and Twisted Minds 19.6. Less than 5 points separating first through fourth in this lobby. Kind of insane.
It was insane indeed. Again, Knights getting the win. This was a team, Tiff, that you highlighted at the very start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've got some really solid players on this roster that are really good when it comes to Resurgence. And Gabe, dude, he's been a part of so many great teams coming into the Warzone Resurgence Series, so I'm happy to see him do well here.
Go to drop 4, and this was Vitality finally taking over. It was a long time coming. I felt for 3 maps in a row, they were nowhere to be found. Yet they doubled their points after drop 4, Goj.
Yeah, they doubled their points after drop 4, but again, it was a measly 20.8. I say it's measly. It's certainly helpful. I'm sure they were excited about it, but it was just a slow map for them. They played the end very well, but it was mostly because a lot of the action was on this side of the map. I mean, obviously, you see G2 winning their early engagements. See a lot of fights out of research to start, as kind of per the usual, and this is actually giving me more mention about this FaZe team. Not trying to harp on them. They just got to figure out what they want to do. In drop 4, they decided to go research, and again, can't get anything going. They've got to find somewhere else to go. I'm not sure where it is, but wherever they can find, maybe they can start creeping their way up to make a late game run.
And by the way, this was an exciting ending. We do see 3 teams with previous teammates on each roster. Obviously, I'm talking Vitality, I'm talking Twisted Minds, and Falcons, all fighting over in Mansion. But it was Vitality who was able to hold on strong, and then they followed up with the drop number 5. Obviously, a great performance there, which means they are now knocking on the door of breaking into top 5. And I hope they can. They're a talented roster, and I want to see them competing over in Birmingham. 5 maps down, 5 more to go. Tiff and Ghosh, let's get drop 6 started.
Thank you so much, Taylor, Reflections Noble, and our amazing desk. Tiff, that was a fun little vamp session talking about all things this tournament, but let's take a look at the leaderboard and remind everybody where the scores are actually at. We're playing for top 5.
You really are here in, well, maybe top, 2nd through 5th at this point, because the Falcons have 157 points. You're not taking that spot away from them where it currently lies. But for Twisted Minds, G2 Esports, Clown, Knight, look, keep it going, because Vitality, J Vela, Virtus Pro, you're not too far outside of breaking into that top 5, which means Team Knight, you only got that 1 win in game number 3. You're going to have to take it further. And FaZe Esports right there, Oreo, Gen G. Look, Gen G, they were basically spinning a wheel and deciding where they weren't actually spinning a wheel, but it felt like that with some of their drop spots. I want to see them lock it in.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we expected from them. We expected them to go to Pond when Pond made sense. We expected them to go to Research when Research made sense.
True.
They just can't find good action in the mid game to set themselves up for the late game. They're getting wiped pretty early in this mid game, which ultimately means they're not getting very much of multipliers, and they're scrambling for kills in general. So it doesn't feel like they're able to get any sort of momentum right now. One good game, they're right back in there. Frankly, according to that leaderboard, it really feels like a race for 4th and 5th. Top 3 mostly secured as long as they kind of take care of business. So I'll be looking out for anybody that can drop a banger that's somewhere anywhere between 3rd or 4th rather, all the way down to about 10th or so. If you're on that bottom 5, you're going to need a meteoric game, in the words of Taylor. And so I'll be looking out for that as well. I think this next zone will dictate a lot for us, Tiff, because yes, we're into the second half, but also will this zone also dictate, hey, FaZe, you need to land somewhere else, or hey, Gen G, they're going back to Research, for instance.
Look, they did pretty good at Pond, but what if we pull straight back to Research? We get a ton of those type of end games here on Haven's Hollow, but it's drop number 6, baby. We could go anywhere. And for Gen G, if it's a return to Pond, that's great, but I need more kills out of you. Lennon situated with 18, Aiden with 13. Those numbers are not normal for those boys.
Here we go. Yeah, and this is what we kind of expected. We see an Eastern zone reminiscent to the first map. So where does Gen G go? You saw them very briefly, that yellow 7. They're headed back to Lumber. This is where they started things, if you remember. And who's winning out in Research? It's been Clown and Watch Waldo all day today. There's a reason they're a top 5 team. They're going to maintain their spot there if they can win out in that POI.
Well, Aiden picks up a couple, but we lose Rated on the trade. Not full just yet, and can self-res. For now, we're looking to put points on the board and win this contest. But based off performances yesterday, how easily third-party Lumbermill was, you've got to be careful.
Got to be careful for sure. We saw Gen G pick up a couple kills early against G2 and against Dr. Mans, who's over here. That's 15, that's 7, that's 2 on your screen right now. Rated, caught unaware, didn't hear the audio behind him, and gets trapped. Dr. Mans and Hoodie Gang picking up a nice trade on one part of Gen G. A fight in Lumber is mimicked by the same fight with a couple different teams in Research, by the way. We did see FaZe Esports head over yet again to Research, and yet again they are full wiped and out of this map, Tiff. Back to the action at hand, though.
That's not very phase up of them. We're going to have to lock it in for the last couple of games, because that is dangerous if you want to get to Birmingham LAN and not have to fight it out through the bloodbath that is called the Open. Lumbermill starting to get crazy once we've invested some streaks here, and now Lennon and Rated looking for some cheeky angles, or nasty little angle, as Enigma would say.
That's crazy. Nasty little angle indeed. Everybody's regained, though. It is Resurgence after all. You can play a little bit risky as long as you've got somebody that's safe. By the way, just for those that care about our top 3, they're all safe. They all have their POIs for free. So don't worry about the Falcons. Don't worry about Twisted Minds or Vitality. We'll see them later, I can only assume. While Waldo continues to light up the kill feed, they're doing a fantastic job of locking down research. This is where they've landed every game, and this is the reason they're inside the top 5. And, well, that's another free kill. Unfortunately, Praise, a young gun, a promising future, but maybe not in this map. A brutal one there.
I mean, they're the 4th place overall for teams in terms of kills with 61 overall coming into this game. We already know their ability to be on LAN, so they've just been flying under the radar. We consider them almost, would you say they're underrated as a squad right now, always?
Yeah, I definitely say so. And you can see a nice little trade here against one part of Virtus Pro, and this is Destroyed just kind of looking for any kill he can get his hands on here. Team is fairly safe on the outside of research. They're going to be chilling there and sending 1 to 2 in to pick up what kills they can. J-Vella's team trying to get a little bit of revenge. They said, don't talk bad about me. We're going to get 1. J-Vella finds Waldo. Colony down means Clown needs to run and hide, and all of a sudden, maybe losing research for the first time.
Well, J-Vella needs every point they can get, especially being on the bubble coming into the back half of this series. 58 points on the day, which has them about, I don't know, like 13 points outside of the top 5. That's a couple fights and a nice multiplier to go alongside it.
You see slow, patient play from G2. Been playing around stacks here after losing out on the main part of Lumber. This is where they like to regain from and hang out in. There is no rush based on our zone. Again, we are the eastern side of the map. Not sure if it'll be south or north. Only time will tell. You do see a nice trade there. Hoodie Gang picking up Lennon inside, as it does look like Dr. Mans is going to take control of the main part of Lumber. But guess who's moving towards Lumber off screen, by the way? The Falcons getting active on the south side of the map. But until then, we head back to Nate Dogg, as he is moving in from the west, trying to take a part of Main Street and figure out where to go from here. The Falcons, they've got their anchor on the boat still. They're sending 2 for kills. Donkey's already been cut down, so Noobs is looking for a little piece of the action, maybe a piece of the pie. They don't have a kill yet because, again, they're uncontested.
Ooh, nice knock there onto Hoodie Gang as Noobs is able to really get up there, hit the full, send him packing out of this lobby. They go without a single multiplier, and without Dongy flying back on in, this is our time to take this. But honestly, back on out, you've got Gen G who's looking to get involved because we're having to take smart fights at this point in our series.
Yeah, really good job from the Falcons there. It's a very nuanced point, but their anchor is hanging out on boat, called back one of the players because they may have been pushed by Team 16 off screen. So just barely missing out there, able to stay alive and hold down boat. Now the 2 will go hunt, and on screen, it looks like G2 in the kill feed lighting it up, taking down Sucre and Tenix. We also see a nice engagement there from Vitality on the edge of map, just picking up kills where they can. 13 teams still in the map, and it's still a fight over Lumber.
I think you're going to want to lay stake to this side of Lumber to control this side of the circle. And G2, Gen G, they've been duking it out since the beginning, which if they want to farm each other for kills, that's great, but you're just stifling, you're able to regain. So I want to see them kind of anchor down, maybe a bit further north. Dongy and the Falcons are trying to move on in. We were curious what Vitality was doing. Well, they're still situated at Barn, just a handful of kills to go, but they are outside the top 5 by a mere 2 points. And remember yesterday, Ghost, every point matters.
Every point certainly matters. Vitality, or at least Sage, has 63 damage. Guys barely shot his gun, which is fair.
Sure.
Playing anchor for the team. Let the boys go roam, I suppose. They've been playing again from the western side of train, completely uncontested. So look at the piece of the action here shortly. We do see Lennon go down yet again for Gen G. Lennon on the hunt, though. You can see Gen G, the rest of the team, barely on screen on the minimap. Far to the left here, not taking part of the main building of Lumber, as it's now the Falcons took control.
Ooh, you see the glint from across the way and a deletion on a rooftop of a player of the Falcons. G2 and LOLAM still going back and forth, and LOLAM are in 10th place overall. G2 nestled nicely inside the top 5, but we're just farming at that point. So now with Lumber Mill essentially cleared on out, we can set our sights further as LOLAM is out of the lobby.
Yeah, LOLAM out of the lobby. Do see J-Vella actually picking up most of Virtus Pro from what we can tell. So we swing back up to where they've been traditionally fighting, and you can see where Clown and Co have taken over research. Now, not safe, though. There's the rest of J-Vella. Finds one. The other one zips away, saying, whoopsies, my bad. Wrong spot. By the way, our fire sale is active now. Plenty of time for the resurgence timer, but advanced UAVs in the sky means we'll probably see some fights here shortly, especially on these rotations in. You see Gen G getting extremely active, playing around the Falcons.
We just saw G2 leave Lumber, and now Gen G and Falcons, a big fight here. Noobs breaking out that heartbeat, wanting to get angles, but it's Lennon parkouring across the rooftop before ripping down. So long as Dongy doesn't deal the finishing blows there. Instead, he gets it. He goes for it, now turns it to a 3v2.
A big fight on our hands again. The timer is still technically active, so as long as you're not fighting as a full team of 3, unless you're just going to full send it, you're going to still be alive in this game, but these kills are everything. All the Falcons inside of Lumber, but Ahsoka playing entry fragger. He is hot right now. Might as well keep him hot. He decides to back off since the other 2 hounds ahead. Noobs hunting down his opponent. Rated does get the buyback. Everything's fine for Gen G. It's not great, but it's fine.
No. Is it fine though? Lennon's out. We have 1 member left. That's likely Aiden floating somewhere looking to survive here in match number 6. Nate Dogg, Trick, Tappa. Trick on 6. I'm okay with this as we still work towards finding the last member of Gen G.
A lot of action going around on the map, but if you didn't notice in the kill feed, it was very, very brief. There's so many kills happening. Vitality is out of this map. As a bubble team, that is bad news. I thought they were heating up, but apparently they're going to be sitting in lobby for a while. Hopefully drinking some coffee or something, but back to the action we go. Raul barrel stuffs his opponent. Jay Vela out of the map now. We're into the top 8.
Good place for them to be, considering I think their best map of the day, they were 7th place, and a Gen G is coming back to life. Okay, we will set. Lennon's like, wait, we're not surviving in this building. I'm gonna do whatever it takes. I'm a LAN winner, and I'm trying to get back to it, but it's not enough. Gen G out of the lobby.
It was a great effort. That was a little scary there for a moment, and just decided to commit to it. Picked up a kill. Not top 5. Gen G gonna be frustrated about that one. By the way, Virtus Pro also out of this map and off the lobby. We got a lot of folks on the bubble that are struggling in this game. This could be a huge opening for a team on our screen right now. This team's in last. They have basically no points. They've been wiped first like 3 or 4 times. This has been a brutal tournament for them, and somehow, some way, they've got a decent game going. So maybe they can turn a frustrating first half into a heroic second half as they do pick up 2 parts of Watch Waldo and Colony. We'll see.
Yo, they're getting a multi. They're getting a multi. We're in 1.4x. They had 14.8 points prior to this. So, hey, I love an underdog story.
Nate Dogg dead. Average placement for that squad, 14th. That's how bad the first half has been. But we have a second half, folks. You never know what can happen. Now, Twisted Minds playing kind of what they usually do, okay? That's the best way to put it. They've been able to win out the north side. They win out in Trainwreck. They've got so much space to work with, and they're going to let everybody come to them. And frankly, they're going to let everybody else fight each other while they just get the cleanups. They eat the scraps. They're able to do whatever they want. Shifty is over here by himself, a country mile away from his teammates, because there's nobody on this side of the zone.
It's okay. They're about to hit triple digits for Soka Dongy Noobs. They're just looking for 200 points on the back half of this series and a nice clean out. But for now, G2 here, Anxiety, Scythe, Big Man. Mind you, the winners of drop number 1 would love to run it back and claim 2 wins here, another 1.6x multi. But the big fight here is going to be the Falcons and Twisted Minds.
Yet again, we have 3 of the top 3 teams.
Or Scythe's going to body you from across the way.
It's a huge pickup from Scythe's going to open things up for Twisted Minds and keep an advantage in their hands. So now the Falcons have to reassess and readdress this fight from a different angle. Look at the zone, though. Twisted Minds have a perfect position for it once they rotate through. The Falcons, as a duo now, are going to be looking to engage with G2. Reminder, it's 3 of the 4 top big dogs in this tourney, and then we got the team in last. This is a huge moment for Team 13. Watch out for them on your screen. They're going to look to third party this. We do see Noobs open things up with an early knock. Can he get a double? No, but he gets a crack. Going to force G2 to back off, play disengage, and figure out where are these 2 players. Is it 3? Is it 2? Hisoka down, Noobs down, Dongy alive. Now what?
What do you mean we didn't watch those stairs, though? That was an absolute mess, but that's okay. Anxiety Scythe, they somehow make it out of it. We have 1 member of the Falcons still alive, and for now, still 8 players total on the map. Not a lot of kills throughout our players here, but that's okay, because we have a multi. The free cam shows it where Dongy's rolling up. It's Raul still in it. Raul's still out of it, and that is a tough one, but believe in J-Tech, the duo, from last place to, they have everything to gain here.
Yeah, good luck. It's now a 3v2. Dongy. They actually get a knock. J-Tech finds the angle. Shifty is able to pick up at least a crack on one. A 3v2 split though. J-Tech goes down. This is gonna be a free win for Twisted Minds. Pieced perfectly. Twisted Minds back on top. Well done to Almond, Z-Smith, and Shifty. Frankly, it was a pretty easy map for them. As much as you want to tout their skill, they win the top side of the map, and then they just kind of hang out, get a couple free kills, and then win the game because everybody else fights first. Very well done. Great patient play. Let's look back at the victory moment and hear what the comms were like.
Left. I got hit by the peak. Oh my god, bro.
There's a kid in the air somewhere too.
You can answer this.
Celso, move out of call.
Yeah, closer.
Backing up a little.
I got a full on side. Yeah, what's deep at the bridge? Deep at the bridge. Crack. I think they're fighting. Yeah, they're fighting. It's a duel. It's a duel.
Last team.
3v2.
Yeah. I'm on the top right train.
Yeah, deep left, jump
There's one in my...
What's on right? I can self. They're swinging my right. They're swinging my right. They're swinging me on the right. I'm selfing. Gonna try to fool me right here.
One's in a little divot. One's in a divot.
Challenge me.
One stay back on the left. I'm money.
Not selfing.
Left push up any one side.
Nice.
Well, first we were singing Lizzo, now we're singing Drake. They go back to back, Tiff. That's a huge win for Twisted Minds.
I mean, you are not speaking my language when it comes to music references. Is that okay? Because I got the anime. But as we look through The Last Stand, here's that walk up from the stairway that I was telling you. G2 was focusing forward towards that next circle, and two members of the Falcons just kind of snake on up off the back of the information they got from the heartbeat. Sure, one player does make it out alive, and G2 has a casualty, but then we kind of go towards this train wreck area of things with Raul and Believe across the way. Dongy trying to come over here. He finds Raul here, but not before getting traded out. But this costs him. If we keep Raul alive, the fight against Twisted Minds could have been different.
Yeah, it definitely could have. I think Donkey actually played spoiler there, but you got to remember those kills. This Team Falcons, they don't need any points. They're having a good time and they're practicing for the future. That singular kill is 1.6 points. I mean, that's what, triple the spread between 5th and 6th? You have to go for every kill that you can. Obviously, it gives Twisted Minds the win because they have a 3v2, but either way you look at it, a nice cleanup there from Donkey to pick up one more before he goes down, since he was a solo and a regain solo at that.
Yeah, it's okay. Still a back-to-back for Twisted Minds when we're looking for that solidified nature inside the top 5, though, Gosh.
Yeah, totally agree. Well, let's bring back the desk and see what they thought about that map. It was a fun one and a free one for Twisted Minds.
They look absolutely unstoppable. Well done from the Twisted Minds perspective. Can't be stopped of top 5. Did this game help their case?
I don't think so. They'll pick up a handful of kills at the start here, but I fear that they made a wrong choice partway through the map, and that was to go and fight for Mansion. And it's going to play a little bit into something Ghost said about Twisted Minds getting basically a free win. And part of that is because early on, Vitality, for some reason, they make the call instead of kind of rotating in south or maybe playing up towards the center zone. They go and push up at that Mansion location, fighting Twisted Minds and losing the engagement. And I'd love to get a fly on the wall for the coach and just question that decision making, because yes, is it a right thing to go and fight for Mansion in a zone like this? Maybe. Or is it a good thing to go and fight against a big team and remove them from the map? Sure, but not before top 5. And it feels like in moments like that, they're just making it much more difficult for themselves than they need to.
It's just kind of wild to think about, because you're seeing moments of that kind of right here, right? Where Twisted Minds, they're making that realization that if they can just clear out Vitality, they have the rest of this map to just to play out of. In some of these zones where you know you're going to be pulling kind of over towards this G2, G3 train car area, you want to play this from the top down. So Twisted Mind says, hey, if we clean up Vitality, we're sitting pretty, we're doing great. And now then from there, we just have to play from that north side down, and we can play through the rest of it. Because look what's happening elsewhere on the map. Everybody is trying to play from the low ground, pushing on up, and it's just so hard to do that because you're trying to cling onto any type of cover that you can. And that's why we're watching these teams like Falcons and G2. They're trying to battle it on out. J-Tech, Believe, Raul, they're the only other team to kind of try and play a little bit of high ground there, but it doesn't matter. So it's mine. They already had the power position. They were already holding on.
Yeah, they're looking unstoppable. This is a roster that wants another championship. Obviously, this time with Shifty, and it's been a little bit since Shifty has lifted a trophy, right? So he wants it, and he might get it if Twisted Minds continue to play as good as they are. But are we, I don't know, singing the praises of J-Tech Raul Believe? They were in last place, Enigma, and somehow, some way, they get second place. I don't know how many eliminations, but at least showing life in Game 6, honestly, if they can, I don't know, clean it up in the next 4 or 3 maps anyways. Who knows? Maybe a top 5 run.
Don't know if I can give them a lot of praise, but I will give them that you're not going to get slaughtered up here on the desk because it is at least standing up and making better decisions. So yeah, hopefully, I mean, that roster is far too good to be sat there rock bottom of the board and by some distance. Hopefully they can make a respectful afternoon of it. Do I see them getting top 5? No, they need some bangers from this point on, but we also saw a couple of teams make late runs yesterday, come online just for the second half of the day. If they do that, suddenly it gets interesting, and well, what a story that would be to round out North America Chapter 1.
Most certainly would be. Chat, make sure you're staying on top of your drops. I just claimed one of my double XP just a little bit ago. I think I got 2 more to get. So make sure you have everything connected, everything wrapped up so you can get yourself some double XP. It's worth it. It's free. Hey, you can't go wrong with it. Make sure you check it out. After all, this is the qualifiers for Birmingham. We're going to be giving drops, I'm assuming, at least for all of our broadcasts. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already. There it is, 6 games down. We're about to hop into map 7. For vitality's sake, the question is, did they do enough to break into top 5? I don't think so, but they at least maintain where they are currently at. It's going to be close for the top 5 run. Dan, the question is, can Knight hold on? Because it's a close one.
It is really the question, right? Going into that game, you were less than 2 points ahead of Vitality right there. And even then, on top of that, Team J Vela is kind of right over your shoulder looking on in. So very curious to see how Team Knight can sort of bounce back, because I think that they cannot have any more mixy games from here on out, right? You have 4 more maps remaining. You have to really just play pretty solid through, I think, these 4 in order to just secure that you will hold on to this 5th place spot. Now, has me worried, Taylor, is that if you are Team Vitality, you'll land pretty close to Team Knight. You could potentially have a fast little train drop, rotate over to Main Street, maybe take out your main opposition, force them to have a bad game, and maybe you can start coming out on top and maybe have a little bit of a better play than pushing Mansion like Enigma mentioned.
True. Enigma, speaking of, I want to talk Virtus Pro. Grimy Destroy Adrian, a team that, at least from my perspective, Destroy and Adrian love those players to death. I really do. They're super talented, but where are they sitting? I mean, currently they were in 8th place going into that game 6. I don't know. Do they have the steam to finally break into top 5? Because my worrying concern is they've just been a little bit too slow.
They have, but the one thing I will give them is they stink of a momentum-based team. Grimy was the 2nd best Slayer in Upper Round 1 with 51 kills. That is still 20 behind Shifty because Shifty was putting belt to ass. But I look at the rest of this roster. Look, if you've ever done a listen-in with Destroy or maybe a interview with Destroy or had even a half conversation with Destroy, as soon as that guy's feeling gas, you are ready to run through a brick wall. And sometimes that's all it needs. You like to touch paper under him and the other 2 come alive and all of a sudden this roster can make the run. I still question their drop a little bit. They land mini. Yeah. If you win that, you've then got to go and fight for a buy station over at Cold and Research, and that might be their undoing right now, so maybe change that up.
All right, let's take a look at our standings as we head into game number 7. It is going to be Praise and Co. who managed to secure top 5, dropping Virtus Pro just behind them. My concern, though, Vitality drops down a little bit, but that point spread, Dan, that's not a lot, right? From 9th place up to 5th. It's a true race.
Dog, I thought yesterday was going to give me a heart attack. This might put me in the hospital. I'm not going to lie to you, just how close it is. The one thing that we have is at least Team Clown is continuing to get points where they need to, right? So this really truly feels like as long as Team Clown don't massively just, I don't know, somehow suck for 2 maps in a row, like they'll be okay. Like they should feel pretty confident in their positioning. And this really does feel like a battle for 5th here among so many of these teams.
Which is the same narrative we had yesterday, Enigma.
It was. And what I'd love to see repeat that, right? What did we do? Last map, 5th, 6th, 7th, all were fighting in the final circle. Comes down to 0.6. But I mean, I am 100% going to take that all day. Do we think the top 3 have run away with it? Sure. But my God, what I do to just watch like 6 or 7 teams just all fight over that final circle, and we're trying to do the math. Good Lord, that is exactly what Warzone fans want. That's what we want.
And, well, all the players won, except for those who are probably involved, because they'll be having heart attacks too.
Well, I think for the players, avoid Team Falcons. Twisted Minds, G2, stay out of their way, right? Just don't even try and fight them, okay? At this point in time, go for FaZe Esports, man. They've been on the struggle bus. Maybe some Gen G, right? Get those teams that haven't been performing well. I'm calling you out. Let's start performing well. Let's step it up. After all, there's only 3 more games to go. Things definitely start to get serious, especially with that point spread. Let's go ahead and hop into game number 7. Spider Tiff Ghosh, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble. And look, I'm excited to get into this game, Tiff, because we have a 6.8 point spread between 5th and 9th. 6.8 points. That is crazy tight near the top, and that's for the bubble. It is anybody's game. Let's talk a little bit about that scoring as a reminder how these multipliers work, because they are certainly influential today.
Yeah, especially when you have just a couple team wipes away from making it in. Obviously, it's 1 point per kill, but that placement multiplier, which a lot of our teams have been missing throughout our series, is where you're going to make those kills do the work. First place, a win, gets you 1.6x. Second through 5th, is where you at least need to be consistently, is 1.4x. If you fall first, you fall second. Outside of the 11th place, you're not getting any multiplier, which really sucks, but a lot of our teams haven't even been able to get that far. Now moving into map number 7, when time is of the essence, and teams like Team Knight dropped from 5th to 9th place because of how tight the scoreline is in one singular game, you have to be flawless. You cannot have any mistakes here.
I totally agree. This is, we ran out of that margin for error. It's all gone at this point. So if you find yourself anywhere below 5th, you got to be perfect here on out in order to make it into the top 5 and therefore qualify, folks. You could get 6th place like Virtus Pro is right now, or you could get dead last, and it does not change anything for the most part. You got to be top 5. So looking forward to seeing who will battle it out here and where this zone pulls. I love what Taylor said. He said avoid a G2 Twisted Minds and the Falcons. I think the funny part about that, besides maybe Dr. Man's down there fighting around, around G2, pretty much everybody has. Twisted Minds has had a free POI since the very beginning. Falcons have had a free POI since the very beginning. It's just that it's Resurgence. So they sit there anchor in that POI, and the other two go slay out and ruin people's day. That's the beauty of Resurgence. So we'll see some more chaos on the map, I can only assume.
No matter how you call it, Goj, someone's day is going to be ruined. And it's everyone that's outside the top 5 after game number 10.
Yeah, this zone is east again. We are way over here. This is bad news if you're a Vitality fan. They are on the opposite side of the map. They elected to stay on the opposite side of the map. While a lot of action's happening over here, we do see yet again, by the way, FaZe in trouble, and yet again, FaZe at research. Trading up blows there. They're not going to be out of this map yet, which is good news, but they lose one early.
You're talking about FaZe at research, but also Gen G. They're not at Lumber. They think the circle's coming up here towards this way. We're going to flex drop up here, which is very much everything they've been doing throughout this series, and they haven't been able to move outside that 11th place due to it. So lock it in, boys. Same with you, FaZe. We got to make it happen. Also, I see Raul running around out there. So after the confidence they got from the prior match, let's move even further up, because I want to see, like, are we still in 16th? Did we get to 11th? We're I'm sorry, 14th now. 34.4 points. Let's move.
Here we go. By the way, 5 teams in research and 2 teams just outside of research. That is half of our teams in the lobby based on this zone. A big pickup here from Praise to pick up maybe a 2-piece with his team. Again, Jay Vella's team's had a pretty decent day today. Could potentially make their way into the top 5. That's right. They could maintain that position in the top 5, rather. They keep raking in the kills here in research.
Not too bad, considering they have 59 kills overall through the first part of our series. Kind of an average placement of 8th, though, which is where they're looking to improve on, but we'll have to see what it looks like for all the teams scrambling from the outside looking in when it comes to that. But Tappa, you've got to get behind the desk. We've got to survive here. We need to get the teammates back. And with all the... Oh, hello? Sure. You know, if that was going to work, that would have been absolutely disgusting. But if you're just a solo, we don't go pulling moves like that.
Tiff, your reactions kill me. I love it. Chaos in research. FaZe on the outside, inside, and everywhere in between, but they are in trouble. They trade out a couple blows, but their anchor's outside, so they should be okay. So we move over to the south side of the map. What's G2 doing? Well, they're floating
Looking for
around.
the One Piece?
Yeah, they're floating around in the water, just trying to stay alive so they can get a floater back in the sky, because the Falcons have their anchor at Riverboat and the other two hanging out in Lumber, killing everybody else. So a brutal one there for G2. They're fine though on the leaderboard. Got to get back to the action with some of our bubble teams, and here we are. Virtus Pro currently on the bubble. Grimy down below as a solo. Two teams about to be floating in.
It's all good. Making the people on the roof dance. And Vitality, 8th place overall on the leaderboard on the fringe. Have to get mixy here if they want. Blast hits the reload. We're missing a little. It's okay. The reshell comes in. Blast. Not perfect. A little onesie, and Gabe gets the best of you there. Knight needs all the points they can get as a team, considering they fell out of the top 5 after last match.
Yeah, those were ex-teammates, by the way, and I don't think either of them had aim assist through that chain link fence, so they were struggling to hit their shots. And because of that, it was a trading of blows of a couple mags. But either way you look at it, Skullface is chilling. By the way, Vitality learned something. They said, instead of going through Mansion, we're going to head through Chapel into the south. The problem is, look who's here. We've got Twisted Minds on the hunt, because where else would they be? They got a solo in Mansion chilling. So what happens? Off screen, what you can't see is Eastman's out here fragging. Gabe's in the area looking for kills, but their anchor Skullface now in trouble over at Mansion, because it looks like Vitality's regaining there. Utter chaos on the map. G2's out of here in 15th place. The map could be open. There could be kills to be had.
Yeah, not good, but honestly, our 15th place team, Trixie Vibes, is starting to carve at Team Knight from the back, and as Clumsy flies in, it's one of the Mayhems that finds him.
Now Gabe all alone is going to have to hang out here for a little bit, just on the south side of Barn, waiting his turn
lonely.
to be able to move out once his teammates are in the sky. You see Skullface now down on the ground with his team. Why aren't they in Mansion? Well, it's not in zone anymore. And Skullface now here with Vitality is trying to find an angle after trying to regain over at Mansion, take down Twisted Minds. It didn't work right now. So now Vitality just working together through Barn area, try to find their way to zone. It's a brutal rotation.
Oh, come on, Gabe. Come on, Gabe. This is tough. Here's why. All the teams that are outside the top, I would say 10, have nothing to lose anymore. So for the teams that are on the bubble and are looking to get inside the top 5, you are going to have to deal with the frenzy that is everyone looking to do whatever it takes. And if it's Team Trixie Vibes kind of fighting on the outside of gas, well, that's what's going to happen. And you try to regain in the water, and of course, Soka and the Falcons are going to come hunting. He looks to the sky because he gets the ping. He knows where Knight is, and Bro is doing everything he can to... Wait, Gabe's in. Just barely.
Barely still in the game. Again, one of our bubble teams, they're in 9th place right now. Yes, it's the bubble. There's only a 6.8 point spread between 9th and 5th. So still a bubble team, even despite being in 9th. But here's the problem. Yes, we do see noobs fall, which is nice, but the Falcons are at the top of the leaderboard by a mile, which means they're just going on a frenzy right now. They have so many kills already on the south side of the map. They've completely taken over Lumber. On the north side of the map at Research, it's still utter chaos. It's still sprinkles and a gigantic ice cream cone. You're digging around, you're going to find somebody in a corner. The credits are in, but we'll take a look at that here shortly, because we're going to pay attention to what's going on with Vitality. Sage has somewhat regained in the center of the map, waiting on Blast to get into the air to get them some info.
I don't know how many kills the rest of our players have, but Sage has 1. The position, not bad. You're going to have Team Trixie Vibes that has to rotate through here if they want to continue on, so keep looking for that for now. But looks like they're just floating, looking for info, because actually Z Submit from Twisted Minds picks up a kill onto them.
Yeah, it's actually Knight alone. He's got a self-revive, but not a plate to his name, a kill to his name, hardly anything to his name. Teammates still alive. They are scrambling through this map, but hey, you're alive, and that's all that matters for now. We'll figure out if they can find some weapons or anything that they can call theirs and try to make a play for a couple kills. We move back to some more action. Falcons finding kill after kill. Dr. Man's Hoodie Gang, see you later, out of this lobby in 14th. A great effort, but the Falcons are on a tear right now, because what else are they going to do? And look who's moving this way. Seemingly free. Lumber? Really? Okay, we'll rotate this way. The problem is now Vitality are going to have to move into their arch nemesis, the Falcons. Been playing spoiler to them all day.
Gonna be a good fight here, honestly. Gen G getting some action. They're gonna wipe Team J Vela, which is the 5th place team overall. So we're cracking open the scoreboard already here. And drop number 7. And Dongy on 8 rips Skullface out of the window. Light work here. Looking to put the finishing blow into it. And does so with a nice PA to the face. Now we can set our sights on the rotation.
Oh gosh, Vitality fans are screaming right now. A frustrating map. Of course, they have the longest rotation, so this is a very tough map for them. They still can't get anything going in that rotation. And the Falcons, when they're at the top of the leaderboard, they can play even more confident, which is a problem for everybody else. Dongy's on 11. Now, a couple things you're not seeing right now. Yes, the Falcons are slaughtering the lobby. We do have Oreo kind of holding a power position outside of research. They've been there basically since the beginning. They're in a pretty good spot, actually, to hold some of the teams coming out of research if it doesn't pull to the upper north corner of the map. So watch out for Oreo. That's going to be Braxton and Ryda's team. They could actually have a decent game here finally, and they desperately need it based on where they're at in the leaderboard. The south side is currently owned by the Falcons. It's actually going to be Twisted Minds, Tiff, that they'll run into next. The battle of the finest here in Warzone. This time not in the end game. This is going to be for a top 5 position.
Honestly, Dongy was just solo at that point. Now he immediately knows there's multiple. He backs on in, and look at Soka and Noobs descending to have his back. Plenty of kills. These boys are just on a different level when it comes to this lobby, and they're looking poised to go crazy in Birmingham. For Twisted Minds, who are looking to complete the hat trick here, they've won the last back-to-back maps. This is going to be the biggest fight to claim Cole.
Yeah, by the way, Resurgence timer is just now beginning to be thin. We just closed it. We also have a most wanted on the side of Twisted Minds. All 3 back into the lobby, at least for a second. Looks like we lose one off screen. On screen, you can see our circle, and Oreo has a god spot on the north side. They're going to be able to hold the 3-4 teams still in research. Watch out for those kills coming through on the south side. The Falcons and Twisted Minds are fighting for the zone. This is the zone. This is everything that you have to have in order to secure the zone. And look who's here. Virtus Pro says we need the kills. We got to get a piece of this action, and we need it to be a third party. Otherwise, we're going to take a true 3v3 against the top dogs.
Look, they're in 6th place overall on the leaderboard. We still have plenty of action to go. Let's get into it listening with Knight, because they got to navigate research.
Man, I'm getting shot from the front.
Oh, he's on the right corner, right corner, right corner.
I'm dead. Guy at the front door.
I'm getting fried by across the fucking...
Solo at the front door for you.
Ready? Fucking hell.
I just got shot by computers.
Yeah. Stuff.
I wanted to see how they were going to navigate it, and they did not. They will not be leaving that research center. We'll have to see what happens. Believe also fall. Dongy, Noobs, last alive for the Falcons, but it's still scary. Virtus Pro in 6th overall, looking to break into the top 5, and they're just across the way.
Well, it's a big one for Virtus Pro. There they are. Unfortunately, you're going to have to make this a nearly true 3v3. And what happens when you fight the Falcons head on? You lose. Down goes all of Virtus Pro. The Falcons in trouble, though, because Twisted Minds were waiting for this opportunity. They're just sitting here waiting for the third party. And now that it's in, all of a sudden, Noobs is alone by himself, holding on to his life. And our zone pull is all the way to the south. Oreo has been sitting on the north side of zone the entire time, waiting on somebody to get out of research. Nobody really makes it out. I think maybe Waldo's alone inside of research from what we could tell off screen. You can see Oreo on that teal color on the far hand side, but right here on screen, Noobs is a solo trying to play for his teammates.
Yeah, here's the deal though, Goj. A win with 1.6x ain't gonna be much if we're just chilling. So hopefully Oreo was able to get a ton of kills early on in the map, because we're just playing for positioning at this point. Twisted Minds, Almond on 3, waiting to clear out Cole. Here comes the rotation. Gas at their backs, and Oreo wants to get there first.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3v3 here. This could be 3 in a row as Noobs actually just falls to the gas, and maybe a bullet or two from Almond. A true 3v3. We haven't seen Oreo hardly on our broadcast at all, and a big chance to show us what they're all about. A frustrating upper bracket run, and unfortunately a frustrating start to this 3v3. Braxton goes full down. A 3v2 against some of Warzone's finest is going to be brutal. Ryda's got the info. They actually have good kills. I think they've got 12 between 2. This is a solid game for them, but they are not up to the test. They're not up to the match. And somehow, some way, Twisted Minds have gone back to back to back.
Oh, baby, a turkey. Okay, look, I love that for them. Almond, Z-Smith, and Shifty. Are we even, I don't know, Goj, remember yesterday when you're like, are we surprised? Can we do that again? Can you quote that?
Yeah, are you not entertained? This is a real quote.
That's
because
what it is.
That is
Thank
what
you.
I'm feeling about Twisted Minds. Let's listen into their comms as they wrap up this last map.
Again.
I have no ammo. I have no AR ammo right now, by the way. I need some.
Here.
On the hill, we got closer.
I dropped you some here.
Okay. I have a muni too now. I got clustered.
I'm going deep, bro. I'm going deep.
Yeah, he died to storm. 3v3. I'm wrapping the right with Shifty, all right?
Yeah, they're already here. Already here on my right.
Okay, I gotta reload. Yeah, two
One's
are
on the
top
deep
left,
left
two are top left, two are top left on
Deep left. Crack.
Knock him deep left.
Knock deep left.
The full.
Okay, I'm playing up a little. I'm trying to heartbeat. Yeah, they're both
Repeating.
still in the dip. They're
Dude,
still in the
both
same
in front of me,
spot.
both
They're in
in
the same
front of me.
spot in that dip. I'm nading the log.
I got a recon drone up.
Okay, so
I'm playing him. Dead. Last guy here.
Crack.
Still here. One of you dead. Nice. Good shit, boys.
Calm, cool, and collected. Perfect comms to wrap up the map. They were so patient in both of these fights. There's a reason why this team is so dominant and why they are so good. Their communication is unreal, and they wait for the perfect moment to strike. Once they got the knock, flying forward.
Honestly, it's just very impressive as we kind of dive back and look at how they handled the ending of this Cole fight. Bringing in that streak, he kind of forced Noobs on out into the gas. He's trying to salvage any, like, not giving another point to a team that just got a higher multiplier. And then you have Oreo that hits the rotation. They still navigate it nicely. You got Almond calling out where two of the players are and especially how to move in. But something that's what we've been asking for our teams to do here, Goj, is to be consistent. And Twisted Minds, they came out of that upper bracket with a 15.6 average kills per game. They have won 3 games in a row with 15, 17, and 17 again. Like, that is disgustingly on brand for them.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I expected to see from them near the beginning of this tournament, and it's taken them until this point to really flex their skills. I will say, though, you're right. The most consistent team right now, the Falcons yet again, though, find themselves top 5. The Falcons yet again will find themselves at the top of the leaderboard. Twisted Minds doing everything right. But the big question is, where are our bubble teams? Let's head back to the desk and see what they have to say.
Twisted Minds getting the turkey, just like Tiff said. No, great work. I mean, that's 3 games in a row, something that wasn't even matched yesterday. Undeniably, they know how to close games. Are they getting the most eliminations? Not necessarily, but they're highly consistent. That makes them scary when we do move into match point format. Dandro, Twisted Minds, just to highlight them a little bit more. What is so good about this roster? Goj said, obviously, the comms, they're on point, cool, calm, and collected. It's a star-studded roster. But what truly on the battlefield makes them the best?
I think it just comes down to just they're very intelligent players. All 3 of them understand how to play this map. They understand what each of their role is and how they can maximize it to the best of their ability, right? You have Shifty and Z-Smate, who are some of the 2 best shooters in the game, trying to back each other up. Shifty was kind of on quote one time saying, hey, I got Diaz Biffle behind me. I'll take any fight that's there. And I think he's found a very similar play style with Z-Smate here. You see them flying together all the time, and Almond is just doing such a great job of playing his life, helping to wreck where they need to go, and how do they get from point A to point B.
Let's talk zones, though. We go back over towards Research, ultimately ended up at Cole. Enigma, how did this map 7 play out for some teams that may have been trying to make their way up? For example, Team Oreo.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting play call by Oreo. They go and rip Mini from VP, but 2 teams basically play out of Mini. 5 teams land in Research, and that fight for Mini, considering the situation with the circle, even early on, was very important. Oreo do a wonderful job of winning it. Maybe they would have wanted more kills out of their position, but you can see that they're not very willing to push out because they don't have a buy station to bring anyone straight back in. But these kind of zones that drag towards Research, they're interesting. No one wants to get caught trying to cross into Research late because it's no man's land. You're basically being watched over by rooftops. So everyone fights for the internals, and Coach called it best. You end up with basically half the lobby scrambling over the layers of the buildings. And, well, it turns into a hell of a lot of kills, but poor placements for everybody basically involved. Falcons, Twisted Minds, they're going to mop up so much money, so much of a position that lets them just rotate in for free with all the advantages and make light work of it, if you are Twisted Minds in particular.
Light work indeed. 3 games in a row. Almond Z-Smith and the new addition of Shifty. I say new addition, of course, Almond Z-Smith coming from the Twisted Minds roster that wins EWC. Looking unstoppable. Genuinely one of the best performances we have seen at this point in time. Now, I do want to talk about our bubble teams, and I think we need to start getting serious. Obviously, only 3 more games remain. Virtus Pro get back up into the top 5. They're currently there, but it doesn't mean they're safe. Again, the point spread still very close, Dan.
It's very, very close. You can see there, less than 3 points separate them and Team J Vela. Vitality, they have a great game. It looks like they've now kind of, they're within 10-point shooting distance alongside Unite. At 9th and 10th, also super close as well. The margins are razor thin. But I think one thing that we have to keep in our mind as we go through these next couple of games, there's a lot of what we call point sponging going on. When we have these teams like Team Falcons and Twisted Minds who are having these games with so many kills and they're getting the placement, they're not leaving a lot on the deck for some of these bubble teams to be able to find those kills and get those points that they need to take advantage. So if you are one of these bubble teams, it's so crucial that maybe you at least kind of throw on the afterburners in these last couple of games, because you don't have a lot of opportunity to find those kills where you need them.
That's right. Only 3 more games remain. We're about to hop into map number 8. Spider, Tiff, Goj, let's continue to tell the story.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Reflections, Noble, a great breakdown on the desk as per the usual. And Tiff, we are quickly back in here in the booth because the game's about to get started. And it's really make or break for a lot of these teams. I love what Dan said there towards the end. The point sponging point is a huge factor for these teams around the bubble. It's kind of good news when Twisted Minds or Falcons win the map, because it means some of our bubble teams aren't getting that 1.6 multi.
Honestly, you're right. I mean, if we have, like you said, 11.8 points separating 5th through 11th place, mind you, there's only 16 teams in this lobby, Goj. The fact that the majority of them still have a chance at not having to fight through the open, they can just already lock their tickets into the Birmingham LAN to be able to compete for $100,000. That's insane. But Reflection said it, we have 3 more drops to go, and we know what happens when we near the end of a series. The lobbies, they get more hellish. Everything happens quicker. People are taking bigger risks if they're outside the top 5, because you have to do whatever it takes to get it.
That's exactly right. Well, you can see it at the bottom of your screen as well. You can go buy tickets now to witness EWC live in Riyadh, August 5th through 9th. A lot going on in the Warzone scene, and this is just the beginning of the Warzone Resurgence Series. If you're liking what you're seeing, a lot more coming, and still a lot more coming today in the rest of the qualifiers. This would have been the last map, but in this version, in our grand finals, if you will, of the qualifiers to get to Birmingham, we got 3 more to go. A little bit more room for error. All of our teams on the bubble have got to get a good game in. Now, I will say we did see a little bit of a leap up from Oreo. They have jumped up to 11th. And again, 11th sounds not great in a 16-team lobby, but they are only 11.8 points away from 5th. That's how insane this leaderboard looks right now. We basically, Tiff, don't even need to pay attention to Twisted Minds and Falcons. I assume we'll see them near the end game. Let's take a look at all of our bubble teams.
Yeah, those are who I'm going to look at, because at this point, Falcons and Twisted Minds have eclipsed triple-digit kills. They are gapping it like crazy. So as we pull the map up, we can go back to the west, and your 5th place team on the screen, Grimy, Destroy, Adrian. We've got to lock it in. We've got a battle at train station.
Yeah, by the way, that's Tenix's team, and Tenix's team usually lands Cole. Cole is completely abandoned because we decided to go west. So an interesting start for them. And I know Virtus Pro will be happy about getting some early kills, and they're looking for a few more. Look who's down here, by the way. Vitality getting chowed around train station yet again. We see Virtus Pro move back this direction and try to fight some of Warzone's finest. And right now, Virtus Pro is getting the edge of their opponents. As long as they can take down this 2-piece and they are, Sage get cleaned up from the backside. Don't worry, Vitality fans, you're not out of this one yet. Your anchor is chilling. Everybody will get back onto the map. But this is a nice little start here for Virtus Pro on the edge of the map outside of train.
Look, I told you, whatever it takes. And if this is it, make it happen. But we do still have, you're right, Team Tenix out in the distance. And as our team Vitality starts to come back in, it's going to shake things up. But on the board, we're looking for more kills. And Adrian, he's not afraid of getting them.
Yeah, not afraid of getting him. Unfortunately, will get cut down without a trade. No, Grimy will get it on the backside. Now Grimy is trying to figure out if he wants to engage in this fight. He hears footsteps outside. He knows this is a different team. It's actually 2 different teams, by the way. J Vela in the area looking for a couple early kills. Their anchors on the north side of Main Street. They're just kind of stretching from their POI. Classic kind of amoeba form that you see these teams take. Looking for kills. We do see, by the way, a couple quick drop spots for you as you take a look at who's on the bubble. In the top right-hand corner of your screen, Gen G did go back to Pond. Anchor hanging out in Pond. The other two maybe getting into this fight. You can see them on your screen now. That's yellow 7. We do see FaZe back at the south side of Main Street. We'll see if they're able to get a good game under their belt. But right now, Destroy fighting Gen G. It's going to be a 2v2.
Why are all our bubble teams coming to train station? I know the circle's pulling this way, but it is getting insane here as Virtus Pro holds their own against Gen G. Lennon, I get it. I get you're a World Series of Warzone champion, but Virtus Pro is laying it down to you.
Yeah, listen, Virtus Pro, they got picked up for a reason. A fantastic roster, a bunch of young guns, and they're very good at this game. When they get hot, they get extremely hot. I think it was Enigma that said they stink of a momentum-based team, and I couldn't agree more, but sometimes they smell dang good when they got the momentum, and they are flying right now. A nice hot start. They're pushing everything, and it's working for them.
Well, we'll check in to see what is going on across the way. Jay Vela, right? 6th place team overall. No room for error here. And if you have no room for error, might as well go regain around a heck of a lot of teams. So it's going to get real interesting with Knight, Gabe, Clumsy. 8th place. They were inside the top 5. They're not there anymore. And they're laying it to Trixie Vibes. Is a good way to stack some kills here. But Trixie Vibes' squad has not really had a chance to regain on the last couple games.
You can see, again, top right, Team Knight is your 8th place team. Not too far away from the bubble. Virtus Pro currently holding the line on that. You can see Jay Vela and Knight's team electing to back off for a little bit and breathe for a moment. By the way, Team Vitality, full wiped, first team out of this lobby.
Yikes. Considering their 9th place overall with 72.6 points, you are leaving your Birmingham LAN qual chance to the last 2 drops.
It's going to be brutal. It's going to be tough. I mean, especially with a zone like this was your zone to win, but unfortunately, the Chow from Virtus Pro put them into the blender that they couldn't recover from. I think you said at the top of show, Tiff, this map can just be very difficult when you get into the regain blender. A lot of places to find and a lot of places to hide to get your teammates back and restabilize. So Vitality early out is a bummer. They were holding the 9th place position, as you can see on your screen, and we are now hunting for our little fishies. Virtus Pro has been swimming all day today, and they find themselves back in the water. They had an early start, but now they're in trouble.
And Lennon took that personally. He's making me eat my words here because Virtus Pro was smacking him around early on, but he's looking to end them now. Cutting Destroy out of the water. Just a couple more bullets is all but needed. Of course, Destroy has done enough for that respawn timer to get some of the members of VP back in it, which is exactly what their goal was.
By the way, Gen G is in 12th overall, kind of outside of that, what I would call on the bubble. They could drop a banger game, though, and get right back into it going into the final 2 maps. That's the beauty of a 10-map tourney, but move back to Knight holding Main Street. They're kind of on the south side of Main Street. They're going to be holding the Falcons from Boat. You also see Watch Waldo's team creeping their way into Main Street from Research. Going to be chilling for a moment, breathing, trying to get some info.
Overwatching, you've got Falcons on the outskirts. Team Knight. I want to go back to VP here in the water because they're not alone. I know the One Piece creator dropped that he had the info of the One Piece 600 and so many meters down, but we're not in there. We're in Haven's Hollow, baby, and Adrian's on 4 looking for 5. VP needs so many kills here to secure that top 5 for themselves and get a good multi. Their average placement has been 8th overall, but this is a struggle fest over here.
Yeah, they need to chill, and it looks like they're going to do just that. Grimy and Destroy have regained to the top side of Pond, and they're alone, by the way. Gen G has completely taken over train station, Anchor included, so they've kind of swapped positions. Virtus Pro now on this Pond hut. Then you got Gen G, complete control of train with Vitality off the map. A big moment for Gen G to drop a banger map. We move back to Knight, though, fighting for the bubble, and they've got 2 up barely, as they do win out for a moment. Looking for a little bit more of some action here. This is going to be our team. We're kind of praying for an underdog story from. This is Believe on the opposite side.
Yes. This is tough. I saw Falcons moving on Team J Vela just off screen, so that's going to be difficult as we pull up the map to check on in. You still have Gen G out on the western side. They're moving straight towards Virtus Pro. I see Virtus Pro down, not out yet because they're up in the north towards Pawn and Twisted Minds. Can we talk about the lay of the land that they have with their anchor still in Mansion?
Yeah, no, they're actually in a really good position. You actually see, by the way, Oreo as well taking over Chapel here, fighting for position actually in Chapel, whereas Twisted Minds come down from Barn. So all of these powerhouse teams, you can see Twisted Minds taking Barn. You also see G2 coming in from the southeastern side. Falcons going to be coming up from the boat side with Knight trying to hold them, and Falcons like to go around them to get to a better position. So a fun look at the map there. But that team Oreo, again, they may not be on your screen top right, but they are just outside of that. They're in 11th place right now, and they've got a big opportunity to drop another big game to get them back up next to that 5th place position.
Oh, we're stacking, we're pushing into Raul, and he tries to go out the window, but the knock is there. More points go the way of Team Knight. G2 still in the mix as well, but look who's taking the brunt of the force. Team J Vela, they're just trying to survive here at this point. We saw GunX just go. Praise coming back on in straight to church. The window, we go here. We just have to be so quiet, but into the top 10. This is how you start to get multiplier. We need at least top 5.
Top 5, looking for that right now. Crazy enough, by the way, we have 9 teams left, and Resurgence Timer is still open. People are just getting slammed because they're getting aggressive. Full teams going down, and we still have a Resurgence Timer going. Our advanced have been up for a little while, probably ending here shortly if you were playing around a buy station. So a lot of intel probably for some of these early engagements. Off screen, by the way, the Falcons versus Knight about to happen. You can see it in the distance as Watch Waldo is chilling and maybe going to go in for a third party of that potential fight as well. Let's take a look at it. Here's Knight on the top side. Noobs and Dongi sharing bottom and top with their third playing Overwatch. But there's a lot of folks like a third party, whether it's Watch Waldo from the east or another team from the west. Adrian getting mixy though. Virtus Pro in trouble. One floating means they're still alive. And again, that timer's still active for 9 more seconds. They're still in this game, and they have solid kills from the early game. They've been a bit in the blender. They're still in the blender, but they have solid kills. They need top 5 here, Tiff.
He's diving in, looking for a roof, grabs the window, and we just have to wait. Mind you, we are not into a 1.4x multi just yet. And we are surrounded by powerhouses that are already locked into the top 5.
A big moment for Grimy to prove he was a worthy pickup. He certainly has been most of the time. He might pick up a kill or two. Jay Vela's team, by the way, may be full out. I'm not sure what we're looking at, but it's not good if you're squad 14. We'll swing back over to Watch Waldo. Does look like team maybe in trouble. Destroyed does get back in. Adrian back in as well. Grimy did his job. And now we're going to chill on the rooftop trying to figure out what's the next play. We don't even have hardly any plates. Actually, zero plates.
Oh! Are you? No, there's another one. There's... Wait. Stop. That is not good. I am scared. VP out of here. A bubble team. You're telling me that 2 frag grenades from Falcons could have just ended my chances at Birmingham LAN?
I'll steal this from Dantro, still give him credit. That was enough sky nades to call it a goodwill cluster. That was hilarious. Oh, it was so close. That's 6th place, by the way, for Virtus Pro. They desperately needed to maintain their top 5 position. Oh, man, that's a brutal one. They still had solid points, though. Back to the action. Falcons, we know, are certainly safe with a ticket to Birmingham. And they're going to make sure everybody else has a hard time getting there. By the way, Oreo's been hanging out in Chapel and or Church. And they've been holding this position for a while now. They lose one kind of for free. So now a duo having to rotate into new. Jin G chilling. They've been at train this entire time. Finally forced out of it. Going to have to move in to the top side of main.
Yeah, so they need this. Sure, they weren't in that top 11 we were talking about that had a chance to vie for top 5. But with the majority of our bubble teams already falling and Gen G having a significant amount of kills, they're into the 1.4x. Now, guys, their average has been a 10.6 placement. That means they're not averaging a multiplier here.
That's right.
This is the turnaround we need for Gen G. They need a 1.6 and they need to double down and do the same thing that Twisted Minds has been doing, winning.
That's exactly right. And if you were wondering what's going on with the Falcons or Twisted Minds, well, they're both still here yet again, top 5, and they have so many points. I think the Falcons are pushing 20 kills at this point. Oreo in trouble, hardly a plate to their name, and they're back to the lobby, I believe. If Braxton gets cut down, boom, they're gone. We move on. Falcons, watch Waldo. They need these points as well. The bubble team looking for more, and the Falcons are not giving anything away for free. They're playing near perfectly. They've won out the south side. And they're going to move their way to cover. Jinji holding a position. They actually find Shifty on the rotation in. Twisted Minds down to a solo, potentially, and Ahsoka finds both completely unaware. See you later, Jinji. You might have gotten top 5, but the Falcons are here to win a map. It's been a while. They need another one.
Oh, yeah, okay. They totally need a win. 143 kills coming into game number 8. Sure. We're just adding a bow to their nice little victory they're calling from this lobby, but we just have to find Watch Waldo to make the end come true, and a 1.6 multi there for the Falcons.
Well, the top dogs stay the top dogs. The Falcons. Hey, Twisted Minds, you can't win any more maps. It's our turn now. Great win from them, and they had a lot of kills to boot. That's a huge scoreline total for them. Let's listen into their comms. I'm sure they'll be chopping it up.
Hit him with a nade. Cracked him. Slow down. I'm going to PA your top stairs now. Wait, actually, hold on. Let me heartbeat.
Oh, wait, hold on. Heartbeat.
Yeah, I PA'd your top right. There's a kid in fire.
There's 3 in fire.
3 in fire.
Oh, just throw nades in there.
Yeah, I PA'd your top right. I'm nading.
Just chuck nades in there. Chuck nades everywhere. Hit one deep.
Yeah. One on the left. I'm pretty sure they're in the room.
Crack move.
We can wrap early. You can wrap early. I'm going early. I'm going white.
Go to the back. Go to the roof.
I went white.
Stay here.
Yes, I'm getting roof. I'm
gonna stay here. Yo, 3v1. Back the fuck up. Let me act those fuck. Back up. Let me act those fucker.
Fair one's top frag. You're not slick.
What's up? You want this? Come on.
He actually does.
I'll fire. What's up? You want some of this? Come here, crew. Where the fuck you want? Where you at, little man? You a little ass boy. You little ass up, Waldo.
Unbelievable job from the Falcons. I told you they'd be chopping it up. And Ahsoka won an individual top frag in the tourney, so they let him get the final kill. Well played for the Falcons.
God, he's so loud, so vocal, so smart. It's a vibe, okay? Listening to the way those guys communicate, especially with chuck nades everywhere. Wait, let me heartbeat. It's totally fine. But you have to remind yourself, these are the guys that threw all the nades onto Virtus Pro to stop them from getting inside the top 5.
I'm telling you, Munitions Box are the unsung hero of this entire tourney. Every time you can use it, whether it's stims, nades, or anything between. But a fun fight, and frankly, a pretty good game here from Gen G. They fight Vitality very early. They win out and train. They're able to hold to a top 5 position. Unfortunately, they end up fighting Twisted Minds, and the Falcons come in third party. And Watch Waldo's there, standing there, watching until he wipes Twisted Minds himself, because they're watching the fight down below. So a fun little moment back and forth, but then it was just a Falcons free and clear victory. They wanted Ahsoka to get the kill. They let him get the kill, and everybody stands by watching as Ahsoka picks up 12 on that one. 24 kills in total. A banger map for the Falcons, and they continue to prove why they're one of the top teams here.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've already eclipsed 200 points here. Why not go for 300?
Sure. And we still have two more maps. It's definitely possible. This is certainly reminiscent from our EU tournament with T1.
It's crazy. It was a good day yesterday. It's continuing to be a great day here for those that are inside the top 5. But how are the bubble teams faring, Gauche?
That's a great question. Let's ask the desk that very question. Where are our bubble teams, folks? Because I certainly don't know.
Man, some of them might be on the struggle bus. It's getting close, right to the very end for certain. First, let's give our flowers out. Okay, Falcons get another win. More importantly, though, Dandro, the Falcons have turned into the Reapers of the bubble team. You talk about point sponging. Well, Falcons is just wanting to be a nuisance to everyone who has the hopes and dreams of placing in a top 5.
Listen, you're playing to be one of 5 teams to make it to that Birmingham LAN, and you know for damn sure you're gonna have to fight the Falcons there. You're gonna have to fight the Falcons here, okay? So you better get used to it, because it's not going to stop. That is for certain. But to me, I think the story actually rewinds all the way to the start of the game, where it's just we see this left side zone pull, and it's so many teams landing at train. And Enigma, I'd love to get your opinion on this, because this is where we start to see some of the forethought of Virtus Pro really start to come out, because we know them to land at Research and Mini, but they're doing a great job playing out of this train POI.
I think that it's a case of teams feeling a little bit hot. We're just going to go full chow. We're more than happy. We feel confident enough to take the engagements, and they're doing a good enough job. I mean, catching nades between your teeth. There's a couple of Oprah gifts being passed around in the back, and yeah, everyone caught one for free. Great stuff there by Falcons showing how to make those engagements very simple. But yeah, Virtus Pro just doing a great job of understanding right now. Look, we got to go and find kills. Multiplier is great and all, but I mean, 1.4 times nothing is still nothing, and they know that, and they're going to go out and find all the kills. But of course, the Falcons, they'll run away with the map, looking really damn good. And you guys said it yourself. They're making it difficult for everyone else to get to LAN. Yeah. This is what the previous dynasty did as well. They were brutal about it. They were ruthless till the very end, continuing that trend here today.
Yeah, hearing Soka get loud as he did. Love it, right? He's always a very vocal figurehead. It just the way that he is brings that intensity to the team in the battlefield. So watch Waldo, Clown, Colony, though. That is a good finish. Second place at a time that they needed it. There's only 2 games left. They were already in 4th place, but we saw how tight the point spread was. Now, let's focus our attention to Vitality. Dan, they were the first team out, and we had this narrative that they were starting to finally come alive, come back, but they're still short of top 5, and a last place finish with only 2 games left means they need to be flawless this point forward.
It's got to be back-to-back bangers, and it really is truly. We saw earlier on in the event where when they don't get zone pull, that's where their scores were not as great. When they do get zone pull, that's when they're able to put up those huge games that puts them into contention in the conversation. What happens here in game number 8? They get the zone pull, but there's just too much action around them, okay? It's just, I think that's really what they're worried, is that there's basically just those couple extra teams, and it doesn't allow them to sort of get their feet underneath them and own the POI. That's what I would have loved for them to see. Play together, wipe out 1 or 2 of these teams, and then just own that POI. Push on up, get active at church if you can, have Skull sit on back, do whatever is possible, because that should have been, if not a Vitality win, at least a very good scoring game for Vitality. So the fact that it isn't, it's exactly what you said. It puts so much pressure on them in these last 2 games.
And I don't expect Vitality to just transform over the next 2 games. I genuinely don't, but I wonder if there's a Band-Aid they could just put it on just to stop the bleeding so far, to get into the top 5, even if it's just by 0.01. Who cares as long as they get their Enigma? Let's take a look at our standings and really hone in on the bubble teams.
Well, you will be completely not surprised to see our top 3 are very comfortable. Clown have gained enough points to give them themselves even more of a buffer. But Virtus Pro now will breathe a small sigh of relief as they look back at around about a 12-point gap. That is the biggest that has been for some time. It is Knight, Jvella, and Gen G right in behind. Oreo, Trick Empathy are also just over the shoulder. This is incredibly tight. You're talking, yes, a 7-point gap or so, 12-point gap from VP to Team Knight, but after that it is what, 5.6 points over the next 5 rosters, all of them scrabbling over these last 2 games.
Gen G still in the conversation nationally, but Vitality will drop down to 12th place. You know, it's not a huge gap when you think about it, 25 points, but Vitality in trouble. And realistically, honestly, I'm stopping the buck there, Dandro. I think 12th place is as far as we go for the comeback to top 5.
Brother, 25 points is a lot when we got 2 games left. I don't know what you're talking about.
Gotta be flawless.
This is looking not great for some of those squads down there. And even a 12-point lead for Virtus Pro in 5th is already enough for the only 2 more games remaining. 2 solid good games out of them. They could already be locking in that 5th place spot.
Well, I tried with Ninja in pajamas, NIP. Now I'm going to do the same for Vitality. Come on, boys. Let's break in the top 5. Spider Tiff Coach, let's see if they can get it done.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Reflections Noble, always passionate. There's no question about it. Tiff, a fun little dust segment there as we take a look at our leaderboard. It is very tight, but there now is, well, quite a margin between 5th and 6th. 12 points. Anybody can jump that with a good game, but it is going to take a good game now. So I want you to walk me back through our scoring format and why these multipliers are so important.
Yeah, there's a reason why you need to make sure that you're consistently getting top 5 and why the teams that are very far ahead of the rest of the lobby. You're getting 1 point per kill. So if you farm a couple teams off drop, all that resurgence timer is great, but you go out in 11th, you're not getting a multiplier, you're only getting what your kills are worth. If you can get to 10th place, you get 1.2, and it just keeps going on. You get a win, you get 1.6x your kills, which for our teams like Twisted Minds, who have 3 wins on the day, Falcons, who have 2 wins on the day, Vitality, Knight, and G2 all with 1. You need a win here. Vitality, that would have been a nice game for you to win on the last one, but with 2 more chances, I guess you need to get one, according to reflections. For me, I would love to see a Gen G win. It's been a tough day for them, Goj, and I think they need a 1.6 in their future.
Yeah, no, I actually agree. I think Gen G actually had a really strong game last map. If they can keep up that pacing, I think there's a good chance they can actually still make top 5. They need 2 of those, though, so there is zero room for error right now. Something to watch out for is where they land. Again, they landed Pond this time because we headed to the west. If it goes back to the west, we expect to see them there. Virtus Pro, a decent little comfortable lead over Team Knight, but there is still a lot of room to work on this leaderboard in 2 games. I think really the only teams out of the conversation at this point, unfortunately, as much as we want to see them succeed, is probably 13th through 16th. That's going to be FaZe Esports at only 54.8 points. They've had a brutal day today, and everybody else below them, really no chance probably to get back into the action when your spread is that high. I mean, they need 50 points in 2 games, and that's if our 5th place team scores 0 the next 2 games. It's not going to happen. So still an opportunity for some. For others, the time is long gone, and now it's just about playing some Warzone. And as we head back to Haven's Hollow, this zone's going to tell us a lot, Tiff, and I'm excited to get into our penultimate match.
Look, we've had some crazy pulls that have thrown wrenches in team strategy and their rotations. And it's ones that are like this. As everyone sets their sights onto research, I see Gen G, I see Virtus Pro. They are abandoning the west side of the map and essentially giving Vitality Train for free. But they have got to go on the long haul. It's about to be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, this looks familiar. This is where Virtus Pro goes. If it's on the eastern side, it just so happens that it's all the way east. We are definitely ending around research. So you're going to see Virtus Pro, like you mentioned over here, in Gen G the same. Those are the 2 teams that have kind of been rotating from the east to the west, depending on zone. The team that has not been doing that you will not see for a very long time, it's Taylor Reflections Noble's team. It's Vitality. They are way over at Pond and Train Station. There's nobody within a country mile of them. So we're going to pay attention to this side of the map, and maybe we'll see Vitality show up near end game.
Well, Jay Vela, a bubble team on your screen, waiting to get the team back up to 3. You talk about a regain blender. This is essentially what that is, because if we have to pull so far over here, if you lose out on a team member, there's a good chance that you're not going to be able to find some good loot. You're not going to be able to get your loadout. So when those teams come in looking like an S tier dungeon boss and just slap you around endgame, it's going to be difficult.
It's certainly going to be difficult, and I'm taking a look at the map as well. Of course, a lot of teams around research. A couple quick notes, by the way. Knight's team, a bubble team, we're definitely paying attention to as a fight's happening on our screen. Virtus Pro in a big one. They need to win this. We lose Grimy, rather. Adrian also down, so Destroy has to back off. This is not the start you want from Virtus Pro. Gonna have to play nice and slow here to get the teammates back. Knight, a bubble team right on the fringe. They have basically all of mid-map to themselves. They landed in Main Street alone. They've rotated to Barn alone. And the only thing they can do is either move closer to the action or hold Vitality. We'll check in with them probably much later. Got to pay attention to what's happening on screen, as it looks like Twisted Minds getting extremely active, because what else are you going to do? You're just bored over there in Mansion. Let's go get some kills or get killed.
Yeah, I don't know. Z-Smith down. Oreo has to hold on. 9th place overall, tied with Gen G on the leaderboard, but you're not out yet. 16 points away from a top 5 finish. And you're preying on the downfall of Virtus Pro, who are nestled nicely in that research center chaos. So hold on, try to get some kills and see what you can do. Adrian and Grimy right here looking for a chow. Can they find Sukra on their screen down below?
Been able to regain here. Virtus Pro has found some room to work, kind of. Folks above them, folks below them, folks on the outside of them, and that's not even inside of research proper. So a lot going on in this POI. Watch Waldo, by the way, dead center of research. They've been here every game and they're winning it, but on screen, Virtus Pro in a bit of trouble. Grimy is down to 1 HP in a dream, but gets the place back in and finds somebody else on the top side. We got to listen into Virtus Pro, see what's going on as they lose Grimy yet again and are in trouble.
Play it.
They're fighting, all fighting.
Go. Just play TDM, man. Get as many kills as you can. Go play TDM on them, bro.
Knock 2.
You're just warming up. You're warming up right now. Go ahead. Go rogue. I'm going to help them. Grimy, bump
last under me, last under me. Come. Last under me.
I'm here. Where?
I have guns on my roof. Land, Grimy, land here, under, somewhere. Come, double me.
He's second one's out, second one's out. It's fucking Nate.
Absolute.
Where?
Second. I'm with you. Come.
He went up, I think. I think he went up the roof.
He's on me, downstairs.
Yep, going down. I'm jumping right. I jump right. I'm lower.
I'm with you.
I'm checking the lower room.
Teammates landed roof.
Yep. I've got a mortar up there.
You heard the Cosmo Destroy. He said, go play TDM. The young gun cooked. Adrian picked up a 2-piece up above. They're going to be trading blows, but a nice regain there from Virtus Pro.
Hey, you need a regain. You need it quick. Only one team full out of this lobby, and Vitality must begin the trek over towards Research. And it starts with getting through Team Knight if you can. A difficult series of blows here. Gabe down, Knight down. Oh, Sage, you're the last one standing for Vitality, but I believe Skull is out.
Oh, no.
There was the finishing touch. Oh, no. They're Twisted Minds, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they heard shooting. What are they going to do? They just got to hunt any kill they can get. They heard shooting, they run at it.
They were bored.
They are bored. They got to go get kills. Here they come. Sage is able to pick up one, though. Can he get the 2-piece? He does find it. Sage goes nuclear. Both teammates still alive, but now they're landing on the anchor of Twisted Minds, trying to find them before the regains come in. Sage saves the day, and we're still in this, baby.
We are still in it. When your back is against the wall and you are outside looking in, you've got to lock it in, baby. And that's how you do it. For Virtus Pro, the stabilization is there for now in Research. A couple of teams still lurking by. It's going to be Team Nate Dogg. That's your number 11 team on the map.
Nate Dogg, unfortunately, just kind of getting farmed by Virtus Pro right now. Picked up a lot of kills. And you heard Destroy's comms to reiterate it. Said, go play TDM. We need these kills. We have to, right? They're the one kind of holding the line inside the top 5. They've got a nice little buffer here. They're picking up kill after kill, but they actually lose out on several. Body shots come in. And
they're white.
Somehow, Virtus Pro have made a mistake. They are out of this lobby in 15th. And as much as they were finding kills, they got some points to add to the leaderboard. That's going to be a brutal awakening for them when we go into the last map. And that room for error is basically 0. Going to be tight race for 5th yet again, Tiff.
No multi for Virtus Pro. None. Sure, you had a 10-point gap between 5th and 6th, but you know how quickly that gets taken up. For Vitality, we're back again, still trying to go through the Twisted Minds, and they're not alone. Oreo is actually starting to show presence, and as soon as I say that, they turn around. Falcons in the mix, but can we get across this fence line, dude? Sage, we're gonna need another monumental clutch.
Well, Blast is trying to clutch up with a pistol and unfortunately gets immediately red. We've got a huge problem for Sage. We're alone and we're barely breathing. And we got people all around us as well. Sage going to try to go nuclear. Again, he wins the gunfight. Still alive. Is he going to live through Twisted Minds? How is this man still up? He finally goes down. It's actually on the back of Knight. Is Vitality still in this lobby? I don't think so. I believe they've been wiped. What on earth, man? Back against the wall. They needed the points. They go down early, but they got a crazy amount of kills. They can still have a chance in the last map. Clumsy does get a nice suicide buy, and I do believe that is incorrect. Yes, do not believe that icon on your screen. Team 6, Team Knight, they are still alive, floating in the sky.
Gabe is in. Gabe is in. It's not pretty.
Well.
He's trying. He might not survive here, but guess what? Knight is back, bro. They cannot be stopped. We are hanging on by the thinnest margin.
Look, you can't call a Knight's team anything but scrappy. The amount of times they've been able to do that in the last couple of maps has been insane. Still alive, kind of. We'll see what they're able to do. Again, our timer is still active. We can still... Our Resurgence timer closes here in about 5 seconds, so you can see all of Team Knight somehow get back into this map as we continue to narrow in on Research. We also see Gen G still alive. We also see Watch Waldo still alive. The battle of Research has been a trading of blows, but nobody's really faltered that needs to stay alive for the bubble.
I'm scared for this team right now. And this is exactly why. Knight from the inside puts it onto 2. We still have 2 members on the outskirts looking in as Aiden says, I want to get involved in this. Gets shut down by Clumsy. But with so many people peeking the many angles of this small room we are in, it is shambles. Ooh. It is shambles. And what in the... Gabe's still alive. We're not done. We're into a 1.2 multi.
You know, just COD timing there, slides out, and unfortunately gets barrel stuffed by his opponents. Knight still up, her teammates still up. Gen G finding some nice kills inside of Research. By the way, Twisted Minds out of this lobby. Does it really matter? No, but at least one of our point sponges is gone for our bubble teams to maybe pick up a couple points in our penultimate game. Gabe gonna play nice and slow here and figure out what to do inside of a closet, half a plate. Good luck, my man.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I don't know.
G2 out. Twisted Minds out. Here's our circle. We got a rogue squad up in the north, and that would be Dr. Mans anchoring from the outskirts looking in, while 2 members are fighting out in the inner. Now, here's the deal. They're in 15th place overall. We've got to do as many things as we can to make it work, but that's all right because Gen G need to do some of the same. They were outside 10th place for the majority of our series, now in 7th. Aiden barreling through. They evict Gabe out of the closet, and the best part about that is that's the 9th place team. Another one for you to leapfrog over.
This is a big game for Gen G. They needed it bad. They went back to research because of the zone pull, and they're actually winning in research, sharing the load here with Watch Waldo, both full teams of 3, playing around each other, but not engaging with each other, trading blows, farming kills, and Gen G kind of have a banger going right now. We're looking for top 5, though, because of the multi, and the Falcons are here to play spoiler, but there's only 2/3 of them, which means they're going to be a little less powerful than usual. They're going to go play for the win. If I'm the Falcons, I'm pretending like we are practicing for Call of Duty Warzone match point. I'll just say that. There's no reason to engage here. We're just going to play for the win. We want to keep putting wins under our belt to practice these scenarios when it comes to LAN. They've already made it, so we'll pay attention to everybody else.
Yeah, sure. Play for the win. Their average placement is 2.1. Squad on your screen, though, they needed to be perfect. 14th place overall. We're playing from the roof here. You got Trixie Vibes ahead of them. These are some teams that are looking to do as much as they can to be flawless. But when teams are on the bubble, putting up massive games here, it's really tough to leapfrog them. Virtus Pro, we talked about it. They went down early. They were the team that was in 5th place, which is why this game from Gen G that we've been witnessing is so important, because in the final hours of a series, you can lock your ticket into LAN.
Yeah, and pretty much every single team on the bubble besides Oreo and Gen G are out of this map. Let's listen in to Oreo and see what they're thinking with 2 up and 1 down.
Bro, there's a lot. Okay. Above us, there's only there's nothing on the second floor above us. Nothing. There's nothing in this room. Nothing in this room, Brax. Okay. There's a guy there close left. He might come in here.
Okay, just wait. He has to move in.
I'm checking it. I'm checking the thing. He's out here.
High low me. I'm watching top.
He's right here. He's right here.
Yeah, he's about to.
High low me. I'm pre-aiming the crown. I didn't get the kill.
Nice. One off top 5. Oh, no, I don't
he's outer. He's outer. He's here.
He has to jump in. That guy has to jump in. By the way.
Are we safe here?
Unless he drops all the way down.
Yeah, I'm safe. Dude, there's loads front door backs. So many, bro.
One off top 5.
Well, I want this kill, bro.
Look, right, Raul.
You guys do have a late buy too, but don't.
Oh, we're not, but we can't.
Yeah, I don't think we can buy you, bro.
5 to 6 moving. We got top 5.
Not a lot going on for Oreo because they were playing for top 5 and they get it. A big one for them. Again, they were in 9th place overall, and Gen G, one of our other bubble teams, is here. Watch Waldo making it to the top 5 with kills. Assuredly will put them to LAN. They were a top 3 team, and they've got an opportunity to keep putting points on the board to make sure nothing crazy could happen in the last map. But a very well done job from both of these 2 teams of 3 to play out of research since the very beginning and still have all 3 up going into the final couple fights.
You got 7 kills on Lennon, 3 on another player, at least double-digit kills into a top 5 with the multi. They got the loadout on the ground for cover, and this is where it begins for them. J-Tech on the roof. You also have Watch Waldo's team still in it. But the moment that we have to have this pull carve our way, I'm looking at Oreo and Gen G.
This is going to be tough. Oreo is the only team of 2, by the way. 3v3v3v2. They're gonna need a third party, and again with the layers that are inside of this building, it can be very difficult to take a nice fight. It does look like Gen G's gonna take the early rotation out to the zone. I like this play a lot. Cluster over the top. Gen G, I think, only on 12 kills from what we can tell, but playing for the win. 1.6 could go huge. An early rotation as well from their opposition, and they get punished for it. Oreo trying to shoot them in the back. Maybe ended up dying to gas. I'm not sure what happened there, but Gen G have the circle, and that's all that matters. They've got Aiden on the backside behind this rock. It's a great position for them. They're in the perfect position to win this map. Just a patient waiting game.
2 of them have self-reses, plenty of resources, and it's rated on the fence line. Aiden and Lennon picking up some members of the team ahead. And Clown down. Massive moments here. More kills go the way. Still in the 1.4x. We need the 1.6 to make it. And look at the teams rotating in behind him. See ya, Oreo. This is the final battle. Gen G versus Team J-Tech.
Gen G. They may have got unk status, and now they're in trouble. I was about to hype them up. Over the top, Rated does have high ground. He's able to find them all besides the one right next to him. Finally shoots him down. Where's the last one? No way! Rated goes down. Believe.
He's got a self. He's got a self, but those nades. The nades.
There's no way.
No stim. He needs to locate him. He's just probably going to deny this. Oh, come on. And J-Tech, believe. Raul, take the win and drop number 9. The crazy thing is, we said the teams that were outside 13th place on the leaderboard needed miracles to make this happen. How many kills were they able to obtain from the hellscape that was Research Center?
Oh my goodness. As much as I want to celebrate this team, and I certainly do, it is a very impressive win. And again, the fact that they were able to do this here in our penultimate map is a big win. I want to listen into their comms, but what a sell from Gen G, unfortunately. Let's listen into these comms though and hear the excitement behind these guys' voices.
Below you in zone or up top?
I gotta move.
He's up top. Bro, he's up top. Last one.
He has a self, bro. He has a self, okay? Just play the rock, You're good. This is a huge win.
Nice, bro.
Nice.
Go, baby. Let's go, baby. Good fucking shit. Good fucking win, boys. Good plays.
We need a huge big win.
Hey, look, great comms from the lads. Excitement from them, and 16 kills is a solid amount of kills, frankly, for a win. With that 1.6, that'll go far for them. They only had 54.8 points in total. But Tiff, take me through these last moments and maybe what Gen G could have done different.
Oh, I want to see the moment that Rated kind of works his way up back to the roof and trades, because we knew Aiden had already set his sights onto this rock. Rated plays the fence line. Him and Lennon are doing really nice work there to clear it out. And even so, Aiden can help put that pressure onto Clown bouncing around. But this is where J-Tech is up there towards the area. Raul on the roof. We've got to get him off it. Braxton from Oreo tries to make a play for that south side, and Aiden evicts him out of there. You go into the final 2. That cluster, it definitely hurts and lays the brunt work of that damage.
Yeah, that cluster is very well placed. Obviously, when you have the utility, you have to use it in moments like this. Raiden finds himself alone on high and actually picks up a couple kills, but unfortunately couldn't find Believe, the last remaining player, down below with zone position. Believe just has to win this. There's nothing Rated can do unless Believe sells as he's trying to rotate to zone. If he backs up, turns his back to Rated, who's selfing in the gas, maybe that would have been the one mistake. Not that many mistakes happen in the grand final qualifiers here to get to Birmingham. That is brutal. And again, the 1.4 multi for the amount of kills that Gen G was able to get is nice. The 1.6 multi, though, could be the difference between them qualifying or not. We still have one more map to go, though. We got to take a look at what the desk has to say about that final circle. That was a rough one.
It was. Just missing out is Gen G. I do want to say, though, first we'll give the flowers to J-Tech, Believe, Raul, like they need it. That was a big win, granted, but let's focus Gen G here because that is the big story. They did what they could. Second place. How many, 16, 17 is what we're thinking, 16, Dandro. I think that's enough at least to break into top 5 or just be a hair away, but it's going to come down to the last game for sure.
It's definitely going to come down to the last game. There's a moment in that where Gen G is alive, and every team between them and Virtus Pro, who is in 5th, is wiped. They are out. So we're looking at this saying, this is very solid runway for Gen G to score some points to get back on into the game, and they do that. But like you said, I'm very antsy when it comes to this scoreboard because the difference of that 0.2 could be, overall, when we come down and it's all said and done, we watched it yesterday. It was just minutia that was there. But what I did like most about that game, it was a lot more of our bubble teams felt like they were getting into the mix, making it towards the end. while it's been fun watching Team Falcons and Twisted Minds battle it out all day, I like seeing some new blood in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, obviously, we know they're going to be the best up there, right? I mean, that's just bottom line, period. But now we have to start focusing the conversation again back towards our bubble teams. And for Virtus Pro, Vitality, just a rough game for them, which really sucks, man, because they, I think, were gaining momentum, Enigma, but over the past 2 maps, they've slowed down the time.
Yeah, tough one for Vitality fans right now. This is a roster that many will have had inside the top 5, and it's just, yeah, I look back at that last map as to what the problem is. You don't hold that at all. You thought that was going to be a big one, and I think that is one of those gut punches that takes the wind out of your sails and potentially just grows into this most recent map. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of bubble teams kind of looking around each other right now, because I don't think any of them realized how many of their rivals had dropped very early and will have not scored many points.
Not scored many points indeed, man. It's going to be a close one, maybe even closer than we witnessed yesterday for EU. We're talking 0.6 points separated 5th place to 6th place, which is going to be a talking point in just a bit. Now, I do want to give flowers, though, to Watch Waldo, Clown, and Colony. Top 5 pretty much guaranteed at this point. I mean, they've had a hell of a day.
Yeah, I mean, they were sitting in 4th pretty comfortably, and I think this game even solidifies it. Now, what has me kind of curious about this play right here, how the hell does Believe get behind the entirety of Gen G? Because Gen G is holding this entire side, and the next thing I know, Believe is just behind 2 of them. I need to go and watch that one back, because that was some fantastic movement from Bo there to be able to just to find that angle, wipe down Gen G. I like the idea from Rated, right? You hit the zip, you want to hold that top side, and I think if he looks to his left just a little bit faster to realize one of those members of the opposing team is right next to him, he might be able to get that kill, look down, and easily clean up Believe. Talk about COD timing, man.
Well, this qualifier finals might be coming to an end, but for some, it is just the very beginning, especially for open play. Team passes go on sale this Friday. Hey, make sure you're going on the page. You're refreshing as quickly as you can, especially if you want to compete. I'm sure these are going to go quickly. Get your team passes available this Friday. And that then brings the conversation to this coveted 6th place spot that we've kind of been, hearkening at. And Enigma, what is this all about? Top 5 obviously is incredibly important, but why is 6th place still something to fight for?
Okay, so you're all aware at this point, top 5 is your 5 teams that are getting put straight to your LAN Finals. That is going to be the top 16 that will play for the $100,000 and the opportunities to go to the Esports World Cup. However, 6th, still very important. ESC yesterday missed out on 5th by 0.6 points. Does that sting? Without a shadow of a doubt. But what you are guaranteed if you finish in 6th is you will be offered a team pass. 32 of these are being set up for the LAN Open, which you'll have to play through in Birmingham to get to the LAN Finals initially anyway. But with you being in 6th, you will be offered that pass, so you will be able to make your own destiny still happen, essentially.
Right.
If you're beyond that, it's out of your hands entirely.
Well, let's see where the destiny currently sits. We have one more game remaining, and it's time to start telling this story. My Lord.
Wow.
Is it close? Virtus Pro, Oreo, J Vela, I mean, they all still have a chance. Knight as well. Gen G might have done enough to break in the top 5, Dan, but it is not a guaranteed top 5 finish.
I mean, if anything, this should just be lighting a fire underneath Gen G's ass. Like, this is all this needs to do. You've done the hard work. You've gotten into 5th. It's about time to play some defense. Don't throw away your life. Get some points on the board, because if I'm looking over at my shoulder and I'm seeing teams like Team Trick Empathy, Virtus Pro, Oreo, who have been heating up over the last couple of games, you're not going to be afforded the opportunity to let this one slip. A lot of opportunity here to fly your way up that leaderboard. This happened yesterday, man. It's happening here today. We're going to come down to less than a point difference. I can just feel it, dude.
Oh, man. It's going to haunt some Enigma. It's going to haunt Gen G getting that 2nd place and not getting the additional multiplier.
I just did the math, okay? 18 kills. What's that? 3.6 points is the difference there for finishing 2nd instead of 1st. You miss out by less than that, and it is pure heartbreak. So they've got to go out and just have a banger map here, not leave it up to chance. And my God, how I'd love them to do that, because at the end of the day as well, this is a roster that adopted 2 Europeans, so I'm claiming it if they get there.
Well, chat, I hope you're entertained. By the way, we've had that discussion. I don't want you two to go at it once again. I have to break you two up. Let's look at our kill leaders heading into the final map of the day. Z-Doggy has overtaken first place. Granted, he was in second, but the most important thing to see is Falcons dominate the leaderboard, Dan.
They are dominating indeed. The only team where maybe your IGL, your anchor, can be top of the boards, that's there. But it just shows the impact that somebody like Soka has and why Noobs is here doing such a great job of playing his life. No surprise also to see two members of Twisted Minds here also rounding out our top 5 in Z-Smith and Shifty. Just a little bit of a step behind. But Dongi and Soka, man, they have been piecing all day long.
Yeah, no surprise, like you said. Z-Dongi is the Reaper. The Dong Wick makes an appearance once again back to the stage. I know you guys hate that nickname. Shout out to Seymour. I'm bringing it back, and it's never leaving. The Dong Wick makes a return again. I'm sorry. I just got to bring it back, Enigma. Enigma, you say some wild things on the desk too. Let me at least have
ask
this
me a
one.
question, brother, please. Let's move this on. Dongi, I'm never calling you by that name.
Yeah, none of us claim that nickname. I want to be very clear. That is Taylor only.
Taylor Reflections Noble. It's going to be a close game 10, man. And yeah, it is getting down to the nitty gritty. Predictions. Do we even want to? Honestly, I don't even want to know if we want to put our lives on the line like that. And the caster curse it, analyst curse it. I'm just going to let the chips fall as they do. But one thing is for certain, Gen G have to be on point and play flawless from this point forward, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams knocking on the door to breaking into top 5. For the top 4 teams, Waldo, Scythe, Almond, Noobs, of course, Falcon, Swiss to Mind, G2, they are just fine. Nobody's going to be passing them up at this point in time. But let's kill the suspense. Let's get it started. The final map for North America for the Warzone Resurgence Series. Spider Tiff Ghosh. Let's get it underway.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble. I will also stand by my fellow co-casters and co-analysts and not abide by that nickname. But I am really excited to get into the final map of the day. I want to remind everybody about the format. Maybe you're just tuning in. You're like, what's going on? Folks, you're tuning in for pure cinema. We've got 16 squads dropping into 10 private lobbies. It's only a point per kill, but we also have our multipliers, and this has been the name of the game. This is what Gen G just barely missed out on. Pick up the 1.4x instead of the 1.6x. Could that be the difference going into the final map? They currently hold 5th, Tiff, but there are a couple teams right on their heels within 4 points. It is going to be razor thin margins yet again.
Oh, this is about to be the best game of the series. So make sure you guys are locked in, you're ready, because anything can happen. You guys talked about it. ESC missed out on the EU side of things by 0.6 points. Hearts are going to be breaking here after this one.
Yeah, there's a small silver lining for 6th, but it is a small one. You still have to play in an open qualifier on LAN, sure, against a bunch of other teams that are going to be just as hungry as you are. Top 5 is the only thing that matters right now. Now, of course, we know, I just want to set the scene here. Falcons are in, no question. Twisted Minds in, no question. I would even say G2 and Clown, watch Waldo and Colony, all in. We are just looking at 5th through about 8 or so. It is very, very close on this leaderboard, and who knows, maybe even a Vitality down there in 12th place could drop a meteoric game and drop a huge map. It could get you to top 5. Now, we're going to get that map started as fast as humanly possible, but we also want it as clean as possible. So, Tiff, while we have a moment, I want to bring our eyes back to the scores to set the scene.
Please.
There's a lot of math that we can do on broadcast, but sometimes you just kind of got to wait and see. So let's take a look at our scores here, and this is the margin I'm talking about. Take a look at 5th through 7th. That is Virtus Pro, Trick Empathy, and Gen G Esports within about a 5.4 point margin.
Yeah, that is absolutely horrifying. Like, it's been really tough to witness because we had Virtus Pro in 5th place after going into our last game, and you hear Destroy hit that call out, hey guys, play TDM, we need as many kills as we can. Instead, they get wiped in Research Center. It causes them to lose 2 places, and Team Empathy Trick has just kind of been going under the radar, right? They've been floating in there, they're still in the mix, anything can happen, but LOLAM, 81 points, it's gonna be difficult considering that one's a 21 point gap, Goj, and Nothing's impossible right there, but still that one feels less likely.
It definitely feels less likely. I'd love to bring back in the desk before we set the seed here for the final map of the day, because it is a fun conversation. I saw the chat talking about it a little bit. Oh, it's still possible for Vitality. Look, I'm going to set the seed. All right, let me do a little math for you. There is one team 20 points ahead of you, and there is, or sorry, one spot 20 points ahead of you, and there are what, 6 other teams ahead of you for that spot. You need all 6 of those teams to drop basically zeros, and you need to drop one of your best games of the day to make it. Is it possible? Sure, anything's possible, but it is a single-digit % chance, if not lower than that, I would say, Taylor.
Yeah, dude, everything literally has to go right. I mean, we're talking all the stars in the universe, not even the galaxy, the universe would have to coincide with each other, brother. It's going to be hard, but
we
it is
had a
possible.
lunar eclipse yesterday, didn't we?
True.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know, man. I'm a Scorpio. Let's take a look at Drop 9, though, because it was a lot of fun. And Drop 9 really was a great pickup for Gen G. A heartbreaking loss for second place. Will it play an impact? Well, of course, we'll find out once the chips have all fallen, as they do after drop number 10. But the big story was VP out in 14th. That kind of shut down that narrative, at least for the time being. Vitality as well, with only 7 points. And it opened up the door for teams such as Oreo to come through and maybe make an impact, Dan.
Yeah, I think the one thing about that Virtus Pro is that you saw them, they kind of got a little kill hungry in that fight over at Mini, and they give up the roof. And I know we don't get to see it on broadcast, but I'm kind of watching it on our map screen, and I feel like that's the problem. They allowed the regain to happen from Team Trick Empathy. If they just leave one person on the roof and just kind of shoot people out of the sky, you're doing such a great job of just, like you said, playing more defense. And just given where that zone was going, I would have liked to see them prioritize that a little bit more.
A little bit more indeed, man. I'm gonna also talk on Lennon picking up 18 kills the last 2 games for Gen G. This is a massive push for this roster. You need somebody in your trio, Enigma, to pick up the slack whenever everybody else might be lacking a bit.
Yeah, you certainly do. I mean, he was only on 24 from all the previous maps before that, so it's a massive pickup from him. This is a world champion, brings on the World Series, also looked really good last year at the Esports World Cup. He knows how to put up big digits, and for many years now, we've looked at him as a star slayer over in Europe. Moves over to North America. How are you going to look on that side of the pond? Well, it's been a mixed bag through this portion of the season, but just when Gen G need him and Aiden and Rated are banking on him, he's going nuclear. You love to see it. He's got one last game to make it happen, and the Bradford Biffle could be getting his team to Birmingham back on home soil.
Which would be huge. Back on home soil, crowd behind you, everybody going nuts, and you know you're going to feel that energy. This 1v1, my goodness, Believe holds it down. Rated, hopefully, is not going to remember that moment in his nightmares. But I will give credit. Look, J-Tech, Raul, Believe, like, this team hasn't necessarily been the most impactful today, but they have got a couple of wins, which we have to be happy for that, for sure, man. They're at least putting up a fight, and they realize how big that moment was. If they did make it into top 5, I don't know. I would do something crazy. What it is, I don't know. Maybe start calling church chapel from this point forward. Next game is going to be absolutely wild. It's going to be wild, though. But hey, if you go back in time, though, even for like Drop 8, for example, right? Falcons, for example, taking that big win. They have been on fire all day today. The fact that, again, just to echo what Dandro said, like that your IGL is also the top slayer in the lobby, just behind his own teammate of Zidongi is just absolutely nuts. And also, I do want to highlight Vitality in this map. Tiff, they were the first one out once again. It seems like, man, just things have been going so wrong the past 3 maps for them.
I don't know what is going on unless T1 is somewhere with a little voodoo doll praying on the downfall of Vitality. We just
not in the chapel, no voodoo there.
Okay, listen, I'm picking it up because no more chapel slander. I call it chapel. That's what it's called in game. Look at your screen, top left. What does it say? Chapel. Also, this moment right here was chapel. A highlight of this game, man. This was a difference maker, a highlight for Falcons fans, maybe a frustrating point for Virtus Pro fans, because you got to remember, as much as we're hyping up that multiplier for Gen G in that map number 9, same thing for VP there. That multiplier 1.4 could be the difference in them making LAN or not through these qualifiers.
This Team Falcons dominating map number 8. They've got several wins today, and they're looking strong. They really are, man. I said Falcons yesterday. They're not even really a big conversation. Well, clearly they are massive whenever it comes to NA, and of course, ultimately, the world stage. There's no way I don't see them competing over at EWC. But then if we go back to game number 7, it was Twisted Minds, and if we remember, Tiff calling out the turkey was 3 in a row for the Twisted Minds roster, which was huge for them and showcasing. And when it comes to match point, seems like they can win anything, Enigma.
Yeah, they're the team that knows how to close things out, right? Almond and Smitty, they end up winning on match point format last year in Saudi Arabia. Shifty's, I mean, that guy's managed to close out about 3,000 tournaments in his career. And yeah, this is a lineup they're going to have no issues doing so. I will say, though, when it comes to overall score, they actually end up about 5 points down from Falcons, just showing how many kills Falcons were managing to pick up, regardless of if they won. So it's just those two teams looking different gravy right now. But they're going back to back to back. That is a statement moment. Gentleman's achieved it in upper round 1 in Europe, but I don't know if any other team has managed 3 maps consecutively at this point. It's such a rare feat to pull off. You need to control so many things, and they do a wonderful job of it again and again.
And one quick thing to note here that I think is wild, if you look at the top 4 from that game, and Falcons, Twisted Minds, Oreo, and Clown, 4, 5, 4, and 5 on their deaths, just showcasing how good they are at staying alive and why this is some of the sauce that they're able to put up some of the scores that they're doing.
I love that you broke those stats down, Dan. It's so much context to the dominance of some of these rosters. And I think Gen G, they did show us a little bit of light here in drop number 7. You know, we saw some nice early kills from them at the beginning of the game, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get a handle of research. It does seem like they've been able to get a handle of research recently, Tiff, and that's the thing I'm so excited about, is if we do get an Eastern Zone, there's a chance Gen G could do it. And Tiff, I'm going to keep it with you because it's our time to shine. It's game time, baby. We're moving into map number 10, Taylor Reflections Double, and the rest of our analysts. Thank you very much. We'll see you later.
Okay.
Why did I think you were just gonna hit him with a massive Sia after they've been rolling you all day for your chapel? I'm sorry, my brain just keeps thinking Chapel Rowan or whatever her name is. So like, my bad, but I'll let you have it. That's why I'm gonna stick to church.
My screen. Get that guy out of here. No, I had a lot of fun with that one. And look, Tiff, we're moving into the last map of the day.
Yes.
Again, to remind everybody at home, 5-point margin between 3 teams on the bubble. It is so dang close, and anything could happen for a couple of those teams just outside of that. You need one good game right here at the end with the amount of consistency you'd be able to put up to keep yourself within contention. One good game changes everything. You can get a ticket to Birmingham, and you don't have to fight through those opens. This is a big, big deal.
You do not want to be fighting through the opens. You want to have that moment that you are locked in straight to Birmingham LAN to compete for $100,000. Mind you guys, 30 grand for first place just for that LAN on your road to EWC. So plus you get to test it. You get that experience on LAN, lock it in with your teammates, and honestly just really extend the bond. There's something to be said about playing on a main stage in person with your team instead of being on your computers, you know, miles away from each other. It's just another level.
Another level. Got to get there. Here we go. Last map of the day, and I'm already sweaty. We haven't even started it. Good grief. Thank you for your patience. If you're watching at home, we couldn't do it without you, and I'm really pumped to do it with you as we watch this last game. Anything goes. Anything could happen. You got to stay alive to do it, though. The first out here is the worst feeling, and it's time to drop into the game. Here we go, Tiff. Last map of the day.
Lock it in, y'all. I hope you guys at home are ready for this. We went to research last, but check out our circle for now. Keep your eyes on Virtus Pro, that number 5, diving into train station, and Gen G want to get mixy as well.
A big fight, Gen G versus Virtus Pro, our 2 bubble teams. This is a similar map that Gen G had a banger map on playing from Train. There was the first time they were able to make top 5. It's a pretty important fight for them, but they're not going to land directly on Train. They're going to take their time. Also worth noting, whereas Vitality, they've elected to land Pond, potentially trying to play for Gen G, and Gen G see them flying in and back out of it. Gen G going to be playing kind of on the north side of Main Street around Bank, sort of, and trying to regain and restabilize from there. We got to fight back in research, though.
Yeah, Jay Vela, 92.4 points coming into this 9th place overall. Had an untimely exit in maps 8 and 9, so I'd love to see them stick it through here. Keep your eyes on the bubble teams. We'll try to keep you aware of every team that falls out of this lobby. But for now, Research is still a brawl, and Team J-Tech, who won it from here in the last map, have to, honestly, what is it that it's going to take for them? A miracle? Can they even do it, Gauge?
It's gonna be tough. I think they would need like the best game I've ever seen in Haven's Hollow ever. So I doubt it, but hey, you never know. We'll pay attention to our teams in Research. Certainly worth looking at for a moment. Jay Vela, a bubble team, but Colony 2K, watch Waldo Clown. They're already in. They're already to Birmingham. Got to move over to the other side of the map, so we swing over back towards Gen G, and they've been into Blender because they haven't really found a home. They're in this weird liminal space between Main Street Bank and basically Chapel. So they've regained here, hung out, trying to find somebody, and Noobs is out here hunting for kills because, again, Boat has been free the entire day.
We got Nate Dogg on the horizon, which is a team that would also need to be perfect. They're in 6th place currently, 103.8 points. Now, what we did see when Gen G landed in and tried to go train, they landed on Destroy early on. Destroy pistol whips Aiden and sends them packing, which victed them out, which is why they are where they are. Elsewhere, our first team is out, Gauge, Jay Vela.
Yep.
That's tough because they were 9th place overall.
Yeah, bubble team falls. There'll be more to follow. The question is who? Research, we're looking at watch Waldo and team figure out where to go from here. They've made it to Birmingham again, but they've got to rotate to the western side of the map. Again, Vitality went pond originally, and that's basically going to be our end zone, most likely. Probably headed up to the northwestern side of the map. Maybe up towards train as well. VP hunting for kills. But right now, we're just waiting and looking at what's going on around the map.
It's a crazy one considering this team is 4th place, 139.8 points. They have pretty much locked their ticket into Birmingham, and they're working on clearing out this side of Research as they are hunting Team Tenix, which, if you think about it, that squad's in 11th place with 81 points. They also would need the best game of the day to qual.
That's right. We're seeing them flex why they've been so good today. Just winning their ones. Winning gunfights. And hunting down their opponents. Team 12 been into Blender all day today. Still alive, kind of, but see what happens from here.
G2 coming on in. G2 currently situated in 3rd place overall on the leaderboard. Just basically flexing on the fact that this is the last map of the day. We knew the east side was going to get messy. Not as messy when a circle pulls here, but still wanting to get all the kills that they can. Wait, Gen G?
Oh, no.
Gen G wiped.
How? What happened? We missed a Gen G full wiped. Virtus Pro jumped them, I believe, probably on a regain into the water. A great find, and Gen G are out of this lobby, out of nowhere. Virtus Pro, an opportunity to steal that spot away. Oh, this is utter. I mean, this is beyond frustration at this point. They put in all that work to go down early, and now Virtus Pro are hunting kill after kill, and these are all bubble teams. These are all teams that want to be inside of top 5. These are the teams just outside of it. Virtus Pro having their way with the western side of the map. And because of that, Nate Dogg and co, who are right there on the fringe, are having to back out and regain up at Mansion, where they may run into Twisted Minds.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, VP was just working on Trick Empathy Squad, who's in 5th place overall, and Knight, 9th on the overall leaderboard, is just in shambles here. He's in the air, a couple of kills across the roster, but where do you go from here?
They've got to, I guess, frustratingly work through Mansion again. Twisted Minds. Not sure what they're gonna do. They're just looking for kills, gonna play for the win. The sake of practice. Do see Mayhems go down. That's another squad fallen. See Oreo maybe in a bit of trouble from the Falcons, but Virtus Pro, one of our top bubble teams right here on the fringe.
They're hanging in. They definitely are, just on the outskirts in one of your favorite places, Gauge. They're split an anchor up in the north as they complete these contracts here, which is good. I see Blast, I see Sage. Up in the north, Anything's possible here. It would be really tough, but based on the game that we're seeing now, the only real qualm is that FaZe is so... Oh, I was thinking Falcons. My bad. Sorry there, boys. The Falcons were reaping and getting a ton of these kills, forcing the pace of this lobby to go faster.
Yeah, the problem is down on the south side is actually Team Knight and the Falcons about to engage with actually FaZe as well. But on screen, this team is a bubble squad. They've kind of gone under our radar all day today and kind of crept up into the 6th place position. And unfortunately, they may have just been sent back to the lobby. I believe all 3 are dead. And well, another bubble team cut down. And so we look for more. Nate Dogg gone and wiped. Oh, that's got to be frustrating for them. They snuck up into 6th, but they did not pick up enough kills to probably make it into 5th place unless the rest of these teams get wiped.
You look at that bubble, they're in 5th by literally 0.6 points. Does that number sound familiar for you? Because Virtus Pro is still alive, and so is Team Knight. It's not pretty. We knew they were engaging with Falcons, and I was telling you just a moment ago, Falcons have been looking for more kills. They are disgustingly good at getting them, considering they have 179 coming into the last game.
They're really only paying attention to now Virtus Pro and Knight, and well, unfortunately, it does look like Knight's team was fully eliminated. There they go. All of our bubble teams falling. Everybody that could have a chance. The stars aligning for one of these teams, not on the bubble, to make a huge play. Virtus Pro are the last stalwarts, holding down 5th place right now. If Vitality wipes them, the door could be open for somebody else, but right now, Destroy is flying through and finding Skullface, the other 2 up on high. As long as they don't scam here, Virtus Pro have a nice power position they're going to take hold of on the north side of Pond. This is Virtus Pro's game to win now, as they're one of the only bubble teams alive, and they wipe Vitality. The stars will not align for the Bees, and they go down as the rest of the competition is being cut down around Mansion. Our only fights right now, Virtus Pro gonna sit and wait at Pond. Our only fights are down on the south side at Barn, where we're at right now. What an unbelievable turn of events.
VP surviving puts them into the top 5. Now they just need to stay there. Team LOLAM do take out Team G2, which is okay. G2 is in a healthy spot. They've pretty much locked into the top 5, so no worries there. And Barn goes the way of Team LOLAM.
I mean, this is pretty much it. The only teams left on the map. There's only 7 teams left on the map. And our resurgence timer is still active right now. Twisted Mind still alive. Falcons still alive, at least for a moment, fighting FaZe Esports, and FaZe Esports wiped the Falcons. The Falcons will not add any more insult to injury. Virtus Pro trade one out here with Clown. They're going to be able to get that res on Grimy most likely, though. Should be pretty free. And yet again, they're just picking up free kill after free kill and holding this power position on the north side of zone. This is exactly where you want to be for Virtus Pro, and the big question is, where is this zone going to pull?
Let's see. We keep it going. Grimy on 8. That's massive considering we're about to get a 1.4x. We are just working on that gap and securing it for ourselves now. You know the comms are going crazy. Destroy is already a very vibe-centric kind of person. So throwing it down, you know they are just so momentum-based.
About to be top 5. Multipliers coming through. Our resurgence timer finally closed. We're looking at 10x here. Is potentially a team that could make a miracle happen at this point. Otherwise, on the map, we've got a map winner on the side of J-Tech still alive. And then we've got FaZe still up, finally making their way into a potential top 5 position. Otherwise, it's Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. What an odd turn of events to have these teams left on a Mansion Pond pull.
That is really interesting. The last time I pulled Mansion, it was the Falcons be Twisted Minds up on the rooftop. But then just looking for the rotate for LOLAM here. We're looking for any kills that we can get. You need as many as you can. You turn your attention over towards FaZe Esports. A couple of trades go the way as Z-Smith picks up one.
Again, I mean, this team on your screen was in 11th technically. I mean, it is possible. Virtus Pro, they have a decent amount of kills. We do make it to top 5, though. I think Virtus Pro have this in the bag for a top 5 position. 10x would need 30-plus point game to win, and they need VP to pick up like 10 total, and we've already seen at least 10 kills. So I don't think they could do it, but they're going to go for the win regardless. They don't know what the scorelines of their opponents are. They think they still have a chance, and technically they do. The problem is FaZe Esports down here just playing spoiler to everybody else near the bottom of the leaderboard, but trying to at least showcase to the world that they were a team that dominated the lower bracket, and unfortunately, it's not enough to make a difference in a fight versus Sucre. Pick up the full.
They do take it out. They clear out this side, but we lose out now down to a duo and have to rotate further. The circle starting to close now. It is of the essence, but if you're going to drop 7 kills, like, you're doing whatever you think you can to make it, but you don't know that VP is still alive, that VP is putting up massive numbers, and VP is even turning their attention towards you.
Look at Waldo, makes it a top 5, just gonna hang out here and try to third party for a win, I guess. Gonna be chilling. And well, it looks like Twisted Minds know it. That is a classic kind of god spot that people like to hide in. You can sky nade it, you can shoot through the bottom of one section of it, but not where he was hiding. They do eventually take down Watch Waldo. He goes down. We're into the final 2 teams, and it's Virtus Pro versus Twisted Minds. Virtus Pro, they've already done it, but they want to try to get the win to secure it, and unfortunately, one goes down. Shifty is able to take at least one out, but gets traded out himself. Z-Smith up on high with the high ground, gonna clean up all of Virtus Pro, and Twisted Minds get another win. That is 4 out of 10 maps that they take down and showcase to the world they're one of the best teams here. But the story is Virtus Pro. Very well done from Twisted Minds. I want to listen into their comms here, Tiff, and hear what they were saying. Probably having a lot of fun as they win this game in a map that, frankly, they should win. This is where they started, and this is where they ended.
Refill's not looking. I'm one shot. Absolute refill. Knocked refill.
Nice.
I'm branching out for the left kid. That looks like Falcon.
Yeah, he's on the wall.
Resin.
Nice.
One shot.
Got spot.
Yo, he got res, by the way.
It's a full team. Yeah, full team. One kid's crossing down to the bridge.
I got paid. I'm trying to get him.
Knock low rate, Adrian.
Can I get to my pain?
I'm jumping down.
They're grouped up. Resing.
Yeah, I just fucking rolled.
Knocked again.
Close here. Close to my down.
Yeah, slid under me.
Under me close. One he dead.
Nice. Last guy dead.
Nice.
Yeah, fucking hating on here.
Was that the biggest game of the day? Sure, you had already won back-to-back games in our mid-series, but you're telling me as we pull back towards the last stand that in game number 10, you're gonna say, oh yeah, we can win. Let me show you just how much we can do. 49.6 points, my God.
Yeah, it's almost a 50-point game. That's insane work from Twisted Minds. And again, this is the map they wanted. This is the map they've been waiting on. They've gotten a couple times in this lobby out of course of 10, and they get it a second time, and it pays incredible dividends. Again, they don't need these points, but it was nice to get them. A couple sky nades to push Watch Waldo out of the god spot. Gets the cleanup, very well aware with that heartbeat, most likely. Maybe a couple UAVs to get the info. Forces it into a 3v3. Shifty actually overextends here. He does trade one, I believe, or at least gets a knock on one, but they actually pick up the res on him. So he goes in for the cleanup and isn't able to get there in time. Destroy gets re-knocked, which is nice, but with the high ground position, Twisted Minds is able to clean everything else up. So great effort there from Virtus Pro, but Twisted Minds, the top dogs when it comes to the 3v3.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I know prior to this, they were situated with a 3.8 average placement. Now, when you think about what EWC is going to look like, I'm already skipping Birmingham because that thing's going to be crazy, the 100K. But then you have Atlanta. Then you go to EWC where there's $1 million on the line. This is the way you have to play. But your job's not done. We had 2 teams in EU just yesterday that were nearly as dominant. So sure, you can win 4 maps, but so can, teams like Vitality, even Gentlemates picking up a few.
Yeah, hey, the big question, I want to hear it from the desk as well. Let's bring him in. This leaderboard is going to look very similar to EU with a couple key differences. We have our top 2 teams, and I got to say, Twisted Minds win there is going to make the Falcons' dominance on that leaderboard look a little less individual or singular. There's going to be 2 teams at the top by a massive margin.
Yeah, did what, 4 wins today? First off, that is just sensational. Matching, I think, the top wins, if I'm not mistaken, from the qualifiers as a whole, right? Because I think 4 was the max, even offline qualifiers. I believe so. And I think it was T1, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, yeah, you're right. It makes things exciting going to EWC because there's just no way that I do not see Falcons or Twisted Minds not being at EWC competing. Same thing goes for T1. Same thing goes for Gentlemates. But can we talk about the heartbreaking defeat that Gen G just went through, because they had to regain so many times, and a team that beat them very well could have just secured a top 5 finish, Dandro. We're talking, obviously, in this case, Virtus Pro coming out, going big, the Reapers of potentially Gen G as well as Vitality.
So we talked about earlier, right? We know Virtus Pro, they love to land this research side until you get these Western zones. They've done such a great job of being able to flex between the two POIs, and this is where you really see that. They land a train, Vitality is nowhere near here, they go up punt, so it's basically just VP versus Gen G. And listen, these are smart players, they understand what the leaderboard is looking like. The second they wipe Gen G, that is absolutely an electric moment for them to let them know, hey, as long as we just don't completely bottle the rest of this game, we are gonna do it. We have a very good chance of being that 5th place team.
Grimy, I cannot believe his performance. Enigma, you got a guy that comes in, he's touted as an incredible player online. He comes into the competition, the final game, clutches up, and could very well have had the biggest score for his roster to qualify to top 5.
Yeah, this guy is like kind of cropped up through the scene since Resurgence started to become a thing. He wasn't really a big map man, but was able to shoot straight and slay out when it came to Resurgence. He started to step into things last year, and we all said, look, this guy has got a pop-off potential that is up there with some of the very best. We come into upper round 1 of this year, and he is second only to Shifty in slaying numbers. A slower start to today, but once he got going and once he found his footing, him destroy Adrian. They haven't looked back through this second half and have gone on a big run, likely claiming that 5th spot.
Yeah, incredible stuff coming out from them. The question is, Gen G, did they even get that 6th place spot? Obviously, we're still tallying the scores on the back end. Gosh, what a day it was, from the analyst desk to casting. I mean, you did a phenomenal job, but more importantly, you saw some of the best that NA has to offer.
Yeah, no, definitely we did. It was a lot of fun to cast over the final 5 games because the margins were as razor thin as we expected them to be. I'm not sure if 5th to 6th is going to be 0.6 points, but it's still going to be very close in some heavy moments in the final map to kind of shake everything up and leave us questioning now what. But I got to really give a shout to Virtus Pro. The amount of resilience they had today. Young Gun Adrian, this guy has been different now for a couple years, and this year he's looking like he's in final form with destroying the vibes. Big shout out to Virtus Pro, who I think have probably done it to get 5th place.
Yeah, Adrian, a phenomenal player. Come on, I mean, especially when he's picked up. Aiden is the first one that truly believed in him back in the day, brought him up into the scene, right? And he's just kind of carried himself ever since then. Wonderful, wonderful human being. Tiff, great job today, obviously, from the analyst to the casting desk. That last game, though, it was a nail-biter till the very end.
It really is, but it always is like this when it comes to Warzone in these larger tournaments, when there's qualifications on the line, trying to secure your ticket to LAN. There's only so many teams that can make it. And for, like we said, you got to go through the open if you want to get to the finals and compete for the 100K if you're not top 5. Things are still going to be an incredibly long road over the course of the year. But I'm so happy that we get to be here with the Warzone Resurgence Series to witness all the top talent across from EU to NA alike. Now I'm just ready to see them duke it out against each other.
Absolutely. And LAN, trash talk it in person. It doesn't get any better than that. Ghost Tiff, thank you so much for your hard work today. All right, there it is, dude. Now all that's left is just see the leaderboard. Okay, what is the leaderboard going to look like? Did they do enough? We're pretty sure that they definitely did. But Enigma, going back to your point, man, that 6th place spot, still a coveted spot to get. And who knows if Gen G even locked that in, because there was other teams looking to come up.
No, absolutely. It's going to be all important, and it's going to come down to the wire. Again, it's if you get offered that team pass. Now, I believe, my friend, that we have the scores ready to go. I believe that we're about to find out not only our 5 that are qualified, but our 6th that will get offered that pass as well. So let's stop delaying. Let's check it out. Let's see exactly who is making it to the Birmingham LAN.
Who was our top 5 teams? Who managed to make it happen? It was Virtus Pro skating through, taking down Gen G, taking down Vitality to end their dreams and push themselves up into top 5. And they qualified with a decent margin. We're talking 13 points compared to yesterday, Dan. That is a huge gap.
A very huge gap, and I think it's off of, obviously, they take down the teams they need to, and they make it all the way but they took advantage of the 1.4 that they were able to have, and that is what mattered. But to me, I'm also looking directly underneath that 5th place spot, because like Enigma said, if you come in 6th, you're at least offered the team pass. We thought maybe it would be Gen G. They missed out on it by 2 points. Team Trick Empathy, they do enough in that last game in order to secure 6th with 110.8. But I think when we talk about our top 5 overall, I would have felt confident coming into today with those top 3. But I think we got to give a huge shout out to Team Clown. Coming in, probably not a squad that was on many people's radars. And they come in, and it's not that they scraped by to get here. They were the only team to land Research and own Research and be able to play out of it beautifully, ending the day with a very healthy margin over that 5th place team.
I mean, it's just, there's so many things I can talk about. Yes, I love the shout for Clown. I think that is a brilliant call, because they're 8th, they come in, and none of us predicted that this team would make it. Let's put it quite simply. Again, an evolution late into your career just doesn't happen. These 3 believe in each other and have figured out a system. Fantastic placings through the day, fixing what was their problem earlier on this season. But coming back to the Gen G thing, man, like, you miss out by 2 points. The game where you choked the win and finished 2nd instead of 1st, you lost 3.6 points. So that is the difference from you not getting offered the team pass. So harsh on what is a great roster. Of course, though, congratulations to Trick Empathy and Co, because they fully deserve to make their way through. Big run through the second half to put themselves there.
Believe won the 1v1 against Rated and therefore shut them out on the coveted 6th place spot. Let's take a look at our top kills leaders for today. And it was Doggy holding on tight. Hisoka just below, but Shifty manages to get up there himself at 59. Man, Doggy surpassing everybody from EU. I think yesterday, Dan, like what it was, it wasn't Spam Gola, but there's one above him. I think it's 71. So Dongi, the kill leader, at least in our qualifiers that have been broadcasted.
Yeah, we actually had, it was both Disrupt and Enkyo end of the day with 71. So Dongi gonna be 4 kills above them, leading the pack, of course, alongside his IGL and Soka. And, you know, you got your other 3rd teammate of the Falcons in 5th there, Noobs. And, well, 2 members of Twisted Minds continuing to round out our top 5. Really good stuff to see here from a lot of our fraggers. Then if you're maybe a player who's looking to try and maybe do better in rank, figuring out, hey, how can I get more SR? How can I get better at Warzone? Well, when the best of the best have figured it out that kills equal games, then, hey, maybe you can do the same there. Obviously, 2 members of the Falcons really showing out here today.
For sure, Falcons looking dominant. My goodness, it's like, now who do you choose? Falcons, T1, right, Enigma? Look, and this isn't even just a regional conversation. Like, both of those rosters are looking utterly scary. And let's not forget Twisted Minds. Yes, they did not beat Falcons today. Granted, top 5 was the goal, but 4 wins for the day as well. We've got some heavy hitters going into the next competition.
No, we most certainly do. And the thing is, it will come to match points. So, of course, you picking up multiple map wins is a huge thing, right? It's a case of, okay, we know we can close this out. This is a team that are not going to struggle to hit match point by any means. If you're asking me where my allegiances lie, though, my friend, you missed out on certain gentlemates right there. And I expect them to be involved in the conversation as well. But this is a glorious thing for us. Again, this year feels like a coming-of-age moment for Warzone. We're seeing this Resurgence Series come in, which is beautiful. And it's like, okay, we've got these powerhouses in Europe, powerhouses in North America, so much other talent and surprising stories coming through. I wouldn't even want to try and hedge a guess at who's going to walk away with it in Birmingham, because it feels so damn close. And all of those teams are separated across different parts of the map. So they'll likely get landed in, get looted up, and get ready to go swinging. I can't wait for it.
That's it. From an individual perspective, though, Dandro, I think Spam Gola was the biggest come up for the scene, right? Only 18 years old. First major competition. He has to be the shining star for both regions.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we have a little bit of an unofficial Rookie of the Year moment, and right now, Spam, he's a front runner for it, right? Had a lot of eyes on him, even when he was younger, before he had turned 18. Like you mentioned, he was kind of just like a ranked grinding demon back in all the way in Modern Warfare 2, right? And when we were on Al Mazrah. So had a lot of eyes on him then, and there's been some people who've been waiting for him to turn 18. And I'm glad that his first team that he's on is with Echo, who can help, you know, shape and mold him, alongside Disrupt, who's a fantastic support player that's there as well. Very excited to see what that young man can do.
Absolutely. Hey, it is at this point in time, it seems a changing of the guard, at least for some, but for others, it's business as usual as they continue to dominate year in and year out. So let's take a look at our final standings as they currently sit. And naturally, obviously, Falcons dominated the day. Twisted Minds, though, going into match point, my goodness, they are going to be the one I think I'm keeping my eye out on the most for certain. G2 just below them. What a day they had. They started strong. They finished strong. The consistency is in. Obviously, Cloud, the biggest surprise when it came to the NA overall standings. And Virtus Pro, a tremendous game. The resilience that they had to show to get up in the top 5 in that final game, Enigma, needs to be studied.
No, 100%. I mean, they end up with like an average placing of about 8th, and that's because they started so slowly through the day. It was a case of, all right, they've got to come out swinging. We asked, they delivered, and never more so than in that last map there. It's only second in the end, but I mean, it's a massive amount of kills to get yourselves there. Underneath them, of course, was going to be a Trick, Genji, Oreo, Knight, Ilolam, and then you're going to see the bottom teams there on your list. And well, FaZe Esports, if you go and look at your timeline, you're already being told by Swag you're not being welcome back into the facility. So God bless you.
God bless you indeed, man. Swag is also going through it, bro. It's tough, man. Here, hey, Enigma, break it down for me. What do we got?
Let's break it down indeed. Well, we've run through so much. Obviously, we started with the open qualifiers. That whittled down to our best 32. Upper round 1, lower round 1 moved us forward. Lower round 2 jumped up into qualifier finals. And then that put us into where we've been these last 2 days. Top 5 from North America and top 5 from Europe. We'll march on to LAN Finals. But that LAN Finals is not the only thing we've got. We've got that LAN open. 32 trios will be there. Some of them reserve team passes. The rest of them you'll be able to buy. And the top 6 from the LAN open will join these other squads in the finals to play for $100,000 and 4 spots at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it's special. And $100,000 for a qualifier. Also getting the LAN experience. A lot of good things coming from the Call of Duty Warzone Resurgence Series. A beautiful 2 days. We saw the best of EU. We just witnessed the best of NA. And this is just the very start. We still have 2 LAN qualifiers and then the finale, $1 million on the line at EWC. If you are a Warzone fan, a Resurgence fan in general, you've got to love what you're seeing in this current time. It's a beautiful thing. We've been waiting for a series like this for the longest time. Beautiful day, boys. Danjo, what's your final words as we get out of here?
I mean, it has been really fun to watch just both EU and NA play over the last 2 days. We've been begging for something like the Warzone Resurgence Series, feels like for years, and it's finally here. Everybody has to play through Sin Open, right? There's no invites at all. Every team that played through these last 2 days deserved to be here. They fought their way through those open lobbies, through those upper and lower rounds in order to have their shot to qualify to LAN. This is what we love about Warzone, is that the teams who are the best will be able to cut their way on through. Has to be very much looking forward to the end of the month when it comes to that Birmingham LAN.
Enigma, what about you? Always a pleasure to work with you.
No, not much to add on there. Honestly, caught up very well by Dan. We're in a glorious spot. It's all going very well. Looking forward to Birmingham, and let's leave it at that. Lots to do before we get to that point, with no doubt a massive roster mania on the way as well.
That's it. A beautiful 2 days. Thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you hit the sub button if you haven't already. For myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Dandro, Enigma, Spider, Tiff, Goja, production crew, and you in the chat, thank you so much for being here. Hey, and next up is Birmingham. We hope to see you there.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war.
Lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Best believe, good to see. Stumbling on the ground till the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earthquakes. Never looking back, it's just high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war.